imagination, gadgetry, and science fiction. The Jewellery Maker Steampunk Weekend. Don't miss it.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Jewellery Maker, Ivy House, Henley Road, Outhill, Studley, B807DU. Get making and good luck. Did you know when you book on a Jewellery Maker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our Jewellery Maker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. We are live every day from 8 AM to 9 PM.
Makers, how are you? Lovely to have your company. My name's Ellen and I'm with you for the next 5 hours, and there's going to be 5 hours of amazing deals, inspiration, of course, because I'm joined by this gorgeous lady, and apparently I'm not sure that you know about this. Not sure you do, so it's a little bit of a cheeky surprise. It's our gorgeous Claire. How you doing, honey?
I'm doing really well.
So when did you find out that you were gracing us today?
Probably a couple of days ago.
Okay, marvellous.
Yeah.
So we've got a bit of a challenge show going on. You're going to be tested.
Yes.
Tested to the max, which I'm sure she'll absolutely excel at, because she always does. I'm joined by the lovely Scott, who's a little bit under the weather, by the way. Are you feeling better? Is that... that wasn't very convincing. Yeah, but... This is better than yesterday, he says. The gorgeous Ollie. We've got so much to bring you, haven't we, Scott? I mean, it's literally jam-packed. Packed. I'm surrounded. Absolutely surrounded. And products that I haven't seen in ages, by the way. I don't know what this is. Don't know. Is this our deal of the day? Renaissance. Ooh.
I need some of that. I looked for that the other day. Yeah.
Also, I'm going to have to lean on your knowledge then for that.
Well, yes. Yeah, you can do a little bit. Might be a small knowledge.
Oh, I'm sure you're being very modest there. Very, very modest. I hope you've had a fantastic couple of days. Are we ready to get started? Now, I'm in love with this chain. Firstly, it's a different length to what we're used to. You know, we tend to bring you the more 16-inch or 18-inch, you know, the ones that sit about here across the décolletage. Have you ever thought, I want that's something that's a little bit longer? Maybe you've got that blouse or plunging neckline, if you're ever so daring that you want to have a pendant suspended, or you want to wear over jumpers, roll neck jumpers if you like. Now, I've never seen this length before. Is it the first time that this has been on our screens? Stunning, but can I actually... Wait, it's the adjustable one. Okay, hang on. I'm going to show you. Bear with me. Unusually, the connector and the clasp first. This is what I'm referring to. Firstly, you'll notice that there is some gorgeous charms, and you'll notice that there is the lobster claw, but did you know that this chain is actually adjustable? How does it adjust? You grab hold of your little charm, and you can see there's a little ball there. So grab hold of it and slide like so. There we go. Slide like so. Keep sliding and it'll adjust it to whatever measurement that you want it to be. So you can make a really beautiful feature at the back of the neckline as well. Straight away, Claire's like, oh, isn't it gorgeous?
Yeah.
It's a lovely, you can come over if you want, darling. If you want, darling. Look at all of that sterling silver as well. So beautiful.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And you can adjust this, so you know what I was just saying about the 16 inch and the 18 inch. Well, this, you know, it's ticking all the boxes because it can be whatever length.
I've got some of those lengths. I've made them out. You know, when we do the different lengths, but you know the big pearls that we do. I've just got one on the end. That's gorgeous.
Look,
I love it.
It adjusts right the way down to whatever you want it to be, or stretches it right the way. I've seen these once before, and that wasn't here at JewelleryMaker. That was at another jeweller's. Yeah, and they were very expensive because it is. And again, ironic that I've got this gorgeous lady here. It's engineering, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Without shadow of doubt, engineering. To be able to, you know, have that ball which literally gravitates and slides, and I know I'm holding it here, gravitates and slides across the length of the chain. We've only got 50 of these available though. 10 have gone already. It's it's a real thing of beauty. It's kind of like a lariat style. Guess what? It's only £14.95. I'm getting so carried away I forgot to bring in the price. So you could really have this like a choker and just have the one drop down the front or at the back.
Yeah, you could. It's very versatile, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm going to go as far as saying not only one of our most beautiful, but I think one of our most practical chains that we've commissioned.
I mean, you wouldn't need to do anything else to it with those little charms, would you? I mean, just have it as it is. You don't have to put gems on if you don't want to.
Just as it is. A lovely link as well, so quite rectangular, because obviously you don't want that slider to catch on any of those 4 centina links. So it is really, really beautifully smooth as well. Kind of feels like a snake chain, but obviously isn't a snake chain. Tons of you there, lots of you multi-buying. I'm not surprised. I've got people buying 6s and 2s. Many of you saying, you know what, I'll get more than one of these. I'm not surprised by that. We only had 50. That's the problem. I only wish we could have got. I only wish we could have got probably thousands of these because they would have sold, wouldn't they? Without doubt. Caroline, hello to you. Liz, Rutwanti, Janet, Sarah, Elizabeth, Catherine. I'm going to have to move on because it is going to sell out. We're oversubscribed, so it's a case of first come, first serve. So good luck to the webbitters that have it in their baskets. This is literally all we have, 50. And I don't know if we're going to be able to bring these again. We'll try, without shadow of a doubt. I'm sure Scott is duly noting at how popular this beautiful chain is. So potentially, but I can't say when that'll be. Fabulous. £14.95. That's a lot of sterling silver, 6.4 grams on average, and engineering. Now, fantastic. Okay, moving on. Should we stick with the sterling silver? I think we should, shouldn't we? Stick with the sterling silver. Maybe you want some matching earrings to go with your 4 centina chain. Oh, these are lovely. Is this serenite? One of my favourite gemstones. I gifted my very good friend, she's my hairdresser, but she had celebrated her 50th birthday recently, and I bought her, she's got a lovely jewellery collection. I bought her a serenite solitaire ring, and she loves it. It sparkles like a champagne diamond, previously marketed as the Plush Diamonds by Tiffany & Co. Now, we are very fortunate to have very close connections, as you well know, with some of the leading gemstone buyers in the world, hence why we get hold of this one locational gemstone and we're able to bring it to you at an extremely affordable price tag. So this steps into your gemstone setting. As you can see, these are the actual fixtures, or the mounts themselves are calibrated to fit the beauty of the gemstone perfectly. All you need to do is is purchase, if you haven't already done so, one of our gem setting tools, kits, if you like, and it's probably one of the easiest techniques that you can start with, but yet one of the most professional finish. Do you think?
Absolutely, yes. Because I've had a few days off, and I bought myself the gem setting kit, and I'd also bought myself, you know, the stacker rings that we do.
Yeah.
So I did, you know, the present that you'd given. So it was a serenite solitaire.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe how easy it was, because I'd had a little play here, but not with the correct tools. But yeah, it's very enjoyable.
Really, and very, you know, you need a certain amount of patience, as in, you want it to be right, don't you? That's what I mean. So it's worth taking that little bit of time.
Yes.
But it's so simple to do. Now, as you can see with a butterfly post, and you've got the butterfly backs there as well, all you need to do is take your round brilliant cut serenite, set them within the actual 4 claws of your sterling silver, and you're away. You've got a very high-end boutique piece of jewellery, and actually very few jewellers out there will be able to offer you serenite, given the exclusivity. £10.95. What do you mean should be? Not even should be. We're not even stopping there. Could you buy one of those gemstones? One. At just shy of half a carat each. One of those natural, beautiful, champagne diamond-esque gemstones anywhere else for £7.95. I highly doubt that. Not only, like I said, are we offering it to you at an amazing price point and deal for all the sterling silver as well, which is inclusive. You get everything that is just here for within this £7.95 price tag. Yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get hold of just one of those gemstones at anywhere near £7.95. No. Those of you that are on the phone lines, please do stay where you are. And you've got that lovely cleft. Can you see that detailing? Kind of like leaf-like design. So they're going to be very wearable as well. Beautifully wearable. It's a high-end piece of jewellery without shadow of a doubt, and who knows, one of the things I always say about serenite is at the moment we can offer it to you affordably because of our very close connections. However, once more and more serenite actually gets out into the industry, you know, and jewellers start getting hold of it maybe second-hand through sort of yourselves right here, right now, who knows what they're going to market it at, because they could then command 4-figure price tags and then some. In fact, that's a logical price tag for a one locational gemstone. Comes from the state of Oregon in the USA. It's a type of feldspar. It's got tiny copper inclusions which bring you that beautiful glisten similar to a champagne diamond. Jackie, Alison, Susan, Sandra, Sylvia, another Susan, hello to you, Anthea and Jill, Leslie and Dumfries and Galloway, and Tamsin in Somerset. Nice to have your company. If you've never experienced serenite, it's one of the most beautiful gemstones, and I could have bought my friend Jane. I could have bought I don't know, anything really. Well, within reason. I couldn't have bought a bat or anything, but you know what I mean. But I chose serenite because it is one of those classy, sophisticated gemstones, without shadow of a doubt, totally natural, exceedingly rare, and I know that she hasn't got anything like it in her existing extensive collection.
It's a gorgeous gemstone. I mean, the ring that I did, I mean, it's on my work desk, and you know, when you're drawn to keep looking at something, you know, I keep putting it on and I keep looking at it. It's a gorgeous gem.
It is stunning. Did you know as well, when we actually initially had serenite laboratory tested as we always do, we sent it off to various different laboratories, and every single one of those laboratories came back with a contrasting report about what it was. Some people said diamonds, some people said feldspar. It is a type of feldspar, but it had so many gemologists scratching their head just because of its uniqueness, I suppose. And that's because it is copper bearing, so very similar to a Paraiba tourmaline, but yet sparkles like a champagne diamond. £7.95 only. Hello and well done to every single one of you. Got to move on in the essence of time, because we have, ooh, these are fab. Love a bit of colour. Love a bit of colour.
Wow.
I just mentioned Paraiba, didn't I? I just mentioned Paraiba tourmaline. It's very Paraiba-esque. Not saying it is Paraiba tourmaline, obviously. If it was, then I'd be saying, can I have 6 figures, please? And I'd be surrounded by security guards. we're bringing you a very Paraiba-esque swimming pool blue. Oh, these are dramatic, aren't they? Or even apatite. They look very similar to an apatite, don't they? Amazing. And if you love your apatite, I've got a huge deal coming out within the course of the morning. If you love your colour, if you love intensity, if you're not backward and coming forward and you like to make a statement, then this is most definitely for you. But just look at how one of those incredible shards, just you can imagine it, can't you? Just suspended onto maybe that chain that you saw earlier on, is going to have that impact. You don't have to put all of these into one design.
No, that's what I love those strands for that very reason, that you could group them together and you have one look, or you completely separate them out. Yeah. I mean, that would look fantastic with that chain, wouldn't it? Just a bit of a, you know, wrap at the top. And easy jewellery making as well. It's not, you know, it's not hard. It's
not hard, is it? Because they're top drilled. So you can see, just literally do a little a briolette.
Yeah.
Not briolette. What am I talking about?
The sort of the wrap round.
Yes. Yeah. The wrap loop. You wouldn't believe that we've both been here years. You know what we mean, don't you? You know what we mean. So you can create your own bail, basically, with relative ease. Gosh, it's very early in the morning. Very, very early in the morning. Ollie is saying to me, my director, it's getting you ready for your summer and holiday, yes, surely. Yeah. Yeah. Without shadow of a doubt. But I love to really colour pop and contrast sort of apatite blues. Because this to me is saying apatite. It's screaming apatite, or your Paraibas, things like that. So maybe putting that pop of yellow in there.
Or coral, red coral.
Coral would be fantastic. Orange even. Yeah. Green, really having that contrast and not being afraid to do so. 380 carats in total. We're not stopping at £12.95. That's a lot of gemstones, a lot of carat weights and a lot of drama for a tiny price tag already. But we want to take it to the absolute minimum, £9.95. I mean, if you are looking for a big statement, you could just simply restrand this and have it as a wonderful fanning piece across the décolletage.
Yes, you could do, or you know, if you wanted to, you know, rather than just restrand it, you could just use spacers. You know, just either gold or the silver spacers. I mean, either. I think it would go with all your
Day
metals.
At the races.
Yes,
that would be fantastic, in maybe a fascinator, or what about a tiara?
Yes, because you could put them on the end, couldn't you? So that
point them upwards. Yeah. Point them upwards rather than actually suspend them. Actually have them protruding upwards. So very Frozen-esque, isn't it? I think there's lots of little girls who are thinking, oh yes, please can I have a tiara made out of these beautiful, gorgeous gemstones, and they are amazingly intense. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. Just one of those on a bit of cord, and you know, gents jewellery.
Yeah, you could do, couldn't you? Yeah, and because you've got that graduation, so you could do, you know, you do your earrings as well. Or I mean, Jan does a lovely design where she puts it, you know, makes a ring with them and on the side,
and just wraps it around, just one single nugget, isn't it? Yeah. So you can take the smaller ones and maybe do that, or if you want to make a big one, that's absolutely fine. That's what I adore about these sort of these quartz bars, is because they are all so original, so organic in terms of their shape, and so dynamic as well. They really do make a statement. And yes, and yet only £9.95. Hello to you, Sheila, Essex, Heather, Leslie, Linda, Jeanette, Rutwanti, lots of you there on the web as well who do need to check out. What in terms of colours and findings, what would you use with this?
I think you could, to me, if it's a blue gemstone, it's a bit like, you know, like blue jeans. It goes with pretty much everything, doesn't it? True. So I think you could put that with any of your metals. I mean, I'm thinking, you know, antique bronze would be lovely as well. I think anything. Absolutely anything.
I'm thinking copper as well. Copper would be fantastic because you've got that orange thing, haven't you? Silver would be amazing. That would be cooling. Yes, I suppose.
It would. Yeah, or you know the real champagne gold that we do, or the new gunmetal colours. I mean, any of those.
All of the above, weren't they? Like, I totally agree. So very versatile strand whilst having that big impact colour. Fabulous to be with you. Massive carat weight. Now, if you love this, I've got something which is quite similar and would work amazingly with it. So I tell you what, I'll keep both of them here just so I can put them next to one another. Oh, look. See, look at these next to one another.
I'm sure Fleur did a really lovely, I think it might have been a late show, not that long ago, and she did, that's what I think she did 2 layers of them, and they, you know, look fantastic, real statement. Statement necklace.
Yeah, well, it would be a statement. You can imagine the amount of comments that it's going to command. You know, it's going to be something that people don't just, you know, walk past. This has got some really lovely crevices in. Can you see? Oh, where's that one? It's a good word, crevices, isn't it? Look at that one. They're amazing, aren't they? And they're only adding to that gorgeous coating, the surface, that kaleidoscopic performance of colour across the surface of each of these gemstones, because you're not just getting, you know, your electric blues, you're getting purples and golds, pinkish tones as well.
It's a bit like peacock pearls, isn't it? All those different tones that you're getting, all the different colours.
It really is. And again, I'm thinking day at the races. Anybody planning on going to Ascot this year? I'm very jealous if you are. Anybody off to Aintree? I think we've got Aintree on today. I don't know. I'm not very good with the GGs. I'm not very good with the horses. But yeah, anybody off to the races? Because I think this would be lovely in the sort of British summer sun. Or a wedding. Maybe you've got a wedding. I'm in a right conundrum at the moment. Conundrum, probably the wrong word, but anyway, quandary at the moment, because I just simply do not know what I'm going to be wearing to a wedding in June. I do not know what, but do you know, my gemstones and jewellery will look fabulous.
Yes, yeah.
I might have to rock the bin bag. But the gemstones and maybe the fascinator will be fabulous. Should be £9.95, not this morning. £7.95. Wait, hang on a second. So for less than £20, you can get both of those strands of quartz bars. That's a big impact. Look, and a lot of carats. You've got almost 1,000 carats there if you've got both of those strands.
So imagine if you were doing sort of, I don't know, different craft fairs, and you were just going to separate them out, you know, and put them on cord like you've said. I mean, you would have. That would be sort of like your bread and butter, wouldn't it? Because it's not intensive jewellery making. There's not a lot of cost to it, but you'd be able to make so many. Yeah. Just one or two, or just, you know, because they're graduated, so you could just put, you know, a few together. And
the thing is, you can have smaller ones, or you can have larger ones, so your customers can choose as well. Like you said, so time effective as well. So if you put your business cap on right now, and yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be probably one of your best sellers. If you just put one on a bit of cord, surely you'd be asking more than £5 for that.
You could, it would depend where you were as well, wouldn't it? And that would be entirely up to you. What you know, how you wanted to price them like that. But yeah, I mean, and when it's all colours like that, little girls especially, you know, they're drawn to it, and they love things like that. Lola does,
like magpies. I've always been a little bit of a magpie. I'd have been drawn to this as well, without shadow of a doubt. And like I said, it only has to be one of the small shards, and that would have caught my eye, without shadow of a doubt. Well done to you, £7.95 only. Congratulations. Do check out as soon as you possibly can that kaleidoscopic coating, which brings you not just an obvious blue. You've got purples, golds, yellows, even a flash of green within there. But if you put this alongside contrasting gemstones, again, you'll see that actually reflect across the surface of the gem as well. Fabulous. Got to move on. Ooh. Sapphire, ruby and emerald. Look at the emerald. Straight away, I'm thinking, beautiful. Beautiful intensities of colour. Look at that glow. And totally and utterly natural as well. Not treated, not Fisher filled. That colour, that gorgeous Colombian-esque glow, the presence. I mean, there's no denying it. What I love about the beauty of this strand is that you've actually got the colours of different locations around the world. So you've kind of got, you know, the more... the secondary tones of blues coming through. So if you I'll just point it out. This emerald here, I'm thinking very Zambian in terms of its colour, and then these are a little bit more Colombian emeralds. So you have got the variations of shades, I suppose, for different locations around the world. I'm not saying they are from they are from Colombia or Zambia, as you can see on our graphics. We're saying Africa. So, but it's the benefits of having that combination of colours, I suppose, that variation as well, because some people prefer a Colombian emerald, some people prefer a Zambian emerald. It's all down to your personal preference. I love Zambian emerald just because it is really, really, really energetic and intense. Some people would prefer, would actually prefer Colombian emerald because it is more, it's famed for its transparency, I suppose, and slightly softer green. 20 carats in total coming your way. $14.95 for genuine ruby, emerald and sapphire. We're not talking about synthetics, glass or plastics. We're talking about the real deal, the real McCoy. But we're not done with that. There's not a lot I can say to that, Claire, is there? $9.95. Where else in the world?
I know, and you've got enough there, haven't you, that you could do it. See, I wouldn't overwork that. I would keep that as, because that all that beautiful colour graduation there, I would make the most of that. So I'd just restrand it. I'd maybe pick out a few, and I'd have a long, just on a head pin. So I've got my pendant, my earrings, and there's your whole suite of, you know, very, very precious jewellery. 100%.
See, Ollie, my director, was just saying, if I knew that Scott was going to do this, then he'd have bought them all. He'd have bought them all. And what, sensible? That's a sensible purchase as well, isn't it? I mean, 20 carats of genuine ruby, emerald and sapphire of this quality. They're not rubies that are almost maroon because they're so dark and included. They've got quality and primary reds coming through. They're not sapphires, which are, you know, again, very dark and included. They're bordering on black gemstones. They've got that definite gorgeous blue, you know, cashmere or salon blue. They're not emeralds that are so heavily included that that again are black and almost unrecognisable. They have got that energy of colour, and yet we're £10 only.
Because they're very definite, aren't they? Very definite, vibrant colours. They don't sort of mix into each other. They're very, very definite.
Sold out.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either. Well done, every single one of you. Absolutely fabulous. Have I got time to squeeze in some graded opal? Oh, Scott, this is unbelievable. Now, for those of you that haven't tuned in for a while, firstly, why the devil not? Where have you been? We've started grading our opal. Our buying team, as you know, Hannah Oxbury, gemologist. We've got the lovely Bella as well. And the reason we've done this is, we can actually say to traders and everything, this is what we expect. This is the standard that our customers actually expect. So they've got kind of like something to aim for, but this doesn't come out of the ground every single day. Within our entire vault, within our entire opal collection, very few are actually graded to this caliber. I've got the last 10 opportunities. Now, graded opal, we're talking about a really high performance of play of colour across the surface. My goodness, the fact here in the studios, and I haven't got to shadow this in any way, shape or form to show you that play of colour, you've got it here tenfold. So this is supreme quality. This is our way of making it easier, I suppose, for those of you that maybe don't understand your opals quite yet, or really, look at this one. Can you see that one there? Oh, I'm drawn to it. Really drawn to that one there. But then look at this one here as well. That's the beauty of opal, Ethiopian opal rather, is that you've got the lovely colours. You've got red up here, cherry opal, can you see that? You've got beautiful whites, you've got lovely sort of lemony tones. The play of colour is what determines the value and the grade. The more play of colour, the more valuable those opals are. The fact that it is AA graded tells you are getting some of the finest that we have within our entire grasp. This is the last 10, final 10 opportunities, $59.95. I know this strand. I know exactly what strand this is. I think I launched it in actual fact. I did, didn't I, Scott? Do you find it funny that I can recognise a strand that clearly? But it's so unusual, the amount of gemstones and strands that I actually see, but it's so unusual to see opal, which is of this supremacy. And supremacy is the word that I have to use when I'm describing this strand. I was just looking at what you were looking at on your screens right now. Absolutely fantastic colour. Get this home, totally natural. It's not coated. Please make sure you do buy your opal from a very reputable source, because there are many synthetics out there, and this is what a synthetic opal will aspire to look like, you know, you can download our certificate of authenticity, and when it's of this calibre, I would suggest you do that in actual fact. And if you do have the chance to, maybe even get this valued and appraised. So this to me is like, you know, it's like a quad A tanzanite. This is your certificate of authenticity, so an example of what you can get. Obviously, it'll tell you what, for 25 pence, isn't it? Yeah, 25 pence to get hold of that. I mean, look, across the entirety of the strand, there's colour, 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 colour. And you can use these so incredibly, incredibly sparingly. The beauty of Ethiopian opal is that it has got that semi-translucency. So you'll see the play of colour not just across the surface, but right into the heart as well. Well done. Stay where you are. All sold out. Fabulous. Not surprised. Lots of sellouts this morning. Lots and lots and lots of sellouts. Should we take a mosey over to the gorgeous Claire? Yeah, I think we should. We're wandering over to you.
Oh, okay.
I love the fact you're like, really? Yeah, you what have I got to do? I'm going to bring my cup of tea with me as well, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. It's been an early start, hasn't it, Claire?
It has.
Now, you've got a challenge.
Yes, I have.
I love that you don't know what's going on.
I know, yeah. That's permanent, permanently in my life.
Yeah, yeah, so you got the black memo then?
Yes, I got that, yes.
It was the conversation we had last night saying, like, I'm wearing this tomorrow. What are you wearing? we look like sisters today.
We do.
Only I'm the slightly more egg-shaped one.
We've got the bubba.
The bubba. We were talking earlier. Am I allowed to tell everybody at home what we were talking about earlier on? Scott's like, where are you going with this? I can see panic straight away on his eyes. We were talking about how sometimes people think that it's acceptable to suddenly comment on weight when you're expecting. I said the amount of people that go, that's a big baby, that. As if that's meant to be.
Wasn't me.
No, not Claire. Nobody here. As if that's meant to be music to my ears.
No.
That's the other one.
Never say. Never
you know
say.
that one when they do the sudden. It's like builders, isn't it? Can I have a quote? It's like, you know, people go up to you and go, hey, stop doing that. I've had it loads. Yeah. Ooh, or this one. Anyway.
Very rude.
It's a good job I'm not sensitive.
Yes, yeah. That's it. That's what you should do. I've told you should do that. Have a good cry.
Oh, it makes me laugh. It does make me laugh. Anyway, do you fancy a challenge?
Yes,
Are you
please.
up for a challenge?
Yes, I'll have a challenge.
Happiness is a cabochon.
Oh, there we go then.
I love that. That's very Pip, isn't it? It's got to be a Pip kit, this. Happiness is a cabochon. I think that could be a song.
Maybe not sing that one.
Maybe not with jazz hands. Maybe not with jazz hands. Now this is right up your street,
yes,
so I don't think you're going to be too concerned. Should we tell you everything that's included in this gorgeous kit? I'll come to the gemstones last because my goodness, there's gemstones here I haven't seen in ages. Certainly in your cabochons. I'm going to start with your wire. And you've got 100 metres here on this spool of your 0.25. Now your 0.25, for those of you that are new to us here at JewelleryMaker, is a very fine gauge. You can use it kind of as a threading material, can't you?
Yes, you can do, yeah, or get really, really beautiful results with your weaving.
Really intricate
yes,
weaves.
Yeah.
So it would obviously build up a lot slower, but the end result, if you do weave it,
really worth it, yes.
Yeah, works amazing. 100 metres there, so you know you don't have to hold back on how much you're using
that's
as well.
it. You don't have to be as precious about it. So I always think when you get reels like that, you know that you're going to improve your skills because you just sort of go with it. You're not sort of thinking, I haven't got enough. You have with that, so you can really hone in and really get those skills.
Look at these pieces. Look how neat that is. Claire, you are a genius.
Oh, thanks.
You really, really are. So what gauge wire have you actually used in these bales?
So the weaving there is with that, so with the the 0.25.
So there we go, so that you can see the intricacy that you actually get as an end result. Not done though, we've also got all of this gorgeous wire here to show you. It just keeps on coming. This is your 0.4, so maybe you haven't got the patience that, like myself, I haven't got the patience like Claire, so I do go sort of for a bigger gauge with my weaving, just because, and it is that little bit easier. So again, for beginners, when it comes to your weaving, which there's lots of demonstrations and tutorials on our website, etc. Would you recommend 0.4?
Yes, I would, but then that is, I know Sammy likes to sort of say, you know, if you think about how the difference is, so if you were weaving on a structure of say a 1 mil and you use a 0.25, because it's so fine, that's a good way to do. So it's entirely up to, really, with that, you've got both boxes ticked, because some people might prefer the 0.25. Personally, yes, mine is a 0.4. But again, like you say, if you put the time and the effort and the work in, you will get very different results.
It's your personal choice, I suppose. Yeah, that makes absolute sense to me. More wire coming your way. Look at these. Now, I'm going to show you the 2 spools, because on these 2 spools you have silver plated wire, and it's in the soft copper, 0.6. and also the 0.4 as well. So this is a lot. Is that no? Hang on a minute. I'm confused because I've seen 0.4 twice. 1 mil and the 0.6. So you're covering all the gauges of wire, aren't you?
And that wire is, I mean, it's so wonderful. It's that soft wire, because if you've got any sort of dexterity problems, or you just it's the slightest movement, but it work hardens very quickly. So you know you're getting the best of both worlds. You're getting that easy malleability, but then you know, you can hammer it, and it's wonderful.
The reason why I was doing that is just so you can see how soft it is, but you can still work hard on it as well. It's our soft copper wire, always one of our most popular wires that we actually bring to air. But so just to recap, you've got 10 meters of your soft copper wire that I'm holding here in your 1 millimeter and your 0.6. You've got 100 meters in your 0.25, and you've got 10 meters in your 0.4. So you're covering all the different gauges pretty much, all of the essentials.
Yes,
I should say. Now you need your cabochons, because apparently it's happiness.
Going to be happy?
Yeah. Well, we're always happy, aren't we? Always happy. Try to be anyway. Now, I haven't seen an amethyst of this size.
I was thinking that, and I haven't seen one for a long time. No.
Months upon months upon months. Now you've got 3 beautiful cabochons to enjoy in this wonderful kit. This is one of them. Now your amethyst is a beautiful oval of 70 carats, and it measures 40 by 30 millimeters. So you can just imagine this next to the silver wire. It's only going to encourage that colour on the décolletage.
Yeah.
Glowing in all its splendor. It is beautiful, isn't it? A rich and regal colour, and I love the fact that it has actually got those formation patterns in as well. But we've got more. We've also got an amazing labradorite. God, look at this. Similar size. Can you see that gorgeous darkness, that depth and intrigue that comes from this phenomenal gemstone? This is 50 carats, and again has the same measurements, 40 by 30 millimeters. So flat surface as a cabochon is. So it's got a flat back and then a slightly domed front, I suppose, which in labradorite's instance really encourages that phenomenal effect to come to the forefront, especially if it's in natural daylight. Still not done though. Am I looking at blue lace agate? That's beautiful. Blue lace agate, arguably one of the most desired and most expensive of the agate gemstone, because it has those delicate colours and gorgeous formations.
Whenever I see it, it just makes me feel very calm.
It is calming, isn't it? It's quite Larimar-like. It's the softness of the colour, I think. It is the softness of the colour. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Look at those 3 cabochons, and all of the wire as well. So again, 4 spools of pretty much your essential wires that you could need. I love the fact that this has got the big cabochons, but also the smaller size.
And definite sizes of cabochons as well, which can be really useful if you haven't worked with cabochons before. So you know, sometimes it's great to have a mix of different shapes and sizes, but sometimes it's really good to have the same size, especially when, you know, when you're.
I suppose because you can practice and get used to that as well. Now we should be bringing you all of this gorgeous wire, or these 3 beautiful cabochons at £45.15. If you were to buy them individually off our website, that's what you'd be investing. You know, still very, very, very affordable. I mean, I'd happily pay that for just one of the cabochons, or the wire, you know, alone. But our kits are not only designed to bring you inspiration, tutorials, but also savings. We're going to go straight down. Bear in mind you have got the soft copper wire as well, so great for those of you that might have dexterity issues. Listen now, can I just point something out? That is not a price point that Jewellery Maker does every single day. The fact that it is so random, 57, tells me that Manager Scott has really pushed those boundaries. How come the 50, is it that's at exactly half price? Wow. Oh yeah. 22.57. That's an incredible price point. And surely you'd be commanding what? Well, probably £45 plus. I'd expect to pay for one of your pendants.
Yeah, I think I'd be happy with. Yeah, I'd be happy with that because it's a large size gem. But what you've got to think is, you know, that with all that kit, everything that you've, you know, shown earlier, so the separate gems will go with, you know, with that silver wire. I mean, it's not just sort of what you're going to use with those. You know, you're going to have loads and loads of wire that silver's going to go with absolutely everything that you've got in your stash, in your collection.
100%. It is generally the most popular colour because it's very, very wearable. Needless to say, loads of you on the phone lines, Claire. And what I love, and we've spoken about this already this morning, funny enough, because we did do a little bit of filming before the live show. But your designs are very wearable, you know.
Oh, thank you. And I try to make them.
Yeah, you know, they are works of art without shadow of a doubt, but they're works of art which you can wear and enjoy. You know, it's not going to be one of those things you think, oh, well, I'll take that out just for that sort of special occasions. These are very, very, very wearable. Beautiful gemstones, and I love. I mean, here the labradorite. All the light is just going to be able to really reflect across the surface of the gemstones. So you're going to see that labradorescence, intricacy, detail, and again the gauges which you need.
Yes, yeah, absolutely essential. You've ticked every box there, haven't you, for your gauges? So you know, it's absolutely brilliant kit. So
again, going back to, if we can just point out for those of you that are new to Jewellery Maker, the difference between the soft copper wire and the normal wire. The soft copper wire is the ones which aren't actually on the spool, which I don't get to bring on air very often. So what the difference between these two? In terms of working with?
So with working with, you can shape very, very easily, but it's sort of a bit like either the bare copper or sterling silver, which it's very, very malleable, but then as you start working with it and shaping it, it hardens quite quickly. So and then obviously, because with the heavier gauges, you've got the you can hammer it and you know, you can do that and you'll get lovely, because it's that slightly softer wire. When you do hammer it, you'll get a really, really nice, very, very definite angles with it.
So would you say that this is a recommendation for existing wire workers, but also new beginners?
Absolutely, yeah, because you're ticking every box as far as your gauges go. The quantity that you're getting, so with your weaving wires, is great. And that you'll have that enjoyment of that soft wire, which, like you say, you don't see all the time, do you? You know, you don't see it that often.
Really don't. And there are benefits again with it when it's softer. If you're like me and when you work with wire, you do make a few mistakes. I do. I make lots of mistakes. It's a lot easier to rectify with this soft wire, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you can smooth out any kinks that you might have actually put into the wire, just to get that professional finish. Over 40 of the kit have already been allocated. I don't know. Have we got a limited quantity? Oh, that's 50% of the stock already gone. So, and I've still got people with it in baskets. Tracy, Suffolk, Teresa, Terry Ray, Carolyn and Natasha, good luck. Telephone bidders that are there as well. And again, if we can just go back to the fact the price our wire, and I know I say this every time on there, and sorry to sound like a broken record, but the prices of our wire, not only has the collection got more extensive, but we seem to be more affordable.
I know. Even if you just think about the wire there for that price, you take away the gemstones. I mean, you know, Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
Amazing deal. And then, of course, the beauty of all of these lovely cabochons as well. I mean, at Blue Lace Agate, can't remember the last time I saw that.
No.
Can't remember the last time I saw a cabochon of amethyst, even half that size. Just incredible. So, as it's a challenge,
Yes.
we'll come back to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So don't panic.
Okay.
Did you? Is
I thought I was going to have to grip onto this to be nice and calm. I'll be calm.
Calm. No, see, we're not going to like literally throw you in at the deep end.
Okay.
As it's a challenge show, so we'll come back to our lovely Claire, so you can do an amazing demonstration. Bless you.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Oh, well, it will be, without doubt. Stay on those phone lines, check out those baskets as soon as you possibly can. We only had 90, which is a limited quantity, and already we're looking at about 75% of the stock being allocated. Now it's time for your incredible creations in today's Wall of Fame. It's like a well-oiled ship, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, this arm and this arm, they don't know what they're doing. Wall of Fame, that's right, sorry. Yes, Wall of Fame, showing off your incredible pieces. Would you like to start off, my darling?
I'd love to. This is a beautiful wire work here. So this is 231, and this is Shirley Butler. Hello and good morning to you all. I hope you like this burnt orange coloured cabochon that I've wire wrapped. It's my first attempt and I'm really pleased with the outcome. The DVD that I purchased from JM was a great help, and all of the ingredients are also from JM. Thank you for bringing a new dimension into my life and filling my days. Good luck to all the other waffers, and that's from Shirley. That's gorgeous, Shirley.
Really amazing.
And well done.
I'm hoping you're watching and you managed to get hold of that last kit then as well.
Yeah, that would really
clearly,
yeah,
clearly that's your skill.
Good luck.
I love this. This is so incredibly Cartier. So incredibly cut. I used to sell pieces of jewellery that looked almost identical. 200, I've just done a direct comparison. Blatant, not even sorry. 226 comes from Linda Hallows. Hello to you, Linda. And she said, I was making this necklace and bracelet from Zari thread. When a Zari thread deal came on the show yesterday, so I thought I would send this in. It is so simple but looks great. I use Kumihimo ends to finish it. All materials are JewelleryMaker, of course. Fabulous, absolutely love it, Linda. Keep that Zari braiding. It would
look nice with what we're wearing, wouldn't it?
It would, didn't it? Yeah. Totally. To all of a sudden, I was going to say it would make us look classy.
Speak for yourself.
I know. I meant to insult myself, not you.
Right, I've got 232, again, gorgeous, gorgeous wire work, and this is Catherine Humphreys. So, hi JM, here's my entry for this week's Wall of Fame. I've made a couple of these cuffs inspired by Laura Binding's show the other week. The one on the left is the first one I made, and the one on the right is the third one I made, and will be on sale at my craft fair on Sunday. Oh, good luck. All materials from JM, of course. I hope you like them. That's regards, Catherine. They are fantastic. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Best of luck.
I'm sure they're going to absolutely fly. Yeah. Any craft fair that I used to do, sort of, particularly this time of year, the jewellery tends to be the first focal point of the ladies and the kiddies. Look, there's some wonderful, colourful wire work pieces here from 227. I love the rose. Comes from Debbie in Glasgow. Hello to you, Debbie. And she says, hi all at JM. This is a fun entry for your Wall of Fame. It's my daughter, who is only 4 years old, wearing her jewellery from our mummy-daughter jewellery making morning. Oh, how sweet. Just shows you are never too young. Ava loves JewelleryMaker, and Carol is her favourite, oh bless. She calls her the funny lady. Mark is her absolute favourite designer too. Love to all, and that's Debbie in Glasgow. Wonderful, Ava. Your pieces are absolutely
very clever.
Beautiful. Isn't that adorable?
This is lovely as well. This would be ideal like bridesmaid, or, you know, you're saying about the races. This is 233, and this is Wendy Chapman. please find my entry for the Wall of Fame. I made this for my granddaughter. It's aquamarine, handmade, wire flowers, pearls and mystic topaz, all fab products from JM, of course. I hope you like it. Absolutely. Shall I hold it? There we go, like that.
There we go.
There we are.
Beautiful.
How beautiful is that? Yeah, good luck, Wendy. That's
amazing.
Lovely.
I've got number 228. Oh, it's a gemstone I haven't seen in a while. And it's coming from, let me see, Hazel. I haven't got your second name, Hazel, but lovely designs. The necklace for my entry is pre-night nuggets and obsidian rounds, both from JewelleryMaker. The chain was from my stash. Good luck to all this week, but a win would be great. Good luck to you, Hazel, my lovely. Fabulous design. I love pre-night. Yeah. I love it's this time of year, isn't it?
And the obsidian's lovely. Oh, wonderful wire work again. This is 234, and this is from Cheryl Street. It says, good morning, JM. This week's Wall of Fame is a pendant I made on holiday on a very wet day in North Yorkshire. The stone is from my ever-increasing hoard, and the wire is the new softer gold colour, which goes with everything. It's definitely my favourite at the moment. Good luck to all in the draw, but secretly hope it's me so I can make another diamond tree of life. Wow. And that's Cheryl from Grimsby. That is absolutely gorgeous.
Tree of life.
Beautiful wire work.
Here's a cuff that I would most certainly be buying. It's number 229. Look at this. Yeah. From Teresa Waddington in Barnsley. Hi all you lovely people at JM. Here is a bare copper cuff I made after watching the designer inspiration show with Gemma Crow and Janet Dwyer. I really love the jewellery they made and really enjoyed making this cuff. I didn't have any opals as used in the demo, so I added some shaded sapphire, my birthstone. I have started a pendant to match, but having a bit of bother getting it to sit right, so I'll go back to it in a couple of days' time and have another go. I'm loving all the new products and can't wait for the t-shirt yarn show with Gemma later this month, as I have it in my stash and I need some inspiration. Keep the bargains and the inspiration coming, and good luck to everybody in the draw. Teresa, beautiful cuff, and I can't wait to see the matching pendant. Please do send that in to us, because that's amazing. Yeah, 229.
Good luck. Right, I've got 235, again, really beautiful, beautiful work, and this is Maureen Selby. Good morning to you all. A few days ago, I received this set of 3 multicolour hematite necklace layout bars. I wasn't quite sure how to enhance to complement the colour of the bars. Hope these are acceptable. Oh my goodness, they're more than that. My husband says they look good. Apart from the gold necklace components on the left, everything else comes from JM. It would be nice if my name comes out one day. Good luck to all, and that's Maureen from Surrey. Gorgeous, Maureen.
Keep everything crossed for you, Maureen.
Yeah,
love those. Absolutely love them.
Gorgeous.
Stunning. My last one, no means least, 230 again. Hope you were watching the last kit. Comes from Kay. Hello to you, Kay. And she says, hi all at JM. Well, it's a whole lot of firsts here. This is my first entry to the Wall of Fame. Attached my first go at wire work and my first attempt at Viking knitting.
Goodness me.
Wow. Which I would not have been able to attempt without you all at JewelleryMaker. I have learned so much by watching you all. The guest designers are great and all the presenters are my new best friends. Oh, how lovely. You all brighten up my day. Thank you. All items are JewelleryMaker, including all tools used with all your products. And I believe they are the best on the market. Keep up the good work. Best wishes to you all. And that's Kay. Kay, fabulous first entry. Amazing wire work. Amazing Viking knit. Keep it up, keep it going, and so lovely to hear from you as well. And fingers crossed, everybody, fingers crossed for the draw, which will be on Wednesday. On Wednesday. Now, we've got loads to bring you. The challenge with the lovely Claire, that's coming your way. Not quite putting that much on the spot, but that's a little bit later on. We've got more kits. Check out those baskets, because you're going to want to get involved in this next Star Buy. Welcome everyone, nice to have your company. I don't move as quickly as I used to, sorry, so if you have to wait a little while. Can I just give you a little sneaky peek of what's coming up a little bit later on? We've got beautiful apatite. Apatite is a gemstone which, like you and I, has got a really high phosphorus content. I'll talk some more about it during the star by. Never seen anything like it, well not for a long while, and it's coming up a little bit later on. Amazing, amazing blues. It's one of the most intense, vivacious, energetic gems that you could possibly own. This is a little bit later on. Beautiful briolette cuts. So if thinking about maybe a couple of those suspended from that kit that you've just had there.
Be gorgeous, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Not yet though. But it is coming your way, and it's under £30. Under £30. Should we go into our star buy? I tell you what, every year, whether it be last year, 2015, 2014, 2013, 2006, 2000, yeah, every year, animal print is always in the shops. Always, without shadow of a doubt. Whether it be zebra, whether it be snakeskin, whether it be leopard, you know, you have that print, and it never goes out of fashion, does it? Never ever does. Now sometimes, if you're like me, you can be a little bit. I'm sometimes a bit nervous of certain prints in my clothing, so I will, without shadow of a doubt, then step towards the prints in my gemstones. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do it with gemstone and accessories. So I think, yeah, it's a great way, isn't it, of introducing it. If you're a little bit nervous about it, definitely.
It's a little bit softer, yes, I suppose, yeah, way of actually using the print itself, but in a less intense way, I suppose. Now these are mother of pearl snake print, and do you know what, I just think it works amazingly, because if you think about a snake itself, and I don't want to sort of fear to make anybody anxious or nervous or anything like that, but the actual skin has got a certain amount of iridescence to it, like mother of pearl. So those amazing features, the pattern across these shell coins are going to almost have that movement as the light plays across the surface of them as well. Now our coins are actually on both sides, so you can see that pattern is on both sides, not just the one. The beauty of actually having mother of pearl is that it's that little bit lighter to wear, so it's not very heavy gemstone. You're not going to feel it sort of weighted around the décolletage or in the ears. So for example, certain cabochons you wouldn't be able to wear in the ears just because it's going to pull down on the earlobes. These would be very wearable. I know Gemma Crow, speaking of, we've mentioned her already. She's just uploaded some pictures actually. In fact, the show that she was on was it yesterday?
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. She was actually using something quite similar. So maybe you've been inspired. Or it's a great way of stepping towards the cabochon world whilst actually it not being a cabochon, because you have got that drill hole through the centre.
I was just thinking, because they're, you know, a good size, aren't they? To you know, we spoke about having a uniform shape, so you'd have the drill hole, but you could do all the ornate wire work around it as well. Yeah,
you could I mean, you Viking knit around this, couldn't you? Yeah. Put your zari threads around this. You could sort of do your soutache around this without shadow of a doubt. Totally agree. And it's that little bit easier, I suppose, just because you have got that drill hole running through the centre, or simply just restrand as they are. Beautiful monochrome colours here, so you've got your blacks and whites, and that mother of pearl shimmer.
I mean, you know how you were talking earlier about having like a longer length necklace? I mean, you could rosary link, couldn't you? You could use the entire, so maybe keep the 2 for your earrings, but have bits of chain, rosary links, and just have, you know, like a wraparound chain with, you know, all of that. And it's, especially with our outfits today, it would break up that sort of that colour block, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. And you can wear it everywhere, can't you? You know, these are not so overly sized that they couldn't be a ring and earrings or a pendant. I mean, they are perfect for that. £6.95 only for this beautiful strand. I'll count them all for you as well, so you know how many you're getting here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 in total. So that's 16 pendants. That's eight pairs of earrings, isn't it? You know, it's a very wearable gemstone, but also again goes every season. seems to be on trend. Winter, summer, spring, autumn, always seems to be on trend. You know, these animal prints. It was funny actually. I was saying to Tom yesterday, like, when I think about 10 years ago, I think about 2006, not 2000. I think about the 1990s, not like the noughties. Anyway, I'm running out of time. Check out those baskets as soon as you possibly can. Well done to every single one of you. We'll be back after this for your challenge show.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something that you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it, you've just made it, you think that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for atmosphere, sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
If you have a question or a query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2. Or alternatively, you can email help@jewellerymaker.com.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome everybody, nice to have your company this morning. My name is Eleanor and you're watching JewelleryMaker. I'm joined by the gorgeous Claire.
Hello.
I tell you what, we've only been here an hour. Well, no, I was in the studio for an hour. We've been here obviously a lot longer than that. And already it's just chaos, mayhem. Poor Scott, I think he's going to be going home in a second.
I think he is going to have a lie down though.
He's going to have a lie down, isn't he? He's probably two of we're particularly scatty this morning, Claire, aren't we?
I don't know what. You've got an excuse, I haven't.
No, I'm like that normally as well. We will be doing a demonstration with the lovely Claire, I understand, and we've got more inspiration coming your way from your designs are just incredible, absolutely beautiful. So make sure you do stay tuned. We've got lots of star buys coming your way. I'm now joined by the lovely Dion. You right, Dion? How are you feeling? Bump is growing, she's saying. Bump is growing. I've just had the weirdest. I'm sure little one just did a full 360 whilst I was talking to you just then. It makes you go, oh, doesn't it? Really peculiar feeling. How long have you got now, Dion? Is that 3 weeks until the due day? Yeah, that is crazy. It's flown by. So when are you leaving us? Next Sunday?
Oh,
Ah, she's going to have a bubba.
Yeah.
You've got to put up with me for a little bit longer, though. A little bit longer. Okay, now lots of star buys coming your way, including that gorgeous Appetite. We have got. I need to turn Dion up a bit. I can't hear her. What? Oh, I have got white pearls. Brand new, coming up at 9:30. So, beautiful star buy coming your way. Look at the iridescence. Look at the amount of those beautiful spectrum colours coming across every single one of these gorgeous coins. They're coming up at 9:30. We've also got, which will look amazing alongside this, brand new, we've got some mystic. Oh, I need this in my life. This is stunning. I'm going to go as far as saying this is my favourite strand of the year. This is beautiful, mystic coated topaz. Oh,
that's beautiful, isn't it?
That is amazing. First time I've seen it, literally right here on your screens. Absolutely stunning. Mystic topaz with that kaleidoscope of colour, previously known as the exotic topaz. I'll talk some more about it during the star buy. It's coming up at the top of this hour. My favourite strand of the year, I think. That's amazing, the amount of colours that you're getting from there. Can you just imagine just one of those on the décolletage? They're coming your way, so absolutely incredible. We've also got loads of deals, loads of deals. Should we get cracking? So I'm going to start with some sterling silver. These lovely waves, ribbons of lustre, liquid lustre. Now you've got 5 in total, and they are these gorgeous waves of sterling silver. They can be used as connectors, they can be used as pendants, they can be used as earrings. You've got the 2, as you can see, drill holes through the top and the bottom, so you could actually put them on the horizontal or on vertically if you wish, whichever you see fit. Solid, precious sterling silver. We're not talking about plated or an overlay. This is precious sterling silver. And you can see it's an extensive gram weight, especially when you put all 5 of them together. I'm wondering if you could just maybe put a small jump ring, connect them all together, and you've got a finished piece of jewellery, maybe as a bracelet, or maybe make an entire suite, or just suspend one of those lovely, one of those topaz that I've just shown you from the bottom. They'd be fantastic there, wouldn't they? 5 in total, and they do measure 26 by 7 millimeters, so really substantial. I'm going to turn these over so you can actually see that gorgeous liquid movement, so liquid luster. That's what it appears to be, and that's the high shine. There's the 925 stamp on this on the profile that you can see. So obviously telling your yourself and also your consumers or your loved ones, if you're gifting, that it is rare, beautiful, precious metal, and you have got the 5 as well. The curves, the movement, the play of light, that's what really adds to the beauty of a sterling silver piece of jewellery. Fabulous to have your company, and already lots of you on those phone lines. I'm not surprised. I haven't seen connectors quite like this. $10.95? What? $8.95? Hang on, I can't even do the maths on that now. That's less than £2 each, isn't it? £1.79 each. I mean, click. Again, I keep things quite simple myself, but you're very creative, hence why you're the guest designer. But I would just literally be attaching these by jump rings and making a bracelet out of that.
I don't think you need to do very much more than that. Or you know, when you've got the strand of the sapphires and the emeralds and rubies, I mean, you could alternate or have in between each one, you could have a set of each of the gems, couldn't you? Do like a whole full suite.
Yeah.
I mean, it would go beautifully with everything.
Everything. I'm just thinking.
One of those at the end, yeah. That'd be lovely.
How amazing would that be?
Yeah.
Just one one of them actually at the end of that sterling silver and a pair of earrings. They'd be fantastic, wouldn't they? Because you've got the movement of the colour from the actual Mystic coating, but also the lustre that you're getting from the sterling silver. Fabulous. £8.95 only. Good morning, Mrs. Pauline. Hello to you, Bethan. Hello to you, Alison. Hello to you, Nicola and Rosemary and Margaret and Anthea and Terry Ray and Gloucestershire and Marilyn and Linda in West Midlands. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. I don't blame you. I would be doing exactly the same. I'm just put sort of positioning one against my wrist, because I think, you know, you could just have some sterling silver chain coming from either side of those connectors and maybe even personalise it. Could you stamp onto this?
You wouldn't want to squash it, would you?
No. Or maybe have it engraved?
Yes, you could engrave it, couldn't you? That would probably be a better
option.
Yeah.
So there's nothing stopping you engraving or personalising this as well. But it doesn't need it, does it?
No. No, I think what's beautiful about it is that it's not overworked, is it? It's a very, very simple, that fluid. So I don't think you'd need to do too much.
Susan in Shropshire is saying, bend it round a ring mandrel, add a couple of topaz for a ring. Yeah, that's a great idea. So actually use this as a shank.
Yeah. There's a lot of metal there, isn't there? A
Yeah.
lot of precious.
Oh yeah, without shadow of doubt. That's a great idea, Susan. I agree. So you could literally turn it, what do you think, upwards, and then have the gemstone on the top. Yeah, great idea. Because you can see it's an extensive average gram weight. If I hold it on the profile, you can see it's not just a flimsy amount of sterling silver. You know, it has got real depth to it as well. 7 millimetres. 7 millimetres. You've got, in terms of its width, you've got the length there, 26 millimetres. But even if I turned it like so, you've got a good width in its diameter as well. And you're getting 5 of these. Well done. Stay where you are. Check out as soon as you possibly can. Again, keep it very simple. Sterling silver doesn't have to be just for sort of our very experienced jewellery makers. You know, if you take something like this and just put it onto some sterling silver chain, you've got a very high-end piece of jewellery. Fabulous. Speaking of sterling silver, I've got some more to bring you. Some more. So, oh, I'm going to have to shimmy everything towards me a little bit. Bear with. There we go. Don't panic, that wasn't me falling off. Oh, I've never seen this. This is solid sterling silver in a ring shank. And it's adjustable. Never seen this before. It's amazing. Look at that. So what you have, precious sterling silver, and as you can see, a really substantial amount of it, approximately 2 grams. It's adjustable, which I'll just get to, but I just want to focus on these 9 little connectors or jump rings. If I turn it like that, you can see them better. So you could attach jump rings to these, silver jump rings, and then briolets or whatever gemstone you choose. You can channel set in those as well.
You can just attach directly. You wouldn't need the jump ring either. You could just attach directly with the wire. So if you've got some sterling silver, say 0.4, 0.6, you could just put it straight on. I mean, obviously depending on the drill hole of your gemstone, but you could just take your do your briolet wrap on your gemstone and then leave enough of a tail, and then you just do a wrap loop enclosed into those jump rings. That'd be wonderful. You could just a cluster of so many different gems.
Because you'd have the movement there as well, wouldn't you? Yeah. Which is going to really accentuate a pleochroic gemstone or a trichroic gemstone or maybe a colour change gemstone. Yeah, so so the likes of Chopard, the likes of Piaget, the likes of Glenn Lehrer, a very good friend of ours. Again, all do embrace not just the beauty of gemstones, but the beauty of movement as well. Gemma Crow actually used something quite similar yesterday. You've got a lot of sterling silver, and it is actually adjustable, as you can see, so it can go right the way down to approximately, I was just trying to measure it then, approximately a size 5, which is probably a J, and probably right the way up to whatever you choose, because it has got, like I said, that adjustability at the back there. So beautiful. There's a lot of sterling silver within, a lot of luster within, a lot of opportunities, if you know what I mean. So you can anchor onto these to create that cluster movement popcorn style ring, or you can use it as channel setting.
And don't forget, you can also very, very gently sort of move them out of, so you could sort of splay them out slightly, the jump rings, so you could have a different shapes as well.
Yes, I like that idea. So what you're saying is just taking these jump rings and maybe putting them at a different angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Could you use this with your silver clay?
Yes, you probably could, couldn't you? Just you could create your own little tiny charms or something, couldn't you, to put on there? Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Never seen anything like it before, and I'm loving it. Precious metal, don't forget, this is monetary value straight away, what you're looking at, without anything being done. My goodness, we're at $6.95. $6.95. You know, this is a perfect gift or introductory piece, if you like, to jewellery making, and you're starting with the precious metals.
But I mean, at that price, although it's sterling silver, but you could say, if you do resin or you do polymer clay, I mean, you could snip off all the jump for that price. If you know somebody who they only like to wear sterling silver, they don't like plated metals, you could snip all those off, couldn't you, and just have that and embed it into the polymer clay, which I would never think normally to put the two together, but at that price you absolutely could. Yeah.
Seriously, I was not expecting this to be $6.95. No. I was kind of expecting this to be, I mean, I know JewelleryMaker always bring you amazing deals, but what were you thinking? 10, 12, 14 pounds, maybe? Yeah. Because you've got approximately 2 grams of precious metal here. It's a big look, it's a big ring, and it doesn't have to be rings. It can also be, pendants. You can open this out if you wanted to, actually sort of stretch out either side. So have that, make the most of those gorgeous sort of tapered shoulders. You could use it as a bracelet, couldn't you?
Yes,
and maybe even remove.
Yeah, I've done that with another one. So all you'd need to do is either with a small, if you've got like a pin drill, or say, like the hole punches that we do, just put, say, maybe 2, if you splay it out, little hammer so it's flattened, and then just put holes in and attach your jump rings at the side. So yeah, because you can view it, can't you, as an awful lot of precious metal, so
it is as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and anything that if you do decide to cut anything off at this price point, we wouldn't normally say that, would we, about sterling silver like this, but at this price point you could. But even if you do, please keep hold of it. Never disregard it. Keep hold of, have a little pot of sterling silver. You'd be amazed how quickly it mounts up, and just how much it equates to if you go on to sell it then. Lots of you choosing 2 multi-buy. Well done to each and every single one of you. Fabulous. Now, are we going over to our next kit? Oh, the demonstration. Sorry, because yes, our clay, we put you, well, it was a little bit spur of the moment, wasn't it? Spur of the moment. Now, clay, basically, for those of you that have just tuned in, it's a challenge day, because clay, you didn't have these kits in advance?
I had it about 24 hours. So compared to we normally get a week or 2 weeks. So I had it for like about a
24
day.
hours. Yeah. So we didn't want to say, right, what is it that you're going to demonstrate to us straight away?
No. I'm ready now.
And now the left arm knows what the right arm's doing. We know what we're doing, don't we? Yeah. We do know what we're doing. Yeah. Fabulous. So these are the pieces that Claire actually created for you from the first kit. So for those of you that are thinking, oh, I missed that, have a little look on our website or speak to our contact centre. These are the wonderful pieces and it was happiness is in a cabochon, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Or happiness is a cabochon, something like that. Anyway,
and happiness is also all that silver wire as well.
Yeah,
that you get.
Totally. So fantastic. Which one are you going to demonstrate for us?
It's essentially the same sort of technique that you can then use in both. So just the same sort of setting. It's just whether you add or take away certain layers. So what we're going to try and do, if I show you Could I have the
this one?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
And then I can just talk through a little bit. Because what we're going to do, we're going to start to create. If I hold it sort of from the side like that, so you can see that the setting is sort of built up in different layers of the 1 mil wire. So we're sort of like, so we've got this top layer. So we're going to sort of do these sort of elaborate prongs, and they're mirrored by the bottom layer here. And then if I turn it over, can you see you've sort of got a prong setting at the back, and then we've got just a straightforward straight line of wire going through. So you can see, so it's sort of built up with 4 different layers. So it's just, if I just show you that, so you can just see how it all sort of fits together. Okay.
Can I just big you up a minute?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, no problem. Everyone listening now.
Yeah. I was sort of sat at home the other night, and I was showing Tom, my fiance, for those who don't know, your pieces of work. And I was just going, it's just amazing. I mean, look, this comes from a spool of wire and everything. I was telling him about your background, because you've got a similar background to Tom, haven't you? Both engineers.
Yes.
And he was like, seriously, that is incredible.
Aww,
but your work is so neat, Claire.
Thank you.
So neat. I mean, whenever I attempt to cabochon wrap, it's an absolute bird's nest at the back. Look how neat. Look how polished this is.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if it did turn around, as things do when you're wearing them, it's not a shame when it's your pieces of jewellery. When it would be mine, it'd be like, oh, gosh, what is that? What is that? Yours is amazingly detailed. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Thank you. That's very nice of you. I'll pay you later now.
No, it's true. It's true.
So, you know, I was saying when you were talking about the kit, how good it is to have, you know, sometimes when you've got a standard size. So with something like this, you can follow this. So if I just show you how you can just draw out.
Of course, you've done template.
Yeah. Which you don't have to do, and I don't often do, but sometimes if I want to have these different layers, it's just easy. I'm not going to measure now, but you could measure out these different points if that feels more comfortable for you, because obviously what you want to do is you want these different layers to come at different points of the when we're setting the cabochon. So as I say, we've got these prong points, so I'll probably bring the prongs coming in, if I show you like that, at these points, and I can leave this picture for that it can go on the Facebook photos if you like. And then on these points here, I'm going to have my bail coming up here, and these points here are where I would have the 2 lots of the prongs.
That's a really great idea, because sometimes, you know, you'll have something in your head.
Yes.
And then what you have in your head doesn't necessarily actually go into the piece of jewellery. So this has given you, you know, I suppose a recipe to follow.
Yes, which some people really like. It's a lot more comfortable sometimes if you're given measurements or you know, parts like that. That's why when you've got a set cabochon size, it's quite useful to follow. So what I would do there is I'm going to use again, you've got your, you know, the soft, so I'm using the 1 mil, and I can just start, so I can work on I can either cut probably about 25-30 centimetres each, and I can start, or I can work from the reel, and I can just use that template to start off building the different layers. So I know one of my layers just needs to be a straightforward, straight piece of wire, so I can cut that, and that's 1 layer. My next layer, if I just snip a little bit off, my next layer wants to be, I can do the prongs, so it's these points here. So I would work along, I'm going to leave a little bit of a tail. So if I have a look here and I work along the drawing. So what I need to do, I'm going to start off at this point, and I'm going to use my chain nose pliers just to start making the prongs. So all I'm going to do, I'm going to grip, I'm going to push in at a right angle and probably give myself maybe about 6 millimetres, 5-6 millimetres, and bring back. So you can see it's very, very easy to make. Now when I've made the first bit and I've come sort of through, I'm just going to insert my chain nose pliers back round, so I'm then following on to make the next one. So if I pop that on there, you can see, so that would start to, if I just bring it there, so I've covered 1 prong, and I would go along all the way around and create my next one. So my next point would be about here. So I'd do exactly the same, so I can work creating those prongs. So that's if I want to like think about it as, so that's the prong layer. So I keep doing that, and I think 4 is going to be more than enough. So I go along, following that, and I've got my prong layer. So we'd have that type of effect. So can you see I've got 4 prongs there. So if I lay them out, they're going to sort of fit in that where I've put them on the drawing. So I can pop that to the side, so I know I'm ready with that one. I've got the straightforward, the straight wire, so I've done nothing to that one, just cut off the length of about 30.
That's just going to go around the middle.
So that will be sandwiched in. So I've got 2. So what I need to do now, I need to do, the last 2 are exactly the same. They're the prongs and the decoration. So it's the sort of the elaborate prong and the decoration at the back. So it's exactly the same, but obviously it's where we position it.
Look at how beautiful that is.
So you can see, so there's that section and that section. And all that is if I pop that down for a minute. So again, I'm going to take a length of the 1mm. If I just snip this off, and remember you might need a little bit longer for this because you're going to be adding some loops to it. And then what we've said, if we look at our drawing, we're going to add the loops at these points. Now it's entirely up to you whether you want to have a loop here. It's a nice design either way. I have done the 2 different versions, so I've got a loop here as well as a loop sort of going down, but it's entirely up to you. It's a little bit fiddlier, but you could just have the 3 if you wanted. So if we start off, so I'm going to find the sort of midpoint in the wire that I've got, and I'm going to use a point on my round nose pliers. Now it might be more comfortable for you if you wanted to mark, if you want to put a little mark on, so you'd have a mark at like a wider point and a mark at the narrower point. But if I just take it so if I drop it down to the widest point, I'm going to make the larger of the circles. So I've got the middle piece there. So then I'm going to take it down to the narrow point. I'm going to have my smaller circles at the side, and I'll just repeat that on the other side. So I'm going to come all the way around. So you can see, so I've just, by using my pliers at different points, so the widest point and quite a narrow point, I've just created like a little three loops there. But what that does, that gives me that sort of that prong setting. So it's going to give me, I've got the straight prongs at the back and then this sort of more decorative piece at the front. So I would go along in exactly the same way. So I'm going to put it up against the drawing and I go across, and then I can gauge where so
you're going to do the next.
That.
Yeah, you don't need this necklace, do you, after you've finished demonstrating? Do you?
Do you want it?
Yeah, I definitely do. Deb, hello to you, my lovely. Good morning. She's saying,
hi,
Claire,
Deb.
you're absolutely amazing. I love these pendants. They look so expensive. Lovely to see you this morning, and you, Elle. Lovely to have your company, my darling. It's always a pleasure. You don't need this one after, dear. Can hide it.
I have to say good morning to little Flynn as well.
Little Flynn?
Yeah, he's Deb's guinea pig. He likes watching too. So,
I love guinea pigs.
Yeah, they squeak, don't they? Oh, is it? I thought they really do.
No, they don't meep.
Don't they?
No, guinea pigs go. Anyway, yes.
So now, so you can see, so the slight difference here is, with this one, so you know how I said it's the same principle. Sorry, can I reach over? That's very rude, isn't it? So with that one there, this is the one it'll sort of turn out like. So you've got that prong detail here, but then with this one, we've got the 3 layers. So we've got 3 layers going round rather than the 4. So you can see, so I will start off like that, and then as I make my next one, it sort of improves because you make amendments, don't you, and improve your design.
It improves. Yes. You can't improve on perfection.
Well, it did get a little bit better from the first, and there were
amazing
few mistakes.
designs.
But when you've got this much wire, you can have a really good play.
Gaina, hello to you. She said, good morning, Eleanor, Claire and crew. Claire is an amazing designer and someone I aspire to become as good as. I totally, what a lovely message, and I totally agree with you there. I think she is aspirational as well, and that ultimately is what our guest designers should be.
That's
is someone to aspire to their creations. And every time that I'm working with you, Claire, I'm always like,
oh, thanks.
No, I'm not just saying it.
Really
I genuinely
nice.
mean it. Genuinely mean it.
Gaina. So all I'm going to do now is I'm going to work hard a little bit, because obviously you've got that lovely soft wire, which has already worked hardened considerably as we've sort of used it in the pliers. But what I want to do now, I want to flatten out so it's going to sit nicely against the cabochon. So I'm just going to give a little tap with the hammer, and I would go all the way along, and I wouldn't worry with quite a light pressure like that. I wouldn't worry too much because I'm not giving really, really big hits. I'm just so little taps, so you don't have to be too worried about where you cross over. You know how we say with sort of a harder wire, if you've got wires crossing over, you're okay in this nice soft wire to just little taps over, and you don't have to worry too much about it because it's a little bit softer. So go along and do that on all of those, my detail there, and I do that on all of them. I would also do that, so that work hardening on the prongs. So what you need to do at that point is you can just then wire, because you've got the 0.4 again in the kit, or you can use the 0.25. So if I just swap over now to this one, so I will talk through it, sorry, that one there. So if we have a look, all I've done, I've laid them out, and you can see there, so can you see how I've bound either side of the, so I've got the fancy prong setting that I've hammered, and I've got my 0.4 wire, and I've just gone along and few wraps round. And now for neatness, try and keep your wraps sort of like the same amount if you can. So you can see, so I've used the 0.4 there, you can use your 0.25 if you prefer, it's whatever suits, you know, whatever you're comfortable with. But can you see so how I've wrapped all of those, so it now becomes, all those different pieces of wire become one whole piece. So, and if we look at the order that it's in, so this bottom layer is the prong layer. So the bottom layer was,
that's where your cabochon
I'll show you that one.
Yeah.
So that's the bottom layer. Yeah, okay. Then we've got our next layer, which sort of is just giving us a little bit of height, a little bit of depth, so it sits nicely and securely. So that will be just our standard, the wire that we just cut and we didn't do anything with. And then we've got the top one, which is our fancy prongs that we've hammered.
Gorgeous scrolls. Another message from Susie. Hello to you, Susie. She said, good morning, Eleanor, Claire and JM crew. Beautiful designs, Claire, as always. And love and hugs to everyone. Love and hugs to you too. I got lots of love, Claire, for your designs, as always.
That's really nice, isn't it? It's really lovely.
Justified, my lovely.
So you can see, so what the other thing I did with, although I've hammered them slightly, I want these prongs to sort of go in just ever so slightly. So I've got my round nose pliers and I'm going to go in on the larger loop and I'm just bending them in slightly.
Curving, yeah.
Just curving just a little bit, so it's going to really hug and that cabochon. So now I can just slot the cabochon in and it sits in nicely, and I can push against, because I've got the prongs at the back and I've got the setting at the front, so I can just nice press down.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
No. So I've got, now what I'm going to do with these, I'm going to splay these out so that I've got them in sort of alternate. So I've got one coming across this way, then the next one, then the next one, then the next one. So can you see how they're sort of crisscrossing, but there is a pattern to them?
Yeah, totally.
Now if I wanted to put on one of these details at this top section, I would use one of these wires. So one of the front ones, and all you would need to do is you would just recreate, so if I use my round nose pliers, you can just recreate that pattern. So you can see I'm just doing it very roughly, but it just gives you the idea of how you would get, can you see? So if I continue working and obviously spend a little bit longer, so I'd have my 3 here, but that then mirrors the designs, the patterns going around. So that's entirely up to you. But if you do like a nice big fancy bow, you don't necessarily have to.
No.
So what we want to do, I'm going to grip here, and I can use one of these, so I'd have a little look at the lengths of the wire, and I want 2 reasonably long ones for the bail, but I can wrap around. So if I just wrap all of these around, so just to secure.
Whilst you're doing that, Polly in Cheshire is saying brilliant designs as always, Claire. Love how you tutor. It's always so clear and easy to follow. Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice. Thank you. Thanks, Polly.
Full of compliments for you today, this morning.
Really lovely. So I'm just going to snip that off there, just so that you get the idea. So what we do now, we've got a couple of these, and this is again. So I suppose in the you can freestyle this as much as you like, you know, in the same way like Laura Binding does, who knows the ace of doing the cabochon. So you can sort of freestyle at this area, or you can follow. If I just show you here, so I would have taken to produce this bail here. So the more ornate bail, you can see I've got three structural wires. So I've got these outer ones where again I followed that sort of that 3-loop design. So again, if you wanted to do that, the 3 bail, 3-wire bail. So if I just show you, we can have a little look. So I'd probably, if I move that shorter one out the way, I would take the longer ones. So I need the short one.
To be the side.
Yes.
The
so
shoulders.
all I would do there is I would do exactly the same as when we created those layers. So I've got a small loop here, drop it down to my widest point of my round nose pliers, create a larger loop, and again a smaller loop. So I've taken that design again.
Ah, I see
so
what you're doing
here. So
yeah.
that would be how, and I would then do exactly the same on that side. And then using my weaving wire, whether you choose to do your 0.25 or your 0.4, you do your figure of 8 weave going across.
If you've never seen the figure of 8 weave, again, I think that's pretty much on pretty much every, well, most wirework DVDs,
yes.
Or on our website as well, all the W's at JewelleryMaker.com. I'm sure you could probably find it on there and various different YouTube tutorials as well. Got another message. Sarah in Cheshire saying such an elegant design. I'm going to give this a go. Very clear demo. Thank you, Claire. Love that large amethyst cabochon.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. But you can see it's entirely up to you. You can see the difference there. There's a subtle difference of you know, how many layers. So obviously this is the 4-layer. So we got that the prong setting in exactly the same way. We've got that on the base. On this one we haven't. So this one is just a 3. And we haven't got such detailed or elaborate bail. But you can see these, if I just show you these parts here, if I just bring them forward slightly, can you see there? So all that would be, I could use this wire here and I would just spiral that. So I can just give it a little spiral. Obviously you would take a lot longer than this and make it really nice and neat. Now when it's at that point, I would just ease that out and hammer it. So I'm going to turn it over, hammer it to work harden, and then when I'm happy with how flat it is, I can just move that. So if I take it like that, and if this were my bail here, so if we just bring that across so you can see the bail, all I've done is I would then just loop that in front.
Make it part of the design itself.
So that becomes that.
Sonia, hi ladies. Claire, you're an absolutely amazing designer and you make it look so easy. Love your work. Yeah, she does, doesn't she?
Sonia.
She really, really does.
Thank you.
Incredible.
So
and you don't need that one. Okay, yeah, you probably do. You probably do. It's gorgeous, absolutely stunning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Absolutely fabulous as always. More inspiration from Claire coming your way, as if you haven't given us enough. More amazing kits, more incredible deals, including this next star buy. Welcome everybody, nice to have your company. Wasn't she wonderful? And she always is. Now, for those of you that are new to sort of your cabochons and things like that, because there is no drill hole, there's nowhere necessarily to anchor onto, this next star buy is a great alternative because it gives you that starting point as well. But just to give you a little bit of a heads up, whenever it comes to cultured pearls, especially in quite a unique shape like this, they always sell out. These are stunning. There's such an abundance of pearlescence across the surface of these, it's just unbelievable. Now, a cultured pearl formed within a living organism, of course, a mollusk, can grow in whatever shapes and size. It's like you and I, you know, they are organic. They are a natural material. When you start seeing baroque shapes, keshi shapes, biwa shapes, coin shapes like this, then obviously they've grown in quite an individual way. Those individual characteristics, actually, in my opinion, play to the pearl's advantage because they show off not only that they are genuine, and when they've got textures, and my fingers, the fact they're doing this, when they've got textures, as light hits those surfaces, it's going to give you a performance of colour across the surface as well. So surface lustre, or orient, I suppose, as it's meant, is the correct term when we're referring to pearls. Notice how you're not just getting that white classic colour, you're also getting a very soft pearlescence, a shimmer across the surface, which again is a big valuing factor. 2016, we are massively embracing your more individual shaped pearls. You know, I'm seeing it on the red carpet. I've seen so many Hollywood A-listers wearing your organic shapes like this. Certainly some of our national treasures on our British screens, I'm seeing wearing beautiful beautiful pearls with all of these individual characteristics, which means then that, you know, as is often the case when fashion follows, price tags also elevate. Now these are a staggering 15mm size individually, so just consider for one moment just how substantial that mollusk had to be to actually to form this beautiful rare genuine gemstone. I absolutely love our sort of the Biwa, the Keshi, the Baroque pearls, the flat coins like this, because they to me just scream, I am Mother Nature, I am genuine gemstones, and you know that they are without shadow of a doubt the real deal. If I turn my hand to the profile, you can actually see as well, some of them have got like a dome effect, some have crevices, some have curves, but they all have that gorgeous reflection of colour across the surface. Straight away, Janet, Emma, Gloucestershire, Kirsty, Cambridgeshire, Essex, Anthea, Linda, Roseanne, Rosie, Susan, Ken, hello to you. Terry Ray, you're on those phone lines as well. Now, we have a quantity of 150. That might seem like a lot. It's not, is it, Claire?
No.
We've seen 150 sell out within a matter of seconds here at JewelleryMaker, and it's not unusual to see that when it comes to pearls, because we know pearls from a very young age. I think we recognise that they are, you know, valuable.
Yeah, I think, yeah, in the same way with almost like amethyst, everybody knows them, don't they? But I mean, I don't know, I've not seen that strand before. I've seen that shape, but smaller, but the colours that you're coming across there are just are fantastic, absolutely amazing. You know, if you're doing like bridal or anything like, I mean, that you'd have to.
Do you know, this arrived literally this morning, so it's the first time I'm seeing it as well. And yesterday, because I'm due to get married next year, and I'm obviously going to try and make a lot of things myself, including I want to make my own bouquet.
Yes.
I want to do that with satin and with pearls rather than actually using your flowers. And I saw things like this just stitched onto. It looks so beautiful.
But if you look at it from, never mind that how sort of the aesthetic value of how beautiful it actually is, practically it's wonderful as well, because you've got that large surface area. So if you were to make sort of flowers out of mesh or wire, you need something to cover up the sort of the central bit where all your workings are. Yeah. So that is wonderful, because you've got that disc shape, that coin shape, so it covers it all, you know, with one gemstone.
One gemstone, rather than having to use lots and lots and lots of individual ones. That's a really good point. Yeah, so perfect for your bridal style jewellery. Perfect for any occasion, to be honest. You know, whether you're just knocking around in your jeans and a shirt, it's going to look absolutely appropriate, as pearls always do. But the more organic shapes, the more individual shapes like this, always fly. We had 151 exactly today. It's a launch, so first time that you'll see. Look at those Paraiba blues. The colour's amazing. You know, we talk about chromatic shifts. I love that. Chromatic shifts. We talk about that when it comes to your amalite, and again another organic gemstone, and how those colours almost seem to migrate across the surface of the gem. When you've got pearls which are of such a high grade like this, the pearlescence is so incredibly abundant, they almost have that migration of colour, play of colour if you like, across the surface. And like I say, it's not just white, is it? You can see soft tones, I suppose, of blues and pinks and greens and yellows. Silvers as well, high beautiful shine, brand new star buy, and already loads of you are there. Many of you on the web are choosing to multi-buy. I'm wondering if you know something that I don't as of yet. I'm going to be investing a lot in pearls just in the forthcoming months, just because I figure when I'm off on maternity as well, there's something I can be doing for your bridesmaids. I want to make my own bouquet, maybe even my own table decorations with genuine pearls, and why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? And that might sound a little bit extravagant, but the reality is Because we shop with JewelleryMaker, I can buy the real deal at an affordable price tag rather than the plastics and the synthetics. I can because I tune in and I shop on such star buys and launch opportunities. But look at the quantity. Almost a third of the stock has gone. And I'm looking at rows upon rows of web bidders and telephone bidders who are making those confirmations already. Kathleen, Carolyn, Teresa, Wendy, Deborah, Tracy, Tessa, London. I can't physically read everyone's names, but you're going to be there for, if you're on those phone lines, you should be successful. As you can see, there is still quantity. High pearlescent shine. Shine as well. That's the thing. These are really beautifully shiny. You know, it's not a matte pearl, is it? It's a really glossy, glossy pearl. I love them. The only coins that I've brought you this entire week. Now, let's bring that price tag in because already lots of confirmations. Do you see what I mean? Now, because you've got that large surface area that Claire was talking about, Claire, I mean, you don't have to use loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of pearls in any one design.
No, straight away I'm thinking I would, you know the long chain, the long silver chain that you had earlier, I'd get that, I'd have one, and you could either just have one on its own on a head pin and that's all, or I'm thinking that, you know, the topaz that you've got, I'd maybe have a couple of those. So you've got,
oh gosh, that would look amazing.
Just you'd have that lovely long length of chain, but they're very, very different gems. But you've got all those beautiful, beautiful colours together.
They're very different, but yet they've got those colours, haven't they, which work amazingly next to each other. Ollie was just saying that yesterday's show with the lovely Mark, he used it as a backdrop. He used pearls. Wasn't this strand? But he suggested using a pearl as a backdrop, maybe like sort of the moon or something like that.
Yeah, he did. Yes, I think he did beautiful trees of tree of life, didn't he? So that would be, that's a wonderful idea.
It is, because you've got that big at this price point as well, you know. And they have got that big size, so you could easily make maybe a silhouette. Across the surface, and those love that idea. Gloucestershire, good luck. Worcestershire, good luck. Catriona, good luck. Anne, Jane, Jennifer, Rosalind, Isabel, Naya, Natasha, Terry Ray. I'm saying good luck because you're yet to check out, and I've still got lots of you on the phone lines. Many are actually choosing to multi-buy. We've got approximately how long? 45-second wait. So, not a great deal, and it's a free telephone number anyway. So, and if you're on those phone lines waiting, our contact centre will be with you as soon as they physically can. You could just restrand this, couldn't you?
You could, yeah. You could.
You don't need to do anything.
Yeah, or have one with the chain either side, and keep it very simple because they are stunning, really stunning.
Maybe have it as a sort of a headdress design as well, just one.
Yes,
in the centre. That would be fantastic. You could certainly sew these onto beautiful vintage designs. Again, something I saw the other day in a bridal magazine. I was like, oh gosh, that's amazing. She had very Sheila Davis-like. She had what was probably backing fabric, and then lots of embellishments and beads and gemstones and everything, and it just went across the side of her. It was in a replacement to a veil. It just looked amazing.
The other thing you could do as well with that shape and all those colours is, you know, when you can wire them onto hair grips, you know, just sort of like bobby pins. And again, if you're looking for bridal work, you know, you have a look at the different prices around. For a set of 3, you're looking at around, you know, between like £16–20, and that's much smaller pearls.
Yeah.
So again,
and would they be real?
Probably not. You know, that's the thing, isn't it? But it's minimal jewellery making work.
Absolutely, love it. And these are really going to have that impact as well in the hair. They're not going to get lost, are they? Down to the final third of stock. Do stay where you are on those phone lines. Absolutely incredible. Speaking of bridal, actually, we've got a nice bridal opportunity coming up next, which will go amazing with these. So please do stay where you are. I'm looking at about 40 of you that still have it in your basket. So and still there is a little bit of a queue on the phone line. So on that basis, it's going to be we're oversubscribed. So first come, first serve. Aren't they incredible? What was that, Ollie? You just said. Do you want me to show you with that? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I've not seen these before.
It's a wonderful colour, isn't it?
I mean, not just bridesmaid jewellery or bridal jewellery. I mean, this is incredible, beautiful foundations, I suppose, to any fascinator, to any tiara-like designs. You've got a beautiful soft lilac purple. And these, if I just show you right at the attention to detail. So these are comfortable to wear as well, where you've got that cushion protection there as well, because there's nothing worse than wearing a headband and then it digs into the side of your head. How many times have you gone to, I don't know, the races or a wedding or something like that? I mean, Ollie's like that. Yeah, I know. But you know, and you start getting those pressure pains behind the ears. And you've got to move, and you do the old moving around of the headband. Who's done it? Come on, we've all done it. You end up going, right, I'll put it up there for a minute. Put it right there. I'll put it in front of my ears for a minute. You've done it, Claire. You know you have.
And you have like indentations, don't you? Yeah, if it's
and it lasts for hours.
Yeah.
You know, even after you've taken it off, the following day is still like that. Oh. It's like someone's been drilling into the side of your head. Ours are really soft, aren't they? Yeah. There's the point to my story, by the way. Ours are really, really soft, so they don't have that pinch, I suppose. They are, and I'll do this, look, really flexible. Flexible yet strong, so they are going to be comfortable to wear, which is something that you don't really consider prior to the event, and then you wish you had thought about it when you're actually wearing it. I've got hats, fascinators, and again, I tend to actually prefer an Alice band like this, but I've been starting to change my Alice bands to JewelleryMaker ones, just because they are that bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Because I'm just thinking, I want to see the price of those, because Lola wears them all the time. My daughter, she's got very, very long hair, and she's really fussy about, you know, how uncomfortable or how comfortable they are. Well, because I mean, you do nothing else with them. Just that's they're really
they're
pretty,
lovely like this, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really, really pretty. Yeah. I bet there's lots of little girls watching right now, or well, not just little girls. I'd wear these as well.
That's it.
That are thinking, yeah, I like those. Think what one would be on the high street. How much is one of these headbands or Alice bands, whichever whatever you call them, would be on the high street? And in Shropshire. This is the whole bridesmaid suite. Yeah, it is. It is. You've got the however many bridesmaids you have, because you can also younger girls could wear these. Your flower girls.
Yeah.
And your older bridesmaids.
Absolutely. Yeah, any age.
Love it. Can you put the headband around your neck, please? Certainly. No problem. I can do that because that's a great idea. Use it as a talk necklace. And really comfortable. Oh, it fits perfect, actually. Excuse a little Brutus scratch marks on my neckline. Simple. Yeah, my little puppy still likes to sleep up here. It was Brutus, I promise. Bernadette saying, hi girls, I've been wedding dress shopping with my daughter, and I take a look at the jewellery in the bridesmaid stores, in bridal stores, sorry, and the prices are outrageous. They really are. They really, really, really are. Anything that you see wedding before, they'll probably triple the price. Probably. It's ridiculous. It is really ridiculous. You can negotiate, there's nothing stopping you negotiating with them, but with your amazing creativities and your talents, why not make them yourself?
And you've got all the enjoyment as well, haven't you, of, you know, doing
and
that.
It's bespoke.
Yes, yeah.
Can you wire wrap onto these?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could do. And what would be very nice, you know, we did the silk covered wire, so that would be a lovely addition, but you could do, with, you know, if you've got the first kit with all the that lovely silver wire, you could absolutely do that with that. It would look really nice with that lilac. Angela
in Tyne and Wear is saying, morning everyone. A bad time with names today. Third text, Claire's work is fab for me. Your daughter, is it granddaughter? Me, granddaughter, Geronimo.
Oh, Geronimo. I think it's Angela that might have won the. I did a dash hound. I think it might be Angela. She named the little dash hound Geronimo.
Ah, Oh, okay.
Morning,
Sorry, Angela.
yeah.
I didn't know what that needed explaining to me. Ah, fantastic.
Well, that's a nice morning then, isn't it?
Coffee and Jewellery Maker couldn't ask for
Yeah.
more. No, I agree. I totally agree with you there. Let's bring those price tags in. You're getting all three, £6.95. I think you'd pay that for one, wouldn't you? Even if you went to, you know that big store, the one which does the sort of cheap clothes and accessories and things like that, and it tends to be like a jumble sale.
Yeah.
Drives me mad. Absolutely drives me mad. I reckon you'd pay probably about that for one of these. Wouldn't you?
That'd be a nice, you know how you're holding them there? It'd be a nice effect. You could wire them, couldn't you? Or sort of tape them in some way with fabric at the bottom and have like a three, have the three together. That would be a nice...
that could maybe be a design, couldn't
Yeah.
it? Nothing stopping you doing that at all. Well then, stay where you are, check out as soon as you can, because we have got... Oh, I love this chain. I absolutely love this chain. It's not just jewellery, it's fashion. This is really fashion forward. Edgy designs, it's for him and it's for her. It's substantial, so obviously it's gonna get noticed. It's got those beautiful cubic links. Really strong, so it could support some of your weightiest and heaviest designs. 5mm is the diameter of every single one of those links, and you're getting 5 meters on a chain as well. I love these as anklets. I love them as handbag chains.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it was like that yesterday, you know, with Gemma's work. Yeah. Didn't she use it as like a bezel setting? So
yes,
you could have, you've got the, you know, the round shell, the snake print ones, so you could use, and it would, the colours would complement beautifully.
I saw that actually. Let me bring that strand back in. I saw that on the web. Yeah, she literally did this because I thought, oh gosh, look how flexible it is. Yeah, like that, wasn't it?
Yeah, very clever. It looks really good like that, doesn't it? Really good.
Really does. I mean, obviously, when it's finished, it looks fantastic. But you get the general idea. So, and then you could even sew onto it, couldn't you? The wire.
You could do, and you could, yeah, you could, because you've got all those lovely gaps in between the links, so you could put cord or, you know, threads through.
Love it, and I'm pretty sure the one yesterday was in gold, though, wasn't it? It was a gold colour.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
So this is the silver colour. Yeah. I've seen it once previously. Always one of our always sells out. Love it because it's great for him and for her. Very substantial. Again, you can use this in your home decor. You can use it in your fashion. You can use it in your handbags as well. Maybe if you wanted to jazz up or maybe attach take a clutch and turn it into a shoulder bag. You could do that with this as well. 5 meters you're getting in total, so this entire spool of your box chain, really strong and durable, at £12.95. I mean, out of 5 meters, you're going to get a lot of jewellery, aren't you?
It'd be lovely to have, you know, just like three different layers of different lengths. I mean, you could do lots out of that, couldn't you?
Body chain?
Yeah.
That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Because a body chain is quite... how do I describe it? Edgy, quite rocky, I suppose. So, yeah, I mean, this is quite an edgy chain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely adore the fact that it is so incredibly versatile, and yet you can sew onto it. You could easily tone it down if you wanted to. You can make it more delicate looking if you wanted to. Pauline, Sue, Victor, Jill, Sandra, Lean, Kathleen, Sandra and Donna and Pauline and Rosemary and Diane. Nice to have your company. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. Yeah, it'd be fabulous. And yeah, just long layers of chains. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
It really would. Or just building up that real structure. You know, you just wire them all together, and you'd have like a lovely, you know, lovely cuff there. And, you know, if you wanted to, you could. You know how we've done the demo with the cabochon. You could then just sort of wire a cabochon. You know, you'd still do your setting, your wire work setting, just wire it into, again, because you've got all that lovely space in between each link, so you could just wire it on, and then you've got a fantastic, you know, quite a statement cuff, haven't you?
It would be really an amazing statement cuff. And could you maybe glue this onto cuffs?
Yeah, you could do, yeah, absolutely.
Watch straps, again, because it is that size. Yeah. Gents jewellery, again, for gents necklaces or bracelets. Not often I can bring you a chain, which is, you know, it's more of a masculine. I want to say masculine because then that takes it away, I suppose, from the feminine design. Because I'd wear this.
I think though, with when it's certain designs, you can either dress up or dress down, can't you, to have it feminine or masculine, depending what you do with it.
Yeah, without doubt. Beautiful. Well done. Stay where you are on those phone lines. I need to move on. It's time for your beautiful star buy. I am absolutely head over heels in love with this strand. The first time I've seen it was literally, what, half hour ago? Probably not even that. It's the Mystic Topaz. Beautiful. I've got no idea what it's going to. We did a bit of filming before the show, so I didn't get a chance to sort of do my research that I normally would do. It's already caught my attention. It's already caught Claire's attention. I'm going to go as far as saying it's one of the most. I think it's the most beautiful strand that we've done this year. It's my favourite strand this year. Previously known as the Exotic Topaz. It's coming up as a star buy next. Oh, I only have 53. I wish I had a bigger quantity. Dion's just informed me. Now, back in the 1990s, a treatment of a gemstone was invented called the exotic treatment. What that basically means is taking usually a topaz, but it can be other colourless gemstones as well, and influencing it to microns, tiny, tiny, tiny microns of different types of metals, would actually produce a kaleidoscope effect. So for those of you that sort of had a kaleidoscope when they were young and used to sort of see that the movement of colours, the swirls, that's what you see in a mystic coating. So if you've ever seen exotic as a name, it refers to that treatment, or mystic. It's basically exactly the same thing. Since its invention, it has without shadow of a doubt been regarded as one of the most beautiful and most popular treatments of gems. Now, buy with confidence from us here at JewelleryMaker, because we are absolute sticklers to make sure that our mystic coating is consistent, is uniformed, so you're not getting sort of blockages, I suppose, of the colour where the movement doesn't travel across the exterior of the gemstone. And this is a shining example. Every time you see a mystic gemstone, whether it be any other establishment out there, you know, be picky about the quality of the treatment. And when you find something which you think, right, that's amazing, look at those colours. I wouldn't see those colours maybe in I don't know, a sapphire, a tanzanite, a ruby, an emerald. You probably wouldn't, no, because it's like the most pleochroic gemstone ultimately. When you see something which you think is amazing quality mystic topaz, then make a direct comparison, because I truly believe this is some of the finest that you could own. Beautiful performance of colour. A topaz comes in different colours, but these are obviously colourless. So we will take some of the finest colourless topaz, and the reason for that is because anything that was had heavy inclusions or blemishes internally would prevent that mystic coating from performing quite like so. I'm in absolute love with this strand. I just think it's incredible. Put this on sterling silver or on gold, just create maybe some chandelier style earrings and a matching pendant. Incredible. Look at that consistency of coating as well. Do you notice how it doesn't stop? It doesn't. The travelling, the migration across the surface is continuous. Just breathtaking. I mean, you can pick a spot on a mystic topaz of this quality. In fact, I'm going to ask you to do it. Pick one topaz, whichever one it might be, and then pick a spot on that gemstone. So wherever it might be. Have you got it? Okay, so we're going to follow Ollie and Dion. I take it you've got one on the bottom there. Yeah? So now, every time I move, and I'm going to do this deliberately because you'll do this naturally in your day-to-day business, every time I move, look at how those colours combine. Look at how they shift You get pinks to greens to purples to blues to yellows to turquoises. It's absolutely fabulous. 53 is not nearly enough. And if I could, I would be on those phone lines as well. These are graduated faceted drops from 5x3 up to 9x4 millimeters in size. Exquisitely faceted, amazing quality topaz, which as you can see is beautifully eye clean. If it wasn't, then firstly it would really have an impact on the performance of colour of that mystic coating, because it would hinder how it travels, how it moves around the surface of the gemstone. There's the graduation, which I just absolutely adore. This is a high-end strand. This is a high-end, beautiful quality strand, and yet you haven't got the price tag which should be associated to it as well. I'm going to go as far as saying put this with your golds, put it with your beautiful pearls that you saw earlier on, put it with your stunning precious metals, and enjoy all the compliments that you are going to get when you're adorned in such a wonderful gemstone. A vision of colour, but an elegant vision at that. It is one of my favourite star buys of the entire year. I mean, Claire, it doesn't get any better than this, does it?
It really doesn't, no. I'm thinking, they're not going to be any left, are there? But I would definitely get that and the pearls and put them together. But then, because you've got that many, so you could, I would also, to me, it's making me think of, you know, the centre of peacock feathers with all those colours. So you could do wire work around. Oh.
Can you imagine if you did a peacock design?
And had those.
And had those as the eye of the feather. You know, in the peacock feather, you've got the eye, haven't you? Can you imagine your wire work with one of those in the graduation? Because you've got that anyway, so you could do that full peacock fan.
Be lovely, wouldn't it?
You need to do that, honey.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Oh, please, if anybody does think, I like that idea, I'm going to do it, please send those.
It in,
send it into the Wall of Fame, because we'd absolutely love to see it. I agree, Claire, it's going to look amazing with the pearls, absolutely beautiful. If you are more of a beginner in jewellery making like myself, then just take these and put them into sterling silver head pins, suspend them from some sterling silver shepherd hooks, and you've got such a beautiful high-end piece of jewellery, or simply attach it to a chain. Amazing. Sandy, Aberdeenshire, Route 1. You sit back, you've done it. Sue, you've got yours as well. I've also got Essex Jane, Catherine Caroler, and another Jane there as well. This is not your price. This is not the star buy deal. 53, first come, first serve. I totally understand why Claire was just saying to me, there's not going to be enough to go around, is there? Now, I'm not entertaining the idea of being able to get this either, just because it's too good. It's too good for it to be available come the end of our show. So massive, massive heartfelt congratulations to every single one of you. They're beautiful, solid tears. I mean, if you think about this, we're quite spoilt here. In fact, we're very spoilt here. You're not just getting one, you know, gem quality, high-end gemstone, which you can then go on to set into your sterling silver or whatever it is you choose. You're getting multiples. So we are very spoilt. Tina in Lincolnshire, I got a strand of this a while ago. It's amazing. The TV does not do it justice. I totally agree, because I bet you, this is new, but yeah, Tina will have obviously some Mystic Topaz from us. I bet you've worn it outside as well, Tina, because Mystic Topaz looks amazing outside. It looks amazing in all different lighting conditions. Look at that. Fabulous. Pauline, well done. Buckinghamshire, Anthea, Angela, Tracy, Staffordshire, well done to you. I need to move on. What we're going to do is recap it in a short while. So please check out those baskets if you want to guarantee success. More kits, more designer inspiration, more star buys, more amazing deals for all different budgets, all different affordabilities. I hope you can join us, because we'll be back after this.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
When you place your first order with JewelleryMaker, we'll send you a free DVD and booklet to help you get started. The booklet is jam-packed full of information on gemstones, tools, threading, materials and findings. There are step-by-step instructions on how to make bracelets, earrings and necklaces, and the DVD includes easy-to-follow video tutorials. So what are you waiting for? Start your jewellery making journey today. Did you know when you book on a JewelleryMaker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre. You can now book JewelleryMaker workshops online. Just head over to our JewelleryMaker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take You can now book JewelleryMaker workshops online. Just head over to our JewelleryMaker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. If you have a question or a query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about JewelleryMaker. Watch one of our easy to follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
Dear. I wish if you were a fly on the wall and just overheard the conversation that Claire and I just had. No, it doesn't. Definitely does not look like that. But you are funny. You are funny. Now... We have got your designer inspiration coming your way. We've got amazing star buys, incredible brand new wins to bring you, deal of the days as well. So much to see. You know, I'm surrounded. Do you know, I'm absolutely surrounded. We've got the Appetite coming your way. We've got tools coming your way. You've got wire. You've got bare copper wire as well. We've got tanzanite coming up. Oh, where do we start? Where do we start? Shall we start with... Ooh, these are fab. Oh, this is a lovely colour. Quite indicolite-esque. A teal colour is one of the rarest in all gemstones. There's very few colours on gemstones on this planet that actually have that sort of tealy blue. Maybe an indicolite or, excuse me, a blue diamond, a London blue topaz, but that's actually treated. Look at these beautiful quartz. Beautiful quartz with that teal, steely blue, I suppose, which would go amazing with your peacock pearls. Go incredibly with the quartz bars that you had earlier on, with those mystic topaz that you've just seen. Don't you think these would be magnificent? Very dynamic, very obscure, contemporary shapes with these gorgeous long shards, which measure right the way up to 30 by 6 millimeters. In their dimensions, great in a simple stretchy bracelet, or turned into sort of your, we were talking about bridal jewellery, your tiaras, your tiara designs, or your fascinators. They'd be incredible. Look how ethereal they are, very whimsical. Beautiful, beautiful play of colour.
There's a lot of colours coming out, yeah, from here. I can see pinks and purples, lots of different colours. They always remind me of, you know, like a unicorns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're on that same wavelength there, because I was thinking some quite whimsical, quite magical, I suppose. You know, fairy tale-esque, aren't they? They have got that play of colour across the surface, and also notice how they're not just the colour difference. It's not just the colour change with the coating itself. You've also got the difference in textures. So can you see where there's some which are a little bit more matte, some which are a lot more polished. So you've got real patterns, I suppose, but obviously not a uniform pattern. Love, love, love these. 400 carats in total. I can remember when we first brought you strands like this, with the elongated nuggets, not necessarily this shape. I think they were actually in an amethyst the first time that we actually launched them. Sold out within seconds, and I love to see these just simply restranded around the décolletage. It doesn't have to be, you know, massively outside of the box, and you've got something which is a real feature neckline piece, you know, very red carpet, very Hollywood A-lister kind of designs. Stunning indicolite-esque colours. Straight down, £9.95 would already have been an amazing deal, but Dion's not happy with that. £7.95. It's incredibly affordable, isn't it? For 400 carats of genuine gem quality quartz with all of that gorgeous colour. Absolutely amazing. Flashes of purple, flashes of gold, and some of these are actually drilled through the centre. So some are a little bit more at the top and some are more through the centre, which really gives you, again, versatility.
And what's really nice, you don't have to, I mean, you can work with round wire, but what's really nice is they're really good to work with if, you know, if you've got any square wire or half round, so you can really hug the angles that are on that gemstone. If you work with the square wire, just because you get those lovely angles and it pushes right against the angles of the gemstone.
Yeah, and like for example this one here, Claire, it has got like perfectly flat edges, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
You can follow that edge, can't you, with your own wire. That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Or the half round.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Maybe create a sort of a helter-skelter, embracing all the way down. Jan Dwyer does some fantastic wire gemstone wire wrap rings, which would take just one of these, don't they? And it sort of elongates the finger because you've got that incredible shard. Well done. Multiple buyers, congratulations to you. Do stay where you are. Moving on to... Ooh. This is fab. It's a finished piece of jewellery. I think so.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. You don't need to do anything else to it.
You really don't need to do anything. It comes with a clasp, comes with a chain, and all of these lovely bars or tassels. You could glue gemstones to the end of those. Now, you'll notice one side, they've got those lovely textures. If I just give you a little shimmy, so you can see that light. And then if I turn it round, you could stamp onto these. I think you could. They're fab. You can separate them.
It's like two necklaces, isn't it? In
I wonder, could you maybe find a way of having those lovely bars or tassels and pointing them upwards?
You could probably just wire in between, couldn't you?
Yeah, and actually turning them into a tiara.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can hold them up like that. You get the general idea, sort of, without the chain, obviously. But you get the general idea. Talking about bridal jewellery as well. That's a finished item of jewellery to me.
It's like two, isn't it? So you've got your different, with that texturing.
Yeah. Could you patina onto these, Claire? Could you add colour?
It depends what coating there is on it. I mean, you could probably have a go with like your alcohol inks and things like that. You could probably.
What would you do with this? Because again, our guest designers, I'm very, like I said, I look at this and think, well, it's a finished piece of jewellery to me. I don't need to do anything with that. But you'd probably think outside of the box, Claire.
Well, I would look at that and think that I've got quite a lot in there. So I would think I could rearrange it so you could take ones out. So you'd still have that graduation on a neck piece, but then you could also do self-matching earrings because you've got more than enough of the bars on there to.
Yeah.
You know, to
and they would come off, wouldn't they? So if I turn that over, you can actually see how they're attached.
Yes, yeah.
They literally fold over, don't they?
Yeah. Have you got a loop at the end as well? So I think.
Yes.
Yeah. So you could, you know.
Yeah, they literally fold over. They're kind of lipped over, and then you've got, the kind of loop at the end of the bar itself. They're fabulous, aren't they? And there's the chain, there's the lobster claw that it does come with. I'm showing you the back there. I suppose this is the front, but it's your prerogative. 13 centimetres in total. I guess that's actually from this point to this point. £8.95 only. I mean, you'd expect this in a base metal, so not even your precious sterling silver over your brass. You'd expect this in sort of the high street shops to be £20 probably plus, and it would then be that kind of metal that turns your neck green.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and wouldn't last long, and wouldn't have the beautiful high lustre, the sterling silver colour. £8.95 only. Yeah, I agree, Claire. You could separate these. There's nothing stopping you making almost an identical design if you wanted to. Just taking some of those bars off.
And if you took a few off, so that would give you a little bit more of a gap in between each of the bars. So you could hang chain, you know, and the reel of chain. You could hang chain, couldn't you? Sort of alternate like a bar chain and vary the lengths.
Oh, what about those colour gemstones that you just saw there? Maybe them dispersed in between.
Yes, yeah.
They'd be fantastic. What about gluing onto these? Could you actually glue onto them?
Yeah, you could use your have a go with your E6000, couldn't you, or your hyper cement.
So if you wanted to maybe just glue a cabochon on there, very easy. Yeah, very, very effective. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. Fantastic. I'll hold these up to the neckline again. It's a wearable piece of jewellery, and we don't sell complete pieces of jewellery generally, but to me this is.
But it is, isn't it? It totally is a complete, because you've got every sort of mechanical part you need, the findings, the focal piece, you've got everything.
Yeah, without shadow, without. Morning, Sharon, my darling. Good morning to you. Nice to have your company, honey. Love this.
Oh, lovely Sharon.
She is, isn't she? Yeah, ever so sweet. Nice to hear from you a message. Nice to have a message from you. £8.95 only. And I like the fact, look, do you notice how they go down in steps? It's kind of, it's not, you know, a graduation as such. It goes down in steps. This is quite Egyptian in terms of its design. And that texture as well, the contrast of the texture. So you've got the high shine at one for sort of half the length of the bar, and then it goes into that lovely crisscross. Can you see that? How many people have literally broke into the 90s song? Yeah, we all know it. Ollie, you know it. Did you wear your jeans back to front?
Did you not?
Yeah. Who wore them the proper way? Yeah, exactly. Fabulous, crisscross. Oh, you were doing the cha-cha slide then, Dee, weren't you? So you're a little bit more current. I was going back to the 90s with your jump. No, just me. Okay. Just me. I used to love crisscross. They used to dance like that. I wasn't allowed to wear my jeans back to front though. I wasn't allowed to do that. That's what crisscross did. Now the fact you're asking that question, why would you wear your jeans back to front, you're too young to remember. That's not a bad thing. Okay, where am I going? Ooh, all of these. It's not a bad thing, by the way, to be too young to remember. Yeah, it's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. I wish I was too young to remember.
I know, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be nice. It's but a number, Claire, it is but a number. Look at these gorgeous torque necklaces, and they're actually created on the 45 degrees. Can you see that? The angle, there's an angle, so they'll taper down towards the décolletage, or at the top of the head if you want to use them as a headband. They have this connection. Can you see that? Where it's actually got sort of like a lock and key, I suppose, which means they'll actually connect together. Again, finished pieces of jewellery. You can polymer clay onto these. You can alcohol ink onto these. You can bake these. You can wire work onto them.
You could almost, you could probably crochet onto them, couldn't you, with your wire as well, or with your threads, your macrame or your crochet.
Absolutely. Popped up to the neckline. Look, it's a finished piece of jewellery. I'd wear it like this. Looks nice, doesn't it? Just like so. Looks fantastic like so. Or alternatively, I've also seen, I can't remember which guest design it was, Claire, but use it as a headband.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't think who it was, but yeah.
Actually, because it's got that angle as well, which will sit nicely on the top of the head. Quite Princess Leia-like. I don't know if Princess Leia wore these, but I think she did. Love it, absolutely adore these, and they've got the actual fastening, the connecting as well. You're getting 5 in total, 5 in a pack. If you've got a wonderful cabochon, a pendant, or many pendants like the gorgeous Claire, you could slot these on, and it's very contemporary straight away.
Yeah, because we went through how to make the bail, so you just do it exactly the same way, but use those instead of your chain. That would be a lovely look. It
would, wouldn't it? Look really amazing. Straight away, lots of you are there. Silver colour, and you're getting 5, £6.95. That's working about what, £1 something each. Not a great deal. Hello to you. Is that EJ? Yeah, EJ and Devon. I use these as frames for dream catchers. Great idea.
That's brilliant, yeah.
Yes, because they're that perfect size in the window, aren't they, for dream catchers? Or maybe a really impressive, a really big tree of life. Great idea, EJ. Deborah in Lanarkshire is saying, hi lovely ladies and gents, just want to say thank you for showing my daughter's Wall of Fame entry. Ava was so excited for her hand to be on TV. Oh, bless her, love Debbie. Ava, make sure you keep sending those designs in, my lovely, and we'll keep on showing them. We'll keep on showing them. You carry on jewellery making, won't you?
Definitely. Well done, Ava.
Yeah, well done. These are beautiful. That's a great idea, isn't it, dream catchers?
Really, really good idea. Really good.
Especially on the back of the home show.
Yes, yeah.
I'm trying to think, mobiles, because our lovely Fleur has done mobiles.
Yes.
So this could be sort of the structure itself, couldn't it?
Because it's the brass, aren't they? So yeah, so you've got that bit more of a strength to it. Say that if it was copper, so it's going to hold that shape.
Yeah, because is there any way that you could easily bond that together, couldn't you? The actual join.
Yeah, you could do. You could. I mean, either glue it or just wire wrap around it.
Wire wrap it, and you've got that frame then straight away. Or similarly, Caron's bird cage.
Yes, yeah, as your larger, your structural.
As the frame itself. Yeah. Pauline Yorkshire, good morning ladies and crew. These would be great as the central structure to the...
Yeah.
Great minds think alike. I didn't see a text message. I was looking at the bird cage, which is just up there. Yeah, great minds think alike. That Sammy made. Was it Sammy or was it Caron? It was Karen, wasn't it? It's up there. It's up there. Shall I grab it quickly? Ollie, oh, you're amazing. It was Karen, wasn't it? Unless Sammy made one as well.
I haven't seen the one that if Sammy's made one. It's amazing.
This is the one that we're looking at. Karen made this. So yeah, you could use these as a centre points. That's incredible, isn't it?
It's a great size, actually, isn't it? Look,
it's the perfect size, really.
Yeah.
And you've got that anchor point. I mean, look how exquisite this is. It's a thing of beauty. Patricia in Belfast. Hi, everybody. I've just wrapped satin cord in jade green and royal blue around one of these necklaces. Lovely. Oh. Love that idea.
Yeah.
Love that idea. Just literally coiling it around. So beautiful. Thank you, Ollie. Yeah, and polymer clay, you can actually use them as the core for a polymer clay, because you can put these in the oven.
And I've used them just, with the wire writing. So I just did my name at the bottom. You just hook. You just do 2 loops and it hooks on, and very, very quick.
Will these actually bend as well?
You could probably try, but again, because it's you could probably shape them a bit, but because it's brass rather than sort of plated copper, so it'd be a little bit.
It is meant to hold its structure, so you would probably have to really, really try to change these, and that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes,
that's a good thing that they don't really bend easily. Another text message, Patricia in Belfast. Hi, add that one. I've had that one. Yeah, that's right, with the jade green and royal blue. Lovely contrast. Well done. Stay where you are. Okay. Oh. Need, love, want. I don't often say this, but I'm about to bring you Ruby, which has got an amazing amount of translucency, diaphanity. Ruby, it's expected to have inclusions. It's expected to be almost opaque. The more primary the red, the more transparent the gemstone or clarity that the gemstones actually have, the more valuable. Now, Ruby, a few months ago, broke the records as the most expensive coloured gemstone to be sold at auction. It was one ruby, and it was a cushion cut, solitaire, 19 million. Just 19 million, I'll order 2, please. Why are you laughing? No, I'm serious. I haven't got 19 million. Very few people have. Funnily enough. No.
No.
I haven't got 1,900 right now. Hello, 19 million. But I still want to enjoy beautiful quality ruby. This is coming up just after the kit. Amazing, amazing, amazing. It's coming your way. Just stay tuned for that, because that's absolutely fantastic. Shall we go over to our gorgeous Claire I'm going to take my cup of tea with me if you don't mind, for your next lot of designer inspiration. Now, it is a challenge show. I'll just explain, because we've kind of put Claire on the spot somewhat. You only knew that you only had your kits, what, 24 hours ago?
Yeah, so I've had about a day on them, yeah.
So you've had about a day, I'll pop that by there.
Yeah.
About a day on your kits.
Yes.
And yet you've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of jewellery.
Yes, because you've got the wonderful flat wire, so it looks like a lot of jewellery, but you don't have to, because you've got all that wonderful metal there, so it's minimal work really, and you get maximum results.
Now, flat wire, we've not long launched it actually, have we?
It's amazing.
It's great for beginners, stamping, personalising, wrapping around cabochons.
Yeah. Anything that you can think of is, have a go, and it's a really great way of, if you bought yourself a hammer and a block, anything like that, the hole punches. It's wonderful to really, get to grips with those tools. Which once you do that, it just opens up your jewellery making like you won't believe.
I totally agree, and everything that you've made here, Claire, looks so incredibly professional, but yet you don't have to invest huge amounts of time into a cuff like this, because you have got the actual dimensions, I suppose. Now, you're getting a lot of flat wire as well in this kit. It's called Strawberry Fields. It includes gemstones, but I'm going to start with the wire because I'm looking at 5 spools in total. Now, I'm going to start with all of your flat wire. Is that everything that you've got left as well?
Yeah.
Gosh, there's loads, isn't there? Now, sorry, I've left my tablet over there, so I can't... Dion, what's the measurements? Ollie's going to pass it over. Thanks, Ollie. Sorry, Ollie. Sorry, Ollie. I forgot there it is. Okay, so in the flat wire, we've got the 5mm and the 3mm twice over. Is that right? And you've got it in the 2 different colours. So there, let me just hold it like this and you can actually see a lot easier. So you've kind of got the copper and you've got an antique bronze as well. So this is the 3mm, this is the 5mm. In total they are 1 metre lengths. So you're looking at 4 meters in total here of your flat wire. Now, other than you've made lovely cuff bangles, which they just amazing.
Yeah.
What else can you do with flat wire?
Oh, yeah, bookmarks are really good to make with them.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
Yeah, you know, like jewel bookmarks. I mean, you could make, you know, talk style necklaces. I mean, I've done a ring, loads that are key rings. You know, like you said, settings for cabochons. So many different things.
I like the texturing that you've done on that bracelet piece as well. So that literally by hammering,
I'm going to show how to do that, and it's very, very easily, easily done.
Amazing. So 4 meters in total of your 3mm and your 5mm width flat wire in your antique bronze and your copper as well. So 2 different
They go
colours.
beautifully, don't they? Together?
They do.
Really,
they work amazingly with one another. But we're still not done. Strawberry Fields has still got lots of gemstones to bring you. And also, hang on a second, it is these 2.
Yeah.
I said 5, there's not the 6 lots of wire. I didn't see this one. This is flying, by the way. Sorry, forgive me, I'm just looking, so, how much have I got here? Because this is, I didn't even know this was included.
Is that your 0.4?
Is that the 0.4?
Yeah, I think because it's got its new packaging, isn't it? So I think it's...
So you've got your 0.4, which is what you've used to actually to...
So I've used that for some of the binding. So obviously on the flower one, and the it's the straightforward band of the garnet.
And attaching the gemstones.
Yeah, yeah.
So this has gone through all the gemstones as well. So okay. Now, yeah, I didn't even know this was included in it. So that what you just saw there, that channel setting, I suppose, is this 0.4. Got to, whoop whoop, loving the show, ladies. Well done, Wendy. Well done, my lovely. And again, goes with both of these. And we've still got more wire to bring you. I've got 10 meters of your antique bronze, and this is in the 0.6. So we're covering all the gauges again, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
All the colours, all the gauges. So 6 spools in total, 4 meters of your flat wire, then you've got 20 meters of your 0.4 and your 0.6. So in total, and all of your gorgeous gemstones. Love it, love it, love it. I'm thinking just identity.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you could, and you've got more than enough there to do that. And you know, so you do your in the heavier gauge, your identity bangles, and then you could do, you know, if your stamping's your thing, do it on the rings as well.
Yeah.
And your you know, smaller gauge.
Without doubt. I mean, I had a stamping show with Sarah Elvin a couple of days ago. Maybe you've got your tools through just. These would be amazing. I have to bring the price in because I think this is going to sell out. Oh, hang on.
My word.
I haven't even shown the gemstones yet.
That's incredible.
We've got garnet here.
I know. Beautiful rounds as well.
This is an awesome kit.
Absolutely. That's an incredible price.
Hang on. So we've got Mozambique garnet, clear quartz, and is this another yes! 2 strands of garnet in your ovals and your rounds, and then you've got beautiful eye clean quartz and 6 lots of wire, including your flat wire as well. So incredible. Great for beginners, great for established jewellery makers.
Yeah.
Great for those who want to get into stamping. That's so cute. Love it. I'd wear every single one of these. What is it you're going to have a demo for us?
So I'm going to show how to do the bangle.
Which bangle are you talking about?
Well, they're all essentially built in the same way. So I'm going to show you how to sort of do the form of the bangle, and then obviously you can. It's entirely up to you how
where you go with it.
Yeah. So you can, you know, use the hole punch. So we'll go through all of that. So what I've done, I've taken of the heavier gauge to I think the 5mm.
5mm thickness. Yeah.
So I've cut off, and again this will depend on sort of how large your wrists are. But I've taken about 8 inches of the 5mm, so the heavier gauge. Now, so you can see there, can you see when I move it to the light, that texturing?
Yeah.
So how you get that, so again, we're working this metal, and what's lovely when when you get a kit like this is, you're sort of going more into metal work as well, not just sort of, yes, it's jewellery making and wire working, but you're going to use other tools, which again, it just broadens your jewellery making ability, which I think builds your confidence, and it just all sort of helps really to make it as an enjoyable process.
We just mentioned lovely Fleur's hair mobile, which I don't know if she's shown yet on air, and I don't know if I should.
Yes, she has.
Has she shown it? Because I saw the pictures and I commented on it.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Amazing. This wire would look beautiful with that as well, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. It really would.
If you had that texture.
Yes. It really would.
As you can see, it's going to sell out, so first come, first serve. But don't worry, we will have the demonstration because we're all glued. We're absolutely glued. One thing I noticed earlier on, Claire, and as you're showing it again, is with your sandbag, you've got it covered in cling film.
I just haven't ever taken it out of the packet. I just think it's, I don't know, it protects it a bit.
Lazy? A bit lazy?
Ollie's just called you lazy.
That's probably the politest thing that Ollie has ever called me, so I'm happy to take that.
Or you just really don't want it to get dirty.
Do you know what? I'd probably go with the Ollie, yeah.
I was like, oh, I thought you were going to say something like, yes, I do that because...
Yes, no.
Not just you haven't been bothered to take it out of the wrapping.
It's even got the little...
Yes, I think you should probably take the silica...
It's even got the code still on it as well.
You should probably take the silica... Anyway, yes, the silica balls out of that, though, I would suggest.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to snip off a little bit of this so you can see the effect with the, because obviously you don't want too much hammering, give everybody a headache, but just so you can see how easy it is. So I would have cut the thicker gauge, so about 8 inches, depending on your wrist size. But you need to leave a little bit as well because we want to turn the ends too. So if I just show you, so here's your flat wire with no texturing on it. So by working the wire now, we're going to do a couple of things. So we're going to add in the texture, but we're also, as we discussed before in the first demo, we're going to work harden it a bit. So it's just going to, because obviously it's going to be a bangle, bracelet, so we want it, needs to be quite hard wearing. So it's doing the twofold. So if you work with your, I think that's, I'm not really, is that
the dome?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure there is a technical word for it, but yes.
So we're going to be using that.
The round end of your hammer.
That section now. So if you can have a look, so you can see on there, we've got a nice smooth surface.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you'll be able to see, as I start hammering it, it's also going to curl up as well. So all I'm going to do, I'm just starting to hammer. So can you see how it's starting to bend up?
Very therapeutic as well.
Yeah, it's really good if you've fallen out with somebody and you want to just take out some aggression.
Yes.
But can you see now? So I've spent a couple of seconds on that, and can you see I've got that beautiful texturing now? So you can, I mean, there are different. I've got like a smaller hammer as well, so you can have your different, you know, the different heads on it. So that one obviously would is the same sort of thing, but you can get the sort of a more pointed, or you can get sort of the cross hatching ones. So you can spend a bit of time. So what that's doing now, that is sort of strengthened that wire, but it's also giving me that lovely texture. So it would work all the way along the entire length of the piece of wire. But what I need to think about is I'm also going to be curling over. So if you can see on that side, so on the reverse, I've also just done, so I've got a little bit of texture coming through from the other side, but you can see I've also worked in a little bit more, probably just maybe coming on nearly to 1 inch on the other side of the reverse. So I've got the main detail on that side. You can see it's gone through a little bit onto that side, and you can always rework both sides. That's absolutely no problem. So you work hardening both sides, but then really spend a bit of time on this section here, so when we curve it. So now what I need to do, and I've forgotten my, I actually use, you know, one of the oval wooden mandrels that we've got. So if I use the next best thing, I'm just going to use a pot of body cream just to start that curve, just to start it off. So you can see, so I'm just bending that round. And obviously if you've got the oval, the mandrels, it's going to be a lot of a neater finish. But I want to start that shape. So what I want to do now, I'm going to use my, my step bail making pliers, because I want a nice, smooth, straight edge. I don't really want, you can do it, but I don't really want a tapered edge of my round nose pliers. I want it to be, because I want just a straightforward loop rather than an angled one. So I'm going to choose, so I'm going to probably use the second largest, and I'm just gripping. So I'm putting pressure here, so I'm supporting the flat wire and just gripping and turning. So I've got a nice loop at the end. So that's where, when I said to, on the reverse, to spend a bit of time and hammer across on that side, so you've got that nice texture from the front there. And we're going to do exactly the same on this side. So just repeat. So I'm really gripping it and pushing it over. So I've now got my 2 loops.
Looks lovely, like so, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Quite Grecian, I think, in terms of its design.
Be, yeah.
Now, our kit has actually sold out, so just before we go any further, we have got more wire to bring you. Grab it whilst you can. In this bundle, you're getting 3 spools. Gold, gold, gold. This has got the combination of the sort of buttery yellow gold and that champagne gold that you were referring to earlier on, Claire, you know, which has just got that sort of ever so slight blush. It's not rose gold, but it is a slightly...
champagne it makes me
think it's a bit like rosé champagne, a slight different tone to this. Now, you've got the 3 different gauges, 0.8, which is at the bottom, and you're getting 10 metres of that. 0.4 and also your 0.25. In your 0.25 you've actually got 15 metres, so great for your bonding, great for your weaving, great with this flat wire as well, because it's going to go beautifully with that as also as a contrast. £8.95 only, so get it whilst you can. We have had so many sellouts throughout the course of the morning, and I don't think that's going to change. So sorry to interrupt.
No,
Claire,
that's fine. I'm just thinking that would be really nice if you, because you could twist a couple of pieces of that 0.8 and have it sort of as an edging to the
that would be nice, like a two-tone.
Yeah, or twist it with the antique bronze that comes in the kit, so you've got all your different tones of metal.
That would be
really
lovely.
Nice.
Because you're seeing a lot of your two-tone jewellery or three-tone jewellery as well, aren't you, lately?
Very on trend. And obviously the more you add, or the more you embellish, so you know we've just sort of discussed about unisex design, so I mean, you know, you could make these very, very feminine or masculine, whichever, you know, and you could achieve that with your different coloured wires.
Because I mean, this is something that Pip's, did I just see Pip in the gallery? I think he's gone now, is he? Pip's really, really fashionable. You know, whenever I see Pip, I always think, you dress so well, doesn't he? He dresses really, really well. He's got definitely an eye for fashion. I can imagine Pip wearing, you know, a cuff out of this flat wire, without shadow of a doubt, because it can be feminine and masculine.
Yeah, well, that's a very, you know, essentially, if you had something like that, it's a very timeless, isn't it, and classic design. I mean, you could leave it at that, and you just have it obviously varying lengths, and you've just got that as it is. Or if we want to have the little, because I've put a little clasp at the back. So if I just show you, I'm not going to hammer it so we don't get a headache, but you've seen how I hammer, and I would treat this in exactly the same way, because you've got the 3mm now, so you go sort of drop down a size. So if I take this one, and again, it would be varying lengths depending on how big sort of an S the hook bit. So we're going to make that section there. So obviously depending on how long you want that or how short you want it would obviously vary. So have a little play about, and you've got more than enough to have a play there. So I'm going to take that. So I've probably got, if I have a look at that, I've probably got, it's just about 3 inches, isn't it? So we have a little look. And again, I'm going to work with my bail making pliers because I want that, I don't want the tapered the tapered version.
Alison. My sandbag is still in its bag as well. Hang on.
Thanks, Alison.
Claire, you're hilarious as always. Protect it. And then we've got, don't worry, Claire, mine's the same as yours.
Yay!
And Julie. Is it just me that's thinking you should take it out? Julie is saying, I've done the same, lol. I've even left the card in, Claire, so you're not alone.
Thank you.
And it keeps it clean and
that's
together. Right. Loving the show. Yeah, well, I imagine it does. I thought there was going to be a very good reason why. I thought it was cling film. I was like, you know, what? Is there a reason for this? Oh, you just haven't bothered. Fair enough. Claire, you're not alone. My family laugh at me because I don't take protective covers off anything, i.e. phone. Love to all. Sammy, I've only just realised the other day, we bought a new TV the other day, Tom and I, and you know when you're just like thinking, God, it's a new TV yet. Look, it looks horrible. It's got that scummy stuff around the outside. I was like, well, get clean that. And then I was sort of lay on the sofa, as you do at the moment. I was sort of lay like this and went, oh, it's a protective layer across the screen.
It's a really satisfying though, isn't it? You know,
I love it.
Pull that,
you got to enjoy it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Just tease
just
the
peel
corner
it back
back.
and then put it back then and leave it on there.
No, just take the protective layer off.
I can't now.
You are funny. Sorry, that's hilarious that you've all texted in saying that you do the same.
Yeah, great minds, isn't it? Thinking alike. So again, so I'm going to work. So I don't want the tapered effect. I want the straight. So I'm using the bow making pliers. So I'm just going to turn at the narrowest size. I'm going to just turn a full loop there. So in the same way that I did the larger version, so you can see. So I've just got a small loop. And I drop down again, I'm going to take it to the second largest. So I'm just gripping there. So that little loop is resting. So it can't push any further. And I'm just going to take that round. So I'm just using that mandrel. So you can see I've almost got like a little shepherd's hook. So what I need to do now is I need to repeat that the other way. So and I always get really confused and turn my loop sort of going that way. And I need to remember it's that way. So if I just turn again, so I'm just going to repeat what I did there. So I'm gripping and turning that round. So I've got my loop there and then again dropping it down so that it's right dropped in so you can't push it any further. And I'm going to take and turn in the other way. So if I do that now, so you can see I've got like an S. So my choice now, I could wire here. So on some of them, I've put a little, I've put one of the garnets. So because it's a nice flat gem, so you could either make a feature in that central point, or you can leave both sides open. So it's entirely up to you. So you can close off the one, so that almost becomes almost like a jump ring. So if that one there, can I just turn around the other one? Yeah. So you can see. So you've got sort of, or you can make a feature of it. Sorry, that was a bit. There you go. So you've got one of your gems there. So what that does now, that then just slips in onto both sides.
Really nice fastening this as well.
Yeah.
For a bracelet, because sometimes bracelets are a bit fiddly.
Yeah, well that is, I mean there's nothing, it drives me mad. I mean I've seen now that people use a safety pin now, but I mean that's very, very...
Or a magnetic clasp.
Yes.
They work wonderfully, but this is great.
So that's just, you can see how easy that is to
it looks fab.
Open and close. And like I say, so it's entirely up to you whether you have sort of both sides open or whether you squeeze that together. Now what you've got to remember is I haven't, because I didn't want to give everyone a headache, so I haven't hammered all of this. If I was actually making it, so the ones that I have to be worn, I've work hardened both the sides of that S clasp as well. Yeah. So I, spend the time to do that because you want a little bit of a bit more strength in that section. So you've essentially got your whole bangle there. So if you wanted to add in detail, all you would need to do is so I've got the hole punch there. So I'm starting with.
Oh, now so you can literally hole punch through this using our tool, which may well be available on our website.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just doing this very, very quickly. So I want to try and get it quite central. Excuse me, because obviously I don't want to weaken. If I go too close to one of the edges, I don't want to weaken the metal too much.
Yeah.
But you can see how easy this is. So, and although it's, you know, it's work hardened as well, so I'm just twisting round. So untwist it, back out. And you can see, so I've got the, can you see I've got the hole? Got the hole there.
Love that.
So what I could do then is I could add in a jump ring there. So on some of them I'll put, you know, just some of the little links. So on the head pin, group them together so you've got sort of like the bubble gems. You know, I mean, you can pretty much do anything.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've almost channel set, haven't you, to a certain degree on some of those.
Yeah.
Then you've added the jump rings, so absolutely beautiful. But you can also actually stamp onto them as well.
Yes.
So using them as very popular, loads and loads. I think the kit sold out instantaneously.
I'm not surprised because that's
I'm not.
Fantastic price. For
yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be $19.95, so well done at those of you that were successful there. Thank you, Claire.
You're very welcome.
You're one of a kind. You truly are.
Is that because of the? Well, I'm not a one of a kind.
Well, no, you're one of a kind with your designs, and yeah, you're one of a kind with your. Well, you're not actually. No, there's loads of people that do it. It's obviously me that's the oddity. Obviously me that's just really wants to rip that off right now.
No. I'm hiding it here.
I won't, because people might shout at me.
Yeah,
but I do really want to do that.
Don't look.
Do you want to as well? Yes.
I'm protecting it. There we go. No.
Anyway, sorry, I'll go over there. Listen, you're going to be safe because I'm going over there in a minute because we've got to start by up after this. I'm just thinking that kit with all of that lovely wire, with the beautiful garnet and then ruby as an addition as well. Wow. But to be honest, I mean, this strand you can single out for your gold. Maybe you've invested in gold findings recently, maybe you've got some sterling silver findings. And just take a couple, literally a couple of those beautiful plain rondelles. I love the fact that they are plain rondelles as well. And just suspend them and you've got something which is of amazingly high-end quality and class. Now, I can remember the days when I first started in the jewellery industry, when I first worked with very high-end gemstones, and it did set my expectations, I suppose, quite high, admittedly. I'm not, just because my expectations were that high doesn't mean that I could afford them, because I couldn't and I can't. You know, 19 million, the most expensive colour gemstone to have been sold was a ruby. But I can remember once speaking to my former boss, and we're going back quite a few years, and that she owned a jewellery establishment that had been around for hundreds of years in the family, and she had a 6-figured ruby, diamonds, in it was either platinum or gold, I can't remember exactly, but I used to admire it every time. It was like what you would expect to see on the royal family, basically, and I used to admire it every single time, and never ever did I imagine that I would own ruby. Now, it was a primary red. It was more than likely a Burmese ruby, just because of just how primary that red was, and it had amazing diaphanity. That is the single most colour and diaphanity, how the light plays internally, is the most valuing factor of ruby. I was reading on the GIA website just recently, only a couple of days ago actually, about how those two factors, if you've got primary red and you've got light which is able to sort of bring a real presence and a glow to a ruby as a gemstone, then you have got exceedingly high quality. Now, I have got no idea what this star buy is going to, but those two boxes that, like I said, usually mean pound signs, usually mean considered, usually mean beyond my budget and affordability, those two characteristics, those two valuing factors are without shadow of a doubt present here. Now, this is a gorgeous strand of ruby which has been treated, not a problem whatsoever. It's encouraging the beauty of the gemstone's natural beauty. It's no different to, and I always say this, it's how I always look at it with your coloured gemstones, with your gemstones which have actually undergone some kind of laboratory treatment. Think of it this way, you know, it's no different to us putting a hairbrush through our hair, or putting a little bit of lippy on, or a little bit of mascara in the mornings, or, you know, gents combing your hair and splashing a little bit of aftershave. You want to make the most of what you've got, and that's what the treatment of the gemstone is. As long as it's industry standard, it doesn't have a massive implication on the value or worth. Now, 18 centimetres of a consistent, beautiful Burmese ruby-esque colour with incredible diaphanity and colour, and it's coming your way at your star buy price point. I don't know what this is going to be. Are you serious? I'm not stopping there. I want to buy this, and I want to buy this. These are my two purchases today, and I'm sure I'm not alone. Look at the quality. $39.95 for 45 carats of beautiful ruby, which has got an ability where light can get right into the heart of the very gemstone. I'm going to hold it outwards so you can see that too. You've got that primary red, there's no denying that. It's not dark, it's not heavily included, it's not sort of burgundy like certain locations around the world offer. Still beautiful, don't get me wrong. This is ultimately the primary red, the fire engine red that you refer to in the USA, or the pillar box red that we refer to here in the UK. Collectors in Somerset, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, well done. Hertfordshire, you've got yours. Hello, Laura. Beryl, London multi-buying as well. What would you do with this, Claire? Because it's just amazing.
I mean, I'd be tempted to sort of, you could do something like that sort of design. Without, shall I bring it over to you? Yeah. And then you could just have one rather than the garnet. You could have one of the, you know, the
ruby.
Yeah. I mean, anything. I mean, you know, the colour, the shape, everything. I mean, you'd have wonderful jewellery, whatever you did with it.
Any of you that was born in the month of July, this is your birthstone, by the way. You have ruby as your birthstone, which again, another reason why it's appealing to me is just because I'm thinking, well, that's this little one's due date. So if she decides to come on time, she'll be a ruby baby, and I'm just thinking this would be an amazing purchase for her.
Yeah. Can you imagine just having the strand? I mean, you wouldn't have to do anything. No. You know, that'd be a wonderful gift.
Exactly. Maybe give it to her on her 18th birthday or something like that. £39.95. Well done to you, Justin, Sue, Diana. You've done it. Congratulations. Do stay where you are. 45 carats. And it doesn't matter about the treatment of the gemstone. Many people are put off by it, and you shouldn't, because you know what, if you were to walk into most jewellery establishments, and I do mean literally 99.9% of the world's jewellery establishments, they wouldn't speculate the treatment of most of their gemstones. They probably wouldn't even know, and they certainly wouldn't mark down prices based on the treatment of the gemstone. If anything, you know, it should really be considered. Well, you know, I'm not saying neither here nor there, but you know, it's taking something and making it even more beautiful. So I love it, and I'm not afraid to make this purchase as well. Well done. If you get this home, use those 30 days, that money back guarantee, hold it up to natural daylight, you'll see the diaphanity, you'll see those primary reds as well. Pauline, hello to you. My partner peeled the protective, are we still on this one? My partner peeled the protective film off my new phone last year. It's the last time he'll do that.
I can imagine Pauline shouting that home. That's the last time you'll do that.
I love it. Yeah, I could at least let Pauline have the satisfaction of peeling her protective film off.
Yes.
Yes! Jean in East Riding of Yorkshire. Claire, thank you. Your designs and demos are amazing and you have a wonderful personality.
Oh, thanks, Jean.
Yeah, totally agree. That's, what lovely messages.
That's really nice, thank you.
Wonderful, absolutely beautiful. Now, stay where you are on those phone lines. We have got today's deal of the day coming up just after the break. It is your Renaissance wax. Now, I haven't seen this in ages. I know that it's like gold dust. Claire, you were saying you need to get some.
Yeah, if Fleur's watching, yes, please.
Fleur. Fleur. Get ready because you need to check out. You need to check out because, yes, you need some of this. I'm going to be leaning on our lovely Claire as well for tuition, I suppose, and what we use this for. It's your deal of the day and it's coming up after a very, very, very short break, so don't go anywhere.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with JewelleryMaker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our JewelleryMaker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques. Are you new to jewellery making? Not sure where to start? Then head over to our website and check out our Get Started page. Watch the welcome message from presenter Carol and find out all about JewelleryMaker. Watch one of our easy-to-follow tutorials where our guest designers will teach you the basics and give you the confidence to start making earrings, bracelets and necklaces. If you prefer to simply have a go, then check out our starter kits. They contain everything you need, including instructions, tools, gemstones and clasps, allowing you to create your very first jewellery pieces. You can either watch the video tutorial or follow the step-by-step instructions to give you plenty of inspiration. We also have an array of beginners workshops that you can attend here at our studios and join our experienced designers and get a taste for this fabulous hobby. We will guide you through the basics to get you started making your own beautiful jewellery. Everyone is welcome in the jewellery making family, so start your jewellery making journey today.
Pearls are classic. I mean, who doesn't love pearls? You look at them, they look elegant, they look classy, and they make elegant, classy jewellery when you're creating with them. I think right from the whitest of white pearl to the peach pearl, they're always stunning, and anybody can wear them. They're one of my favourites. You see them, don't you, in expensive jewellers, covered in diamonds. Diamond and pearls are the classic duo, and that's why I love pearls.
Pearls are always a huge seller on JewelleryMaker, and I think it's because there's a huge amount of emotional attachment to them. I think whatever walk of life you come from, whatever your age, you always associate pearls with maybe someone who's worn pearls before you, maybe your grandma, maybe your mum. So there's always that emotional attachment to pearls, and they can be classic, they can be contemporary, they can really be whatever you want them to be, and definitely one of my favourite gemstones.
Hello everybody, nice to have your company. My name is Ellen and you're watching JewelleryMaker. Now, it is your deal of the day, which is exactly that. I keep talking about deal of the day. It does exactly what it says on the tin, as the expression goes. But this product is without shadow of a doubt professionally used. It's used for multiples of mediums as well, so it's not just one singly. I can't remember the last time I saw it, probably years ago in actual fact. It's called Renaissance, and it is a microcrystalline wax polish, and we've just been doing a little bit of research on exactly what you can use this for, and it's endless, isn't it, really? So you get it in a gorgeous pot like this, which goes on and on and on and on. So I'll show you the pot, and then I'll actually open it up and show you just how much you get in. 65 millimeters. Now you apply it very sparingly with a soft cloth and buff it off very gently. What it does is it hardens instantaneously. It means that whatever you've put it onto is resistant from liquids and spillages, and it doesn't show up finger marks. So, for example, if you think about maybe, I don't know, certain metals that I've brought you here on JewelleryMaker, often you see my fingerprints on there if I put hand cream on or something like that. This actually puts a resistant coating across the surface of it as well. Now, it's used in various different establishments, not just the sort of the means of jewellery making. Museums actually use it for restoration. If I turn it around, I can read this to you then as well. Refined waxes blended to formula, used in the British Museum and restoration specialists internationally to revive and protect valuable furniture, metal, paintings, marble, ivory and other surfaces, both housed and exposed to the weather. Freshens colour, so it'll give you a brightening effect and imparts a soft sheen. So, I mean, you can see it's a quality brand, can't you? Because it's even got sort of this very, very regal
It's a
stamp.
Gorgeous pot, yeah.
It is, isn't it? Now, what do you use this for then, Claire?
Well, what I want to use it for is, because you know how when I said about when you're jewellery making, you sort of like go off into different areas and mediums, don't you? So I'm at the moment really interested in bare copper. And the different, you know, how you can patinate it, get the different colours and how it oxidises. But when you get sort of the colour that you actually want through, whether it, you know, liver of sulphur or different ways of patinaing it, you want to keep it at that colour.
Ah, yes.
So sealing it in like that. So
it stops the oxidisation process as well. Would that be the same with silver, do you think?
I suppose it would be, wouldn't it?
If it's putting a coating on it, I imagine it would be exactly the same. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. So if you get to a point with your copper where you've oxidised it, the lovely bluey colour, and you want it to stay there, you don't want it to carry on, then yeah, that's a really good point. Hazel in Nottinghamshire, can you use this on paper or card? Yes. It says on the back here, yeah, well, I'm guessing so anyway. Thank you for that message. I'll reread it. Refined waxes. You can speak, Claire.
Can I? Can I speak?
You keep speaking because.
What shall I say?
Whatever you want to say, my darling.
Shall I say the price?
You say the price.
Is it $12.95?
Yes.
Can I do some hand movements as well?
You just take over for.
Oh no! See, I need to hold that blue lace agate to keep calm now. See, this is my idea of a nightmare.
Just while. Can you just say, whilst my mic is being sorted?
Oh, because so Eleanor's mic, there's a problem with her mic, so she's just getting it sorted. I'm not very professional, am I? I might have to just pop down here for a little bit now. So am I allowed to talk about the DVD this morning?
Yes.
As I've just mentioned it. So on the DVD that hopefully is coming out on the birthday week. So I've done some bare copper designs, so that's why I want to invest in the Renaissance wax. So I would say definitely get yourself some, because I haven't seen it before. So
I'm back, by the way. I'm back. I bet you lots of people were going, oh, isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? I'm back. I haven't seen it for 2 years.
No, it's you know, like I said, I was looking for it and I couldn't see it. So I'm hoping Fleur is a.
Well, I haven't seen her as of yet. Hillier in Berkshire, hello to you. And she says, Claire, I leave my coverings on too. Oh, we're still talking about the coverings.
Brilliant, Hillier.
Especially since it seems to annoy everyone else, lol. I love the designs today. It doesn't annoy me. I just really want to peel it off. You know, perhaps I'm just being a bit rebellious.
It's too tempting.
It is tempting, but I also understand why you do it. So, okay, going back to the question, can this be used on paper and card? I would guess so. I can't say absolutely for certain, but the fact that it says that you can use it on furniture, leather, paintings to me tend to be on a sort of canvas. So I'd guess yes. Metals, marble, ivory and many other household surfaces, sorry, it says many other surfaces both housed and exposed to weather. So I'd imagine yes.
Yeah, I mean, have a go. You'd have a little, like with most things, you'd have a little sample, wouldn't you, and just try it.
Let me give it a go. I'll do it now. I'm just taking a piece of paper here. I can't see how it would damage paper itself.
I do like it when you say here. Here.
It's the Welshness of me coming
I
out.
love it.
And these are your years, by the way. So you'd come over by here and your years. Same thing, really, isn't it? Come by year and your years. And in a year. In a year.
Was that in your ear or in a year?
In a year.
All right. In a year.
No, I've just put that on some paper there just to see. Obviously, it's not dried yet, and you've got to buff it off. But it's not done anything. I bought it so I'll play with it when I get it home. Thanks, Al. No problem, Hazel. Yeah, have a play. That's the thing. Have a play. Why not? Why not? If it's going to hold the colour.
And look how much. You've hardly, you know, a tiny bit on your finger there, and then, you know, you've got
and look
loads
how far
in
it's gone. Yeah. Because it is quite, you know, when you get wax and it's a hard wax as well. So you literally, I've just dabbed my finger across the, this is a studio sample, so don't worry about that. And you'd probably use a cloth rather than your finger, so I'm probably going to have a hard finger now. Yeah, so it's like beeswax, isn't it? I've just thought of that. Am I going to have a hard finger?
I'm not going to have to do any presenting anymore, am I? That's finished me off for the day.
Do check out though, everybody. It's back in stock. Great to use with your furniture as well. So if anybody's into sort of antique furniture, one thing I did, and this is a couple of years ago, in our spare bedroom. I actually had to sell all the furniture recently, obviously, because we've got another one who needs a bedroom. And I bought from a car boot sale. I bought from an old bed. You know the old beds which have got the metal frames and the spring load, and it was a wooden bed, and it was absolutely battered, and I paid I think probably about 20 quid for it or something like that. Bought a new mattress, obviously. You wouldn't want to keep that one, and I did like that kind of Laura Ashley style distressing, so where I looked up how you do it, and it's using a wax like this, basically like a sort of beeswax, which you basically keep that paint on. It could feel fab for leather and walking boots. Yeah, totally. Oh, sorry, it would be fab for leather walking boots. Yes, absolutely. Leather jewellery too.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, because we do some lovely leather, don't we?
That's, you know, if you want to keep your boots and your shoes all nice and shiny.
Just thinking you could
do you want me to polish your boots?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you.
You're like a ballerina there, Claire. Do that again. Do that again. Just casually put your leg up on the desk.
Should I do both now?
Yeah. £12.95 only. Well done. It has genuinely been about 2 years since I've seen that Renaissance, so I hope Fleur managed to get it for you. But stock levels are still healthy, but they'll probably sell out again. I need to get it as well. It's one of those things you need to have in your storage cupboard, isn't it? You need to have it there, because you don't know when you're going to need it.
That's it. That's it. But that's what I mean. When you start jewellery making, you go on to other things before you know it, not always planned, and then you need everything there,
Absolutely.
don't you?
And by the way, no, my finger's fine. It's not hard. See, look, I mentioned it. Nobody was concerned. We've got another star buy coming up, folks, so don't go anywhere. Arguably one of, if not the most sought after gemstones on the planet right here, right now, this present moment in time, is chrome dioxide, because it simply is unobtainable. Every single trade fair, every single gem buyer, every single gemologist, every single jeweler that I have spoken to, and not just me, also my associates and peers, have found it nigh on impossible. I want to say nigh on because I don't know if any of them have all of a sudden been successful, but the conversations that I have had have been no, Noel, I've not been able to buy chrome dioxide. You know, speaking to some very good friends of ours here at JewelleryMaker, some were saying I haven't been able to buy it in over 4 years. So chrome dioxide, in a usual day, was only mined for 2 to 3 months of the year. So best case scenario, you'd have 2 to 3 months of the year of mining this gorgeous gemstone. They were the summer months. They'll absolutely amaze you. This is the summer months, believe it or not. And this is the mine in production. Now, every single year, progressively, it became less and less and less and less and less. Not only lesser gemstones were coming out of the ground, but less miners were returning to that location, which I can understand and I can relate to. Can you imagine if your livelihood, your bread and butter, was dependent on 2 to 3 months of the year? And then, of course, just because you do turn up and you know you're obviously wrapped up to the nines and you know how to work all these machinery, gemstones aren't a given science. You don't just show up and they turn up. You might have days of production, days of mining, and them not be fruitful. So I can understand why chrome dioxide is one of the most expensive gemstones to actually produce and unearth from the ground. Now, every year, less miners were returning. Every year, we were having these same extreme weather conditions. Every year, less was coming out of the ground. So the rising costs of the mining process is rumoured to have completely stopped this gemstones production. We say rumours because we cannot get an absolute yes or no answer. Given the fact of its location, it's very difficult to get solid information from there. Steve Bennett, our former CEO, is saying, and in conversation that we had with him last, he was saying, I am going this year. He said he's been saying that for the past 3 years, mind, because it's very difficult to get there. It's either that or a Chinese trader rather has bought exclusive rights. To be honest, it doesn't matter which one is true, because both will have the same effect for us as lovers of this natural gemstone. Now, the reason why it is so desired is that it has the most glorious, intense, beautiful saturation. It's not treated. This is how it comes out of the ground, which again is amazing when you consider the location and that picture that you have just seen. Many gemstones will emulate the beauty of the location that they come from. Chrome dioxide is the one that kind of bucks that trend, because this is almost kryptonite green. You know, you'd expect this to be from a lush, abundant, you know, place maybe like the Amazon rainforest or something like that, but actually it's a very, very, very hostile weather environment. But you know what? Their efforts of what they've actually managed to unearth, I'm ever so grateful, because it was only launched in the late 1900s, and since in the 80s in actual fact, since that discovery, this gem has absolutely become one of the absolute A-listers, the superstars in the gemstone world. Jean, Irina, London, Pauline, Glamorgan, well done to you. Diane, you've already got yours. I've got Natasha there, Michelle there, Pat there, Julie Julie there in the Isle of Wight, and also lots of anonymous buyers. I'm hoping new to the JewelleryMaker family as well as existing. If this is the start, if this is your first purchase, my goodness, you are setting that bar exceedingly high, because the reality is I've got, I won't say because if anything I should use the whole, all of my connections as an example. We have bought, and I'm talking about my circle of friends right now and people in the industry, we have bought more tanzanite than we have chrome dioxide, more alexandrite, okay, not me, more alexandrite than they have chrome dioxide, more paraiba tourmaline than they have chrome dioxide. Absolutely. Did you know, like I'm sure if I had Steve Bennett here in the studios and I said to him, Steve, have you bought, in fact I know they've done a paraiba showcase, I was watching it the other day, have you done a paraiba tourmaline showcase, one of the rarest, most expensive gemstones on the planet recently? I know they have, because I was watching it the other day. When was the last time they did a chrome dioxide one? When was the last time they bought chrome dioxide as a parcel? It was probably months upon months ago. I've got people multi-buying, and I'm not surprised in the slightest. Natural intensities, the $1 million emerald, as it is so fondly referred to, coming your way at your star buy price. And I'm excited. I don't know what it is. Oh, wait. The arrows are on the screen again. Come back to us in... No, you know what? I was going to say come back to us in 6 months' time and see if we can do this. I don't think you need to do that. I don't think we can do this even now. I don't, genuinely. I genuinely don't think we could buy this gemstone right here, right now, for what you're seeing on your screen. This is no reflection of the true value or worth. I think this is what I would describe as an uncommissionable opportunity for us to to unearth a gemstone. Well, in fact, never mind unearthing. We can't unearth it. For us to purchase the gemstone, we won't be able to negotiate a price like this. I really don't think so. We had 109. Look at the quantity. There are queues. Please do stay where you are. It's worth that that time that you are investing. It's a free telephone number, and look at what you are about to acquire. I'm going to say it again. If not, one of the most desired gemstones right here, right now, for any collector and connoisseur. Do you agree with that, Claire?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, if your budget allows it, I would consider, you know, maybe if you bought two and you'd make with one, put one away as like a, you know, because you don't know how much that will be worth in the future because of how rare it is. And you know, you'll probably, depending on how many pieces of jewellery as well, I mean, you could just use a couple of them and you'd be making your money back for buying both, wouldn't you?
Heirloom jewellery you're making then. This makes me cast my mind back to chrome dioxide is often likened to a Tsavorite garnet. A Tsavorite garnet is one of the most, again, very, very rare gemstone, very, very expensive and considered gemstone. It's quite similar in its appearance. I was watching a programme, and I was telling this hopefully while you're all making your confirmations and you're on those phone lines. There are ever so slight queues of approximately 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes, so neither here nor there. It's a free phone telephone number. And I referred to a programme I was watching that there was a huge British huge British jewellery designer that was making a commission for Angelina Jolie, Hollywood A-lister. And, you know, her pieces of jewellery were one-offs. They were sort of six-figure pieces of jewellery. You know, it was in your 18-karat gold and stuff like that. But she actually had to pawn some of her existing collection to get money to buy the gemstones.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking chrome dioxide is going to be one that might well follow in the same pathway. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So one of the biggest designers, who I'm sure is not short, but actually had to pawn some of her existing collections to buy the gemstones to make for Angelina Jolie's piece, just because of the rarity.
But knowing, sort of having that and having a history to it, it makes it all the more precious, doesn't it? So you look at the mine and you think about the conditions that were to actually get it, so to have it in front of you, and it's got that sentiment, hasn't it? It's got all that, you know, so you're it makes you love it even more, doesn't it? Whereas if it was, say, glass or something like that, that hasn't had all that effort gone into it, you haven't got the, well, for me anyway, I haven't got the same attachment and the same respect for it. Because it's lovely, you know, if you are selling, to talk to people about that, to say where it's come from, the conditions, you know, it's how it's mined. I think it just gives you, that knowledge gives you a bit more respect for what it is you're working with.
And in the same way that you're captivated by gemstones, you know, rarity and beauty, other people will be too. They just might not be as educated as you are. Already, as you can see, we are well over half the stock being allocated and lots still in baskets. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And again, if you look at that picture of that of the mine, that is pretty much it, you know. That's the extent of the mine. It's not, we're not just looking at one tiny location. That's pretty much it. It's very, I've never been there, I haven't, and I doubt highly I'll ever be able to go there as well. Like I said, Steve Bennett, with all of his well, he is respected, isn't he, in the industry. He's not made it there as of yet, but yeah, that it's not a huge mine. It's not vast like diamonds are. It's very, very, very small. So, and that's the only mine in the world which unearths chrome dioxide, this natural gemstone. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm not allowed to say that any gem is an investment. I'm not allowed to, because I don't know. I can't read into the future. I wish I, no, I don't wish I could actually. I don't at all. But this is a sensible purchase. That's one thing I can say, because it's just down to the fact you only have to think of, well, if we can't get it now, what is this gemstone going to mean and equate to, choice words there, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time? So is it a gemstone that you'd be buying for heirloom jewellery? I certainly would be. Well done. Stay where you are. We're going to leave that remaining quantity with you, because there is still queues on the phone lines and there's still web bidders within the baskets. I want you to get this home. Even if you already own chrome dioxide, get it as soon as you can, because there may well come a time in the not too distant future where we say there is no more. Fabulous. Well done. We've got a showstopper and it's up next. The vision of sky blue apatite. Do you know what? We've gone from the most glorious natural green to the most amazingly intense blue. Oh, a marriage made in heaven. So incredible. Apatite comes in a palette of colours. You can have green apatite. You can have neon apatite and gorgeous sky blue. Now, this gemstone is very rich, like you and I, in phosphorus. So we need phosphorus to exist. We need it to live. It's present in our teeth and in our bones. So phosphorus as a chemical actually translates in the Greek language to bringer of light. Now, or bringer of life as well. Both of those are absolutely true, because it brings life to you and I, but it also brings light to this gorgeous gemstone. It is a staggeringly energetic, vibrant gem, which on this strand, as you can see, with this quality and consistency of colour, which absolutely glows. Glows from great distances, glows with amazing brilliance, sparkles with a sort of a Paraiba, coppery-esque appearance. Another reason why it is deemed as one of the most highly demand gemstones. Once upon a time, I only ever used to see sky blue apatite in showcases, so maybe, I don't know, twice a year at best, always, well, 9 times out of 10 I should say, commissioned into gold, especially of this size and colour. Absolutely love sky blue apatite, and if you were to ask myself, any of my fellow hosts, I'm sure many of them would absolutely concur and agree that it is one of the most beautiful tones of blue that you could wish for, but also one of the rarest. Ask yourself this question: what other gemstones, no, I'll rephrase that, what other beings, plants, animals, birds exist on this planet which actually have got this colour? Because this colour is Celeste blue. If you've ever heard of that before, Celeste is also known as heavenly blue. And the reason why it's called heavenly blue, and this is scientific by the way, is because it's one of the rarest colours on this entire planet. If you think about it, there's very few flowers, there's very few birds, there's very few animals, there's very few gemstones. So it's called heavenly blue, and I can understand why it also commands those hugely considered price points. I'm in love with it. I love a briolette cut, exceptional uniformity of colour, beautiful, beautiful light that we were referring to coming from the gemstones high phosphorus content. Claire, what would you do with these?
I think I would be tempted to, I mean, the way they're grouped in twos, so I think, you know, you could cluster them, couldn't you, do earrings, or just, you know how we discussed before about having that with the pearl as your backdrop, and then just a few, and I would cluster maybe 2, 3, and just have that on a chain, and so you'd have that movement in your jewellery. But I think you're completely right. You know, that cut to me is one of the loveliest, because it's so elegant, isn't it? It's so pretty. And that, you know, that colour is beautiful.
It really is. Celeste is saying, yay, Celeste blue. Yes, exactly. You've got one of the, yeah, you've got one of the rarest, that translates to heavenly blue, so you've got one of the rarest colours, scientifically. That's discussed scientifically. That's not something I've just come up with. It's scientifically one of the rarest colours on this entire planet. I love this combination alongside your beautiful mystic topaz, because look at the sparkle that you're getting. And again, those similar cuts. Already checking out on the phone lines, already lots of you getting involved. This beautiful blue goes perfectly with so many different colours. Work incredibly with your sterling silver, with your gold, work incredibly with your copper, with your antique bronze, and great for the up and coming, forthcoming seasons. Now, 35 carats. And we're not stopping here. For apatite. Dion, can I just say, yeah, I know it's blue. I know it's blue, but Dion, you've got to be concerned right now. I love the bravery of Dion. She doesn't care, does she?
Not at all.
But this is way beyond our target price. Way, way, way beyond what our target price should be, and could be, and would be elsewhere outside of these 4 walls for the calibre and the quality of the gemstones that you are getting here. I mean, these aren't just nuggets. Would you just take 2 of those? You know, 2 of those in a pair of sterling silver rings, you'd expect to be £20, wouldn't you, for genuine gemstones? Without shadow of a doubt. So we are really pushing, no, there's no we, Dion is pushing that boundary here. You are, I've named and shamed you, I've outed you there, Dion. Yeah, I know, this team, you know I've got your back, you know I have, 100%. Yeah, together, okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but this is pushing it a little bit, isn't it? Just a little bit. Somerset, Diana, Keith, Carol, Deborah, Irina, Emma, Tatiana, London, Yulia, Angela, Jackie and Michelle and Alison. Lovely to have your company. Look at that consistency of colour.
But you know how we spoke about like the chrome dioxide of the sort of the story behind it. Can you imagine if you got that strand and you made bridal jewellery, so you could just do one and that's your something blue, but explaining to the bride to be, you know, about the celestial blue. I mean, again, it's this beautiful sentiment, isn't it? That lots lots of people are interested in, and it means an awful lot to them. I mean, I think that would be beautiful in bridal jewellery.
That's half the appeal of coloured gemstones in my eyes, and that's something that, again, maybe it was through my training with Gemporia, I don't know, but and JewelleryMaker, obviously, that's something which really got me interested in coloured gemstones. It's because they have got a much, well, they're more fascinating in terms of their story, actually, than any diamond. Don't get me wrong, I love diamonds, and I'm a diamond girl. I've got a lovely diamond as well. But, you know, how they've actually formed, where they actually form, the chemicals that are present, you know, they have got a story behind them, more so than diamonds, because diamonds are carbon, essentially. Yes, I mean, I could go into it some more, but this is a lot more sentiment behind it, so I totally agree with you there, Claire. Jamie in Cumbria, Dionna's gone mad. But you got yours. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. Yes, and we do love a story, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
How many on the strand? I'll count them for you now. They're in groups of 2, so you'll see... Oh, no, they're not. Some of them are 3s. Hang on, I'll count them for you now. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 38, 38, 38, 38, 41. Sorry, I had to think then about how to add that 3 onto the end. 41 on this strand, approximately. So that's working out at how much? 48 pence each. Yeah, a celeste heavenly blue. I think that's gorgeous, and it gets people thinking as well. Like, have you thought of another creature or being on this planet that has this colour?
I don't know. I haven't. No.
Other than Swiss blue topaz, which is irradiated to that colour, and Paraiba tourmaline. I can't think of another. Can you think of a bird? No, I can't either. Oh, I got excited then. Dion went, I think there's a butterfly. Oh no, it's not. I can't think of one. I don't think there is a parrot, which is this colour. Or a bird of paradise or anything like that. I'm not saying there's nothing on this planet, but it is one of the rarest colours. I mean, if we spoke about different greens or different blues or different whites, there's probably multiples of, but this heavenly blue, hence the name, is regarded to be sort of out of this world. So lovely story behind that as well. Please check out them as soon as you possibly can. Loving the fact that I can bring it to you. Would look incredible in my eyes alongside your Mystic Topaz, but again, you could keep it very simple, couldn't you, and just suspend a few of them, or your something blue.
Yes, yeah, that's how I'm seeing it. But yeah, I mean, you know, you could, and at that price, you could use an awful lot, couldn't you, and cluster them together, and you know, sort of like a bubble bracelet or bubble necklace. I mean, yeah,
just fantastic. That one on a hairpin.
Yes, yeah.
One on a hairpin, or one on a garter. Diana, budgie. They have got a patch, haven't they? Yeah, they have got a patch. I'm not saying there's nothing on this planet. I'm saying it's one of the rarest colours. It is. Have I got lots of people messaging in? Well, I'm not saying there's nothing. I read an article and it was like scientifically proven to be one of the rarest colours. A fish. I can guarantee there's a fish that colour. So yeah, I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. I don't know it though. Do you? I'm sure there is. Well, we would like to say Paraiba tourmaline's this colour. But it's one of the rarest colours. Anyway, need to move on in the essence of time. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Oh! This is a long strand of tanzanite. 38 centimetres of tanzanite.
It just seemed to come on and on and on, didn't it, when you were taking it out?
Oh, would you just restrand this, Claire?
I think I keep going back to those pearls, but I think, yeah, I'd maybe put one of the pearls in the middle of it. But yeah, have a long... But you've got enough there, haven't you, to do your full suite?
Yeah. 38 centimetres is 15 inches, so yeah, with your extension, with your clasp, with a few spaces. This is coming up a little bit later on. Amazing, 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 amazing. Moving on, because we are bringing you some more wire. We've got wire work extraordinaire Claire here in the studio, so we've got to bring you ideas. Well, you're still chuckling, aren't you? Still chuckling away. It's our new red wire. It is a deep red, quite poinsettia. Poinsettia red, isn't it?
Yeah,
or love heart red, passionate red. 50 metres, 50 metres of this beautiful deep red colour in your 0.8 gauge. So, so we only launched this a few weeks ago, didn't we?
Yes, the vibrant colours.
Oh, wait. We haven't launched this one. Oh, in the 0.8.
I think I've seen the green and there's a maroon, isn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. But
yeah, there's one which was quite fuchsia.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, so they called it fuchsia, but yeah, this is a lovely colour. Very deep and passionate, isn't it? Kind of reminds you of sort of some of the finest garnet in the world. 50 metres, so it's going to go a long way, and the 0.8 gauge is great for your structures, Claire, isn't it?
It is, and it's making me straight away, you know, when you were saying about hearts, I do, you know, obviously with the wire writing, a lot of the word love, so it would work very, very well with that. So you've got a good gauge for it, you've got the great colour, and obviously you've got loads and loads, so you can practice and practice.
I'm also thinking of, which you won't have seen Jewellery Makers as of yet, but I'm just going to give you a bit of inside information. Little bit of inside information. We were here very early this morning, weren't we, Claire?
We were.
We were filming a little part of a DVD that might be coming your way. And the pieces of jewellery, oh, amazing. Wouldn't they look fab in this?
They would. It'd work, yeah, wonderfully.
They were little rosebuds.
Yeah.
Little rosebuds. $14.95. Nope, Dion says. Nope. Going straight down. Introductory deal. Oh, that's not just that's not, you chuckle at me, Dion. That's not a small price slash. You could make those pieces of jewellery that you made this morning, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Get this
Absolutely,
now,
yes.
because I think this is going to sell out, because this will be perfect for that design. Absolutely perfect. I know you probably haven't got a clue, well, you don't know what we're talking about precisely, but you just take it from me and Claire, you're going to want this coloured wire.
But also, you know, like Alison Tarry's, you know, the Welsh dragons, things like, you know, all her structural pieces. I mean, you could do a beautiful version, you know, of Karen Crawford's The Bird Cage. You know, any of those, you know, sculptural pieces like that, you know, wonderful.
Yeah, I don't think you need to have anything specific in mind, do you? When you get this, 0.8 is a versatile gauge anyway, we know that, don't we? And it's a gorgeous red colour. What about your own findings? It'd be gorgeous as findings.
Absolutely, yeah. Because if you create something, and you know, we don't do that colour finding, so you make your own. So, and you know, you could do it in the same sort of way as, you know, we did on the second demo, making that sort of that S hook. Just do something similar to that. Work with your pliers in that way, just to create that shape.
Yeah, gorgeous. Some clear quartz running through it or something like that. Colour clash it as well. Gizmo with this too. It's being launched today, the 0.8 in the deep red. Forgive me, I thought I'd actually seen the deep red before. Not in this gauge. Lots of you getting involved, lots of you checking out. Yeah, it is absolutely a stasher offer. You don't have to have anything specific in mind, do you? And those of you that are new to wire work, 0.8 is great for structure, great for gizmoing,
wire writing,
which again we've got DVDs of, or tutorials of, or just $4.95 our DVDs. Tutorials on our website, free, or go onto YouTube. What else can you do with it?
Well, that wire writing DVD is a really good one, I have to say. I did it. But on it, it's not just wire writing. You make a rainbow as well, so it's really, if you want to do that, you want to get that really, really good DVD. I was sent a, you know, the FIFO review to review it, but I thought, I can't do that. I can't review my own DVD.
Oh, that's hilarious. You should have done.
I bought several.
You were going to FIFO review your own DVD?
Yeah.
Hilarious. I love how humble you are, Claire. Claire, you're brilliant.
Can do but we do like a rainbow. So yeah, that would be a great colour and a great.
I know the rainbow that you're talking about, and I know this DVD that you're talking about, and it is. Yes, I'd agree, one of the best. I just love the way she's like, yeah, the wired DVD. It's one of the best.
It's all about me.
It's true, mind jewellery makers, isn't it? It is true. Oh, you're funny. I tell you what, she's a joy. She's a joy to work with. Now, number 1, did you say? Sorry. I'm just getting carried away with this. Round your wire. Tool for smoothing wire ends.
Well, so that'd be really, you know, when you said with the red wire, and if you're making your own findings,
yeah.
So, you know, for like if you're doing like your shepherd hook, so that would be ideal to just round off the end of the.
If I turn that round, you can actually see what it does. So that kind of, the nib at the end of this tool is like a little cup, basically, and you put the end of your wire, and it basically kind of files it off and gives it a smooth edge, so it's not going to catch. You can actually see it there. Just twist it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. A professional tool. And we actually sourced this from Beadsmith, and yeah, it puts that smooth edge, so it's not going to catch, it's not going to scratch. A good idea to use with everything, really, when you're finishing off any of your wirework designs. So, you know, sometimes when you wear pieces of jewellery and you've got something which is a little bit sort of scratchy, there's nothing more annoying, is there? That's all you can think about, or if you're like me, that's all I can think of and focus on. This will prevent those sort of scratching against the skin, and it is that really professional tool. Now, from Beadsmith, don't get to bring it to you every single day, £4.95. £4.95, comes with a solid wood handle. Add it to your order. One of my favourite tools, Miss Janet says. Yeah, I bet it is. I bet it's one of those pieces that once you buy it, you wonder,
how did I ever do
how
with it?
did I ever manage without it? Bit like you, Claire. How did we manage without you?
No one answered that.
Yeah, great gift as well. Great stocking filler. I know we're not. I just said stocking filler. Sorry. Before the wrath comes, sorry. It is, you know, just because present then. Stay where you are on those phone lines. I need to move on, but you have done it. You've definitely done it. Should we do the wax white cone? Again, an absolute essential for any wire worker out there. Great. If you do your kumihimos, your braids, you do anything that you want to hide an end away, make a wax white cone, and this is the simple tool that you use with it. It's very straightforward. Lots of demonstrations again on our website if you go on to JewelleryMaker.com. It's a solid wooden base. You can see there's a little hole at the top. If I turn it round, there we go. There's a little hole at the top which you position the end of your wire through, and then literally corkscrew all the way around as long as you wish it to be, and then you can hide all your finishings.
I couldn't do without one of those. I think I've got in all 3 sizes.
I don't know if there's anything that you could make such a professional wax white cone alternative, a cone with, as an alternative, you know, sometimes like a mandrel, you could potentially maybe use a pen or a marker pen or something like that. I don't think there's anything that would give you such a professional
get that
finish.
Uniform tapering.
Yeah. I agree. So an essential, would you say?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, an essential for any wire worker. This is the wax white cone. So you'll see so many different guest designers use it. So many, even if they're not necessarily wire work guest designers. You know, Mark does macrame and a little bit of wire, I know that, but he uses the wax white cone. I know Laura certainly does, you certainly do. I know Fleur's used it as well in the past. So yeah, it does tend to be, probably most of our guest designers do. It does tend to be one of those tools which is without shadow of a doubt frequently.
I haven't seen it for ages, and also thinking of if you start with your jewellery making journey, a lot of people maybe start with chips and nuggets, and I mean I couldn't, you know, the twisty necklace that you do with your chips and nuggets, that's perfect. I can't, you know, that is what you need to finish off those ends, to hide the ends. You know,
and the ends, you know, these parts that we're talking about. If you imagine a big sort of bib style necklace or a cluster style necklace like Claire's referring to, the attention to detail, like the coverings of those mechanical parts,
Yep.
I suppose, the functional parts of the of a piece. That makes a difference. That's what takes it to, you know, a handmade piece of jewellery to you know, a professionally handmade piece of jewellery. Let's bring that price tag in, £7.95. So yeah, an absolute must-have essential tool. One again that once you have it, you don't realise how invaluable they are. Stay where you are. We have got more star buys coming your way. Check out your deal of the days as well. Haven't seen that in years. Haven't seen the Wags Wyco in ages as well. So star buy, and it's up next. In the course of a morning show, we have brought you chrome diopside, a high-end strand of pearls, sky blue apatite, mystic coloured topaz, ruby, and now tanzanite. You know, that speaks volumes to me. That tells me the calibre of JewelleryMaker, the calibre of our team, the calibre of our gem hunters and our traders and our connections, which have been built up over many years. That speaks volumes. Now, I'm not sort of just blowing sort of my boss's trumpets at the moment. I'm also thinking how amazing your collections would be as well, how amazing your stashes would be, how incredible your heirloom pieces that you have created or even sold on, or commissions that you've done, either or. It speaks volumes that we can work with such high-end gemstones. Because again, going back to the ruby conversation that we had, I didn't think I'd own tanzanite. I didn't think I'd have multiple tanzanite strands in my possession. So I've got a lot to be grateful for JewelleryMaker, and it's not just my livelihood. It is without shadow of a doubt for my family's investments of gemstones. Now this is 38 centimetres, so it's a long strand, double what you would expect actually of tanzanite, of without doubt rich vanadium quality, intensely graded tanzanite. Now we don't grade our tanzanite. Let me just speak to you for a second about that. Here at JewelleryMaker, we don't grade our tanzanite because firstly we've got so little in the vault, but it would take a lot of time for our in-house gemologists to physically go through every single one of these strands and grade it. Now in that process it might then add to the cost, I don't know, and also you've got might add to the cost, and we're probably going back to strands that we've purchased maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, because the reality is tanzanite is a gemstone which has probably been within whatever establishment on the planet's within their grasp for many years. We can't get hold of it right now. The last time that we bought direct from the mine was back in 2013. So we tend to be buying it second hand, third hand, fourth hand, fifth hand now, which does mean obviously the actual cost of the gemstone has increased dramatically. But just remember what I said. We have got tanzanite, which has been within our possession, within our purchase for multiple years now, and we will still pass on those incredible savings. You're looking at 90 carats of consistently beautiful blue tanzanite, rich in vanadium that brings that distinctive violet colour, exquisitely faceted in a plain rondelle. So I love that. Look how you're seeing it's going to really encourage the triachrosm of the gemstones. Every single one of those tanzanites, I'm not allowed to say what grade I think it is, but lean on your own knowledge, lean on your own tanzanite skills, and hopefully what you can make comparisons to what you already have within your existing stash, like so many of our wonderful jewellery makers, coming your way at such an astonishing star buy price point. 38 centimetres. I mean, you only need to take maybe a small section of this beautiful strand, and I've got no doubt thinking that if you sold it on a very well-known auction site, you could recuperate your costs and then some. Let's bring it in. £69.95. No? What do you mean no? 90 carats of tanzanite. Take 1 carat of that. 1 carat of tanzanite, and then maybe put it onto some sterling silver. Surely you would ask, surely, what, £40 plus? For a carat of tanzanite.
And the one in the centre is large enough. I would just, you know, you could have that on its own, couldn't you? Just absolutely, you know, even on the, you know, the long silver chain that you had. I think with that striking colour and that size, you know, 1 gem is, you know, when you've got that colour.
It is such an amazing quality, yeah, absolutely. This is what you're referring to there, Claire. It's just that big, intense solitaire in the centre. 38 centimetres here in total. Now, 90 carats, but can I just count a small section? I'm not going to count it from the end because obviously that would be the smaller stones. So to give a more accurate or approximate, have to estimate. But if I count this section here, approximately a centimetre, you've got at least 3 stones. So 3 times, would you agree? That's about a centimetre there, yeah? That I have between my fingers. So there's 3 stones, and I've deliberately taken it not at the end, so they're smaller, not in the middle because they're bigger. On average, then 3 times 38. That's working out at, it's over 100 stones, isn't it? About 110. So you've got over 100 gemstones on this strand, 100 solitaires basically.
It's like they glow, isn't it? You know, when you were just separating them out like that. Sometimes when you see them all on the strand, you don't, you know, it's nice to separate them out like that because you get a real appreciation of just how, you know.
Yeah,
absolutely. How lovely they are.
The quality that they are. They're not gaining the colour from their neighbouring gems.
Yeah.
They've all got that. And look at the prominence of that, those secondary hues of pink coming through. Can you see? So incredible. If I bend it round, you can actually start seeing each individual solitaire. So there's over 100 on this one strand. If you put 1 of those on sterling silver, look at the colour. Surely you'd be asking, okay, let's be conservative, £20. Let's be conservative, just for 1. I can't even do that maths. Fries my brain. Can't even do that maths. If 1 of these is £20 on a sterling silver, you know, it's a good return, isn't it, business-wise? And yet little to no time invested into the actual overall design. Hello to you, Shona. I'm wondering right now, straight away, Shona, one of my former colleagues, a fellow accredited jewellery professionals who used to work with me on the USA channel was from Scotland. I know there's probably lots of Shonas as well, but just because it's tanzanite, and I know she loved tanzanite, I'm just wondering if it's her on the phone lines right now. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Diane, Jill and Stephen, Maria, Jackie, Nikki, Susan, Dawn, Violet, London, you're with me as well. Lots of new bidders in the process of speaking to our incredible contact centre. Rich vanadium blue coming through, and certainly one of those that will be going into my heirloom box, if you know what I mean. The one that I buy for future generations, not just sort of my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, because we are the ones that can get hold of it and capitalise on these incredible, incredible prices. Stay where you are, check out as soon as you possibly can. We have got more to bring you, more amazing deals, more incredible star buys, including AAA graded labradorite, more from the gorgeous Claire. She's amazing.
Thinking then, what?
More from the amazing Claire. And more amazing deals. I hope you can join us, so don't go anywhere. If you are watching us on Freeview, by the way, and you're thinking, oh no, it's about to close down, shut down. Well, not shut down. Wrong expression, but you know what I mean. Tune in on the web, all the W's at JewelleryMaker.com. You can carry on shopping with us there and watching us live. What have we got? Where's this labradorite? Because I need to see it. I need to see it. Oh. Hold up. Yeah, I might give you a little sneaky peek. You're going to need to tune in to get it. AAA graded labradorite after this.
I started crafting from a very young age, doing all sorts of different crafting. That developed into card making and then onto jewellery making.
I got started because my sister started giving us jewellery and the women in the family jewellery as gifts.
To start, I was making it for me, and then my friends saw what I was wearing, and then one of my friends said, well, why don't you have a go at selling? So I thought, well, I'll give it a go and see how it goes.
I do like a challenge. Because sometimes you look at something and think you can't do it, but then you don't know if you don't try, do you?
When you've made it and you've just made it, you think, that's nice, put it on. When you get it out the next time, that's when you think, yeah, that looks really good, that looks quite professional, and I'm proud to wear it.
Quite often at work they'll ask me what I'm wearing. They're astonished. First of all, you think something so simple and they're astonished at the piece of jewellery that you've made.
They say it looks so professional, and when I show them how easy it is to do, they're saying, oh, can I have a go of it?
These necklaces are great for layering up, for these sort of holidays.
Because they're there in the living room with you, you get to see the same people on a regular basis, and you feel a bit like you know them.
It's like a family, you know all the guests that are on the TV. And then when you come to something like a workshop, it's really good because you seem to know everybody, you know about the people that you're working with.
It just feels like your own family, that you're actually there with them and you are part of their family, you're part of their, you know, their community.
We here at JewelleryMaker love to hear your feedback. So working in conjunction with FIFO, a global ratings and reviews provider, when you purchase a product from JM, you will receive an email asking you to rate our service and our products. This helps us to bring you excellent customer service and ensure we're bringing you value for money and high quality goods. Have your say with JewelleryMaker FIFO reviews.
JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Minutes time. That's all you need to wait for your AAA graded tanzanite, see, habit. AAA graded labradorite, so not long to wait. Do you know it's the first time I've ever brought AAA graded? I've done AA grade, but first time I've actually done the AAA, and it's coming your way. So it's talking about what the grade, what commands the higher grading system is the quality of and the amount of labradorescence, and I tell you what, there's no denying this. Coming away in about 10 minutes time, this gorgeous labradorite strand with all of those amazing flashes and abundance of colours, not just the blues, you're also getting warm glows of pinks and purples as well. AAA graded, up in about 10 minutes time, fabulous. But before that though, we've got some more amazing deals to bring you, including all of these. Oh, beautiful purples. Now, great stretchy bracelets. One of the simplest pieces of jewellery that you can commission and you can make is a stretchy bracelet with a plain faceted round like this. You know, gorgeous colour, especially purples, which is so popular. If you were to make these and put them on any craft fair, sell them at, I don't know, what do you reckon, £5, £10? They'd absolutely fly. Quartzite is a gorgeous gemstone which has got a really rough crystal structure, which means it can hold on to lots of lovely amounts of colour. 8mm plain round, which again is a very versatile size, not too big, not too small, faceted all the way around, 360 degrees, so you get that sparkle across the surface of the gemstone as well. Durable, because it has got that hardness on the Mohs scale, hence why it is used by so many different designers. You're looking at 450 carats in total of your purple quartzite. Again, just restrand it maybe like so. You've got 3 different strands here. Put them into stretchy bracelets. You've got at least, what do you think, 6 stretchy bracelets? I'd say so. If you were to retail those at, I don't know, what, £5–10 each? Fabulous. And they take you minutes, literally, a couple of minutes to commission. Coming your way at an affordable price tag, first of the bundles actually, £7.95. Now, I was watching a programme the other day. Yeah, no, not that one. No, not that one. I was watching a programme the other day. No! And they were selling, there's a little hint in what I'm saying there. They were selling quartzite necklaces like this with sterling silver. Yeah, admittedly, I had sterling silver clasp. £90. Yes, they were. It's a very, very, very well known, globally. I've got to stop there because I'll get into trouble. It wasn't JewelleryMaker. It wasn't Gemporia, but there was a channel that was selling quartzite necklaces for £90. And all it was restranded. Then, by Jove, they finally got it in the gallery. You can do it so easily. You just need some beading thread here and some of our findings, and you are away. And in actual fact, you can make 3 of them. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Well done. Oh yes, we've got pieces of jewellery. There we go, Sue. Sorry, I didn't see it there, Sue. Love that. It's like a ladder weave, isn't it, Claire?
That's really clever. She's very good.
It's like a ladder weave all the way through. How's that been done then?
I don't know.
We're going to have to ask our Sue.
Yeah.
Maybe Sue will actually put the instructions on her Facebook page.
Is it chain in between it?
Well, it looks like beading thread and chain woven.
Yeah.
Maybe actually plaited in between. And as you can see, that's very gem heavy. So you could probably make a couple of those bracelets, and it's 360 degrees. Very clever, Sue. Gorgeous use of colour as well. Something a little bit different, isn't it? £7.95 only. Somebody's asking, can we see the drill hole? Certainly. If I actually bend it over like this, you can see how substantial the drill hole is. So could you get your your elastic through there, or your beading threads? Yes, easily. Look, fly through. The fact that you can actually see, light from one side to the other, so that tells you that it's a big dimensional drill hole itself. Again, great for all ages, all generations, all levels of jewellery making.
Yeah, yeah. Because we've said before, haven't we, sort of building up confidence. So, you know, that's a good way to do it when you've got that many gems, is to really, you know, play about with them, you know, do things like that, but to do stretchy bracelets, which are a wonderful starting point. And yeah, you build your confidence and then go on to maybe some wire work. To me, I'm looking at them thinking they'd be like wonderful, you know, like bunch of grapes, that type
of, yeah, because they are, aren't they?
Thing, yeah.
They're like little blackberries, aren't they? They're gorgeous, absolutely love it. And there's nothing wrong with having a simple piece of jewellery that hasn't taken hours upon hours to make. And I'm sure, well, I can see that you all agree with me, because loads of you have chosen to multi-buy on this. Loads of you are with us on the web. Hello to you, Cass, Aberdeenshire, Sandra, Angela, Maria, Roseanne, Margaret Ann, Cecilia, Gloucestershire, Peggy and Mick. Hello to you. Now, Maggie and Cornwall, and I can't listen, there's everybody, loads of people there. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Now, I'm going to be bringing you sterling silver decorative snake bead spacers. Everyone wants me to do lots of S's. Snake bead spacers. Look at these, they're gorgeous. Again, thread it onto a sterling silver chain, and you have a pendant in its own right. You're getting 3. Aren't they amazing? Now, there's lots of myths and legends associated to serpents and snakes. Some people just have the love of reptiles, I suppose. They're fascinating creatures, aren't they? Absolutely fascinating. Perfect as charms, so any of you have any charm silver chain or bracelet. The texturing, you can see the texturing across the back of your snake or serpent, even the details. Yeah, on his little face, he's got little elevated eyes on the top as snakes would do, and you can just thread these through. Look at that. He's got a smile, isn't he?
I think he is smiling. He's obviously a friendly one.
A little smiley steak. Hey?
Snakes don't smile, they smirk.
You reckon snakes smirk?
Yeah, they don't smile.
I like snakes. I think they're really intriguing creatures. Look. Look at his lip. He's lovely, isn't he? Could this be attached to a pair, just a pair of earrings?
Yeah, you could do, couldn't you? I would get, you know, with the rounds you just had, or any rounds. I mean, you know, sometimes we do the, it'd be lovely with, you know, black spinel or something like that. But the rounds that we've got, and I'd just do a stretchy with one of those in it. I think, you know, I mean, I know it would be very, very similar to, you know, the charm bracelets you get on the high street, but how, you know, on trend are they?
Yeah, and you're getting 3. You wouldn't, you know, you'd pay a premium for 3, obviously. They'd more than likely be sold individually rather than in a pack like this. 10 by 8 millimeters, not stopping at £13.95. We're going to go straight down. Each charm, I mean, you'd expect to pay more than £13.85 for one charm on the high street. £7.95. That's a lot of sterling silver there. I'm just looking at what if I turn it around, you can see the width. You know, he has got, I was going to say something then, and thankfully I stopped myself. You know, there's a width. There is a width to this snake. Oh gosh, I don't think what I said was much better. I don't know what to say. I'm crying. Lovely, and right. It's going to be a she, by the way. It's going to be a she. I've got to make it a she. He does look happy with himself, though, doesn't he? She. Is very pleased. Very pleased. You're getting all 3 here. They are beautiful charms, aren't they? They're not just fatas, they are features or pendants that you can include. Marlene, hello to you. Parveen, Kathleen, Sue, Alison, Somerset. See, everybody out there is so much more mature than we are, Claire. You're so much more mature than we are. I think nobody else is... See, you don't stoop to those levels, do you? Lynn's got some advice for me. When in doubt, say nout. I tried to come up with an alternative and I think it sounded not quite as bad, but it's really not a good idea to laugh while you're pregnant. Oh, really? Oh, right, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. No, it's all right. Oops. Here we go again. Lol, can't believe they put you two together. I know. I know. Again. Oh dear, Claire. You were thinking it though as well, weren't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You totally were thinking it too. And can I just say, everybody at home, you were thinking it too, weren't you? How else do I describe it? Listen, it's my job to describe. No, Ben, I'm not going to say that word. Ben wants me to know what the word is. I'm not going to say it. It's not a swear word or anything bad. It just, when you put it in a sentence like I did, just sounds a little bit rude. Anyway, moving on. I like the snakes. They're good. They're very good, very good, very good. Moving on to... Oh, these are fab. These are beautiful. Now, I can't trip up on these ones because this is a finished piece of jewellery. I am right in saying that, aren't I? These are, you're getting two pairs. These are stunning, just like so. Just leave them as they are. They're like gypsy style earrings.
Gorgeous, yeah.
Aren't they gorgeous? I've never seen them before.
I don't think I have either.
So you could sew gemstones in between, or just leave them as they are. I'd wear them as they are. Now let me just, there we go, that's how they open. So if I show you, it's like a gate basically. Look, so you just pinch them in there and it goes in like so. There we go. Just like so. Really secure. Loving these, and you are getting two pairs. I'll hold them up to the ear so you can actually see, you know, just how sizable they are. Loving these, Claire. Have you seen them before?
It's like a filigree, isn't it?
Fab, aren't they? I want these.
So you could, depending on how many, you know, you could just use your head pins and different sizes or different shaped gems, and you know, totally customise them, couldn't you?
It's like a horseshoe. You could turn that into a horseshoe, couldn't you?
Yeah.
No way are they £6.95. These are fab. I love the kind of, yeah, the intricacy that you're getting here, the fact that you can embellish them, or you don't need to. Again, I think you've got two pieces of finished jewellery here. Loads of you on the phone lines. I'm going to go as far as saying these are some of my favourite findings that we've ever brought. Do you agree? Because they can be pendants.
I was just thinking that. I was thinking if you take off that sort of
gate,
leave it, yeah,
the actual fastening,
and so you could just have your chain coming off either end, couldn't you?
What about surrounding a cabochon?
Yes, yeah.
Because there's nothing stopping you using your E6000 glue.
Yeah.
They could go around a cabochon, couldn't they? Loads of you there. Cornwall, Somerset, Lincolnshire, Persis, Victor. Hello to you, Carol and Virginia and Karen and Maggie and Teresa and Susan and Anne. I'm loving these. Just a handful of collectors there on your screen. Check out as soon as you can. Now, should I give you them a quick measure? Oh, you've got it on the screen. It's 42 millimetres. So they are really substantial. And again, if I turn it this way, you can see the amount of your silver plating and brass that's, you know, they're substantial.
There's lovely detail, isn't there? Like a twisted section as well, and then the
on the inside is like that. Can you see that twisted section that Claire's referring to?
They're lovely.
Yeah, and that's on both sides as well. Can you see? It's not just on the one side, and then you've got that lovely latticing. And then the details on the end. Love them. Well done. Stay on those phone lines. I'm getting those as well. I think they're fantastic. I'd wear them like they are. Wear them like they are. Again, you can incorporate them into your headwear designs, incorporate them into your pendants, cuffs. Who knows? Earrings as well. Stay on those phone lines. You have done it. Now it's time for your next Star Buy. First time ever I'm bringing you AAA graded labradorite, and this is it is a new thing that we're doing where we've brought you labradorite for many years, but such is the quality, such is the caliber, such is the grade. Our amazing management team here in the UK and also our incredible team over in Jaipur have agreed that the quality does command being graded, you know, so where we can actually say this is AAA, you know, it doesn't get a whole lot better than that. And what commands the grade, it's going to make it easier, by the way, easier for those that are maybe less knowledgeable or of these gemstones or see less examples of this gemstone, to know what they're buying basically, so to know that what quality they're actually looking at. So what commands the high grades? So the first time I've ever seen AAA graded labradorite, first time ever. I've brought AA in the past, but AAA is the first time. Now we're talking about different areas and amounts of labradorescence. So if it's just got maybe a small section, maybe 10% of the gemstone or 20% even, I'm not being specific here, then it might not be graded, or it might be, I don't know, singly graded. I'm not being exact or specific. If it's got something like, I don't know, 60% labradorescence, where it's got those micro inclusions performing and playing with the light, then it might then be AA graded. When you start tipping sort of your 80% labradorescence, and again, these are numbers that I'm just literally throwing at you, but there is a science to it, and there is a method to our incredible management team and buying teams and what commands such grades. Basically, it's about the amount of performance that you see, the amount of labradorescence across the entirety of the surface of the gemstone. First time ever, and we're not just talking about one of these examples or solitaires. I'm talking about the entirety of the strand. This is absolutely mesmerizing. Now, it's not just your blues. You've got pinks and purples here, which is the pinks and purples are the rarest colours. But can I just focus? I'm going to show you the biggest one first. Look at the amount of blues, and look at how intense it is that you're about to get with this AAA graded labradorite strand. Oh, can you see what I mean? I mean, what do you think? Is that 80%, 90%? You know, it's got to be pushing 100 in my eyes, because I'm blocking an area as well, aren't I, with my own finger. Look at the pinks coming through from this one. Just absolutely incredible quality across the entirety. And again, here in the studio, if you think this is good, wait till you get it home. Just wait till you get it home. Just so I can show you with ease, and rather you look at the underside of my fingernail, I'm going to show it on the back of this board. Here we go. Can you see that? Oh! It's the finest quality labradorite I've ever brought to air. Ever brought to air. Are you ready for this star by price? We're not going to be $69.95. More of an investment strand? Yes, it is. But you're getting more of an investment gemstone here. Oh, my word. Just the one. If you were to take this gemstone, which is used by some of the biggest designers out there, Monica Veneda is using high quality labradorite at the moment. As loads of big designers are using high quality labradorite at the moment, and it's all about how much labradorescence is across the surface of the gemstone. It's the only AAA graded labradorite I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker, and it deserves that grading, the quality that you are seeing here, because there isn't a single surface which as I'm looking from this angle, if you imagine I'm looking from a bird's eye point of view, you're looking from another angle, Claire's looking from another angle, there isn't a single section on this gemstone strand that hasn't got that performance of colour, and it comes from the tiny micro inclusions. What a privilege to be able to do this, Claire.
It makes me think of Sammy, Gastonella Sammy, is really successful with her stalls, and she has a big focal, point where a labradorite necklace excuse me, that really draws people's attention, because obviously when you're walking past or you're moving, it's going to catch your eye, and you see all those different colours coming out. It's going to make you stop, it's going to make you stare, so it obviously draws people to to her stall. But if, when you wear a piece of jewellery like that, I mean, I've made my stepmom quite a few labradorite pendants, and it stops people and they say, well, what stone is that?
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is really fascinating. It does tend to be one of those, once you own it or once you've seen it firsthand, you go, wow. You know, it's one of the most visual gemstones out there. I've got to move on in the essence of time. I mean, you can imagine this, can't you, in a jewellery display box just like so, with hundreds and hundreds upon hundreds of pounds. Well done, stay where you are. But there's more, because we have a showstopper after this. Gosh, we're going to keep these deals coming thick and fast. We're going to keep these amazing gemstones coming to you as well. So from one of the most visual, captivating gems, first time I've ever seen, I ever brought you AAA graded labradorite, to one of the most valuable. And emeralds, you can buy an emerald for £1, you can buy an emerald for £1 million, and it's all obviously down to the quality. But it's exceedingly rare to get emerald which is totally natural, not enhanced, not treated in any way, shape or form. Got things jumping off the T-bar at me now. Now these, oh gosh, look, I'm going to show you just the smallest one first, or one of the smallest ones. Look at that colour. Look at this colour. An emerald will speak to you. You know, some people will prefer the darker green, some people will prefer the lighter green, some people will prefer emeralds which have got a sort of a bluish undertone, some people will like, oh gosh, I love that one, look at that, isn't that amazing? Some people will love the formations and patterns and characteristics that you get with this gorgeous gemstone. It's all personal preference, because inclusions do not deter the value of this gemstone. They are regarded as its makeup. It's a type 3 gem, so expected to have those internal characteristics or inclusions. It's about the energy of the colour, and ultimately which one speaks to you. There's no denying that this is, of course, that beautiful gemstone. 25 centimetres of beautiful top drilled checkerboard faceted on both sides of these lovely drops, 14 centimetre strand, and then natural Brazilian emerald solitaires. Again, these could be solitaire rings, couldn't they, Claire?
Yeah, absolutely. The varying sizes as well. But it always makes me think of, you know, foliage. So if you were going to do bridal pieces, so you've got different coloured gemstone to do your flowers, and you could have one or two as just, to me that would be foliage. So just a couple, and you've got your very sort of like a naturally inspired piece of jewellery.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you got some of those rubies earlier on.
Yeah.
You know, that combination, those two colours, emeralds and rubies as one, would be just amazing. 110 carats in total of natural emeralds, so not coated, not fissure filled, treated in any way, shape or form. We've gone straight down to it because already lots of collectors and connoisseurs on the phone lines. Oh! Did we need to do this? Probably not, no. It was already an incredible price point. But we're not talking about just one or two gemstones here. We've got a big long strand of high-end, beautiful, genuine emerald. I'll count them for you as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23 on this strand. So you might get, that's approximate obviously, you might get a little bit more, you might get a little bit less. We guarantee the carat weight. Beautiful energy of green. I'm loving that one in the centre, you know, the one just off, just next to the larger size. I love that colour, the intensities that you are seeing there. So beautiful and glorious. Hello to you, Surrey. Hello to you, Essex. Would you be using this with your high-end findings?
You could do, couldn't you? Yeah, you know, the new gold findings that we've done, that would be nice with them. Or the, you know, we do the gold-plated silver stardust beads. That would look nice as well with them.
They really would, wouldn't they? And any of the coloured findings, to be honest, as well. You know, yellow gold, silver coloured, rose gold findings as well. Maybe you wanted to create a sort of design just like this, absolutely drenched in genuine emerald, then just recommission it, I suppose, on like so, but obviously finished on beading thread. Then I have got findings coming up next, which will be perfect for these. Absolutely perfect. In fact, let's go on to that right now. Sterling silver with your rose gold overlay. These are spacers or crimps. No, these are spacers, aren't they? Are they crimps? They seem really substantial. Yeah, they are really thick in terms of their dimension and the amount of sterling silver. So I actually think these could be used as spacers. And if I just hold one in some tweezers, you know, like that, like you saw with the emerald, how it was stranded onto that, you could just put these.
I've done that with them before. Just put elastic through, and then you've got, you know, beautiful precious metal bracelet, haven't you?
Yeah, and there's a lot here, so you can see 50 in total that measure 3 by 2 millimeters. But I'm putting one on the profile just so you can see how dense the width of the actual crimp itself is. So yes, they can be used for their you know, designed function, or used as a thing of beauty.
Yeah, so you know when you held up the emerald necklace, so you just
let me get
swap them over, wouldn't you? For the spacers that are on there now, you'd put those in between.
Crimps instead.
Yeah.
Put the crimps instead, and that will sort of separate the emeralds, just to emulate that graduation style like I had up to my neckline. So literally 1 emerald, 1 crimp, 1 emerald, 1 crimp, 1 emerald, 1 crimp, and so on and so on and so on. And then team it with your sterling silver findings, your lobster claw, maybe at the back, and you've got, my goodness, surely a 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 pound.
I would say so, yeah.
Piece of jewellery, and emeralds and the rubies and the mystic topaz that you saw earlier on, the tanzanite that you've just seen, deserve such calibre, such quality of precious metals.
Absolutely, yeah, it really does. And you know, you need to think about, you know, if you are selling on and you say to somebody that it's got, you know, throughout that piece, if it's sterling silver or whatever it is, you need to be sure that every single component is what you say it is, you know, that
you can't just put one bit in. That's very misleading, isn't it? You can't just put one piece of sterling silver. It has to be, if you say this is sterling silver, it has to be all entirely sterling silver as well. Coming your way at a showstopper price point, $6.95. You know, if you just took this with some elastic through the centre, you've got a bracelet. You've got a beautiful bracelet.
Yeah, which again, it's not intensive jewellery making, is it? Or, you know, that time consuming, it's not complicated. So you if you were selling on, you'd sell it for more than
$6.95, wouldn't you? Yeah, without shadow of a doubt. And again, great bracelet, great style of bracelet or charm bracelet. There is a certain designer that does something almost identical, but with jump rings, just with jump rings, and it kind of works like an epilator. It does literally pluck the hairs out of your arm out. And have you ever? I've got one. I was gifted one many years ago, and it plucks the hairs out of your arm. Whereas these wouldn't do that, would they? Because they're not going to be quite such pincing. Jay, well done. Somerset, well done. Margaret, well done. Shirley, well done. Evelyn, well done. Hertfordshire, well done. Wendy, well done. Congratulations to you. Oh, I almost fell backwards off my stool then. Calm down, Eleanor. I know, calm down. Well done. Stay where you are. It's all right, Michael. Did your heart just go there?
Yeah, it's like kind of just a little bit.
Bless you. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Pete, don't put poor Pete behind me. I might squash him. Okay. I've only got how many chances? 19 chances of this sterling silver chain. Oh, where are the serpents again? Those little snakes. This is all you need. This is, yeah, they weren't little actually. I won't go there again. But look, look, a complete chain. A complete sterling silver chain with the extension. There are only 19.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. All you need to do is take this. If you've got the snakes earlier on, just thread one of them on. 19, and straight away Paula bought 2, Alison bought 3, so there we go, simple maths. That leaves 14. I've got Essex there, Lizeth in Germany. Hello to you, Lizeth, nice to have your company, I haven't seen you in a while. Tatiana's just bought 2. Oh, okay, right, now you're confusing me, because I can't keep up, I can't. 3, 6, have they gone? Okay. Wow, gone. Box number, some gorgeous wire. Ooh, 1.5 gauge. So really substantial, thick in its diameter, in this gorgeous copper colour. So with the kit that you had earlier on,
Be wonderful.
Would be fab,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
it's
What would you
fantastic.
use the 1.5 millimetre?
Extendable bangles. Absolutely.
Extendable bangles.
Yeah, because all you need to do is you just, in the same way we did in the second demo, just work harden it slightly. So if you create a circle and then little loops, harden them with your hammer and your block, and you can just either attach just the loop or jump rings to either end, and it just will sort of open and close. But because you've got that strength there, I mean, you don't see that gauge very often, so when you see it, you need to
grab it, especially in the copper colour as well.
Yeah.
And you, oh wow, you don't see it at £9.95 either. Oh, hang on a second. How many have we got of these, Dion? 43. You only need one of those, don't you? And like I said, with the tutorial, the demos that you did earlier on, Claire, you can replicate that.
Absolutely.
So you could do some in the flat wire.
Yeah. And don't forget as well, you can, do neck pieces as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Gorgeous torque necklaces, something like that, to create the structure. Any of your interior design as well. Again, going back to Fleur's lovely hair mobile.
Yes, yeah.
That would be incredible, wouldn't it?
That's a brilliant price.
Isn't it? £6.95. Wendy, John, Alison, congratulations. Surrey, Patricia, Midlothian. Hello to you. Conway, Cornwall, Jill, Lynn, Janet, Helen, Jackie in Shropshire. Cheshire's there as well. Midlothian's there as well. Lovely to have your company. Cheshire, you've got yours. Penelope in East Sussex, so well done. We only have 43 though, so it's not we haven't got hundreds of these available. So do grab them as soon as you possibly can. And you think you ought to, we assume, and I know you should never assume, but the thicker the gauge, the more expensive the wire.
But yeah, because you do think about that, don't you? You think, well, yeah, you're getting more, aren't you?
Yeah.
But that gauge is also wonderful for your wire writing as well. If you wanted to do sort of wire writing of names with key rings, going back to the DVD, but yeah, you just...
it's a good DVD, that.
It's a really good DVD, yeah.
Who's on it? Who's
me.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Oh, it's mine.
Oh, it is a really good DVD and great for your wire writing as well. Yeah, love it. If you just tuned in, honestly, shameless self-promotion by Claire, but justified so. Don't go anywhere, check out those baskets. Well done to every single one of you. We've got a star by after this. Okay, amazing. I love bringing you our Ethiopian opal currently, just because we have got, I truly think the parcel that we got hold of, and I do think of this as a parcel, is some of the best. Those of you that are friends with me on my Facebook page, Eleanor Barker Presenter, if you go, excuse me, if you actually have a little look and go back quite some time, approximately this time last year, actually, it was about April, May last year, I was very fortunate to go over to Jaipur, where I saw a lot of techniques, met our wonderful JewelleryMaker team in Jaipur as well. Excuse me. And I was also part of the buying process. So I sat next to our amazing buying team. I sat next to Steve Bennett, Sarah Bennett, and various other colleagues whilst they were negotiating for these gemstones. And if you look on my presenters page, you'll see a picture of some opals, Ethiopian opals, a parcel. And I was like, wow, they're amazing. Now they went on to be in some were one-of-a-kind pieces, some were 18-karat gold pieces, 14-karat gold and 9-karat gold pieces. Amazing performance of colour. The reason why I'm saying this strand is a parcel, because it is a parcel. The quality that you have here is, you know, is of direct comparison, without shadow of a doubt. Now, in terms of what commands the highest price points of opal, it is the play of colour. It is the play of colour and how much of a performance of colour that you actually get. Look, every single one, and those silica spheres are reflecting, dazzling, playing with the light, semi-translucency that you get from Ethiopian opal, which in my eyes is only a massive, massive plus point. So you're not just benefiting from the play of colour across the surface, you've got it right the way down into the heart of the gemstones. This is staggeringly totally natural. I love the fact that you have got those visions of beautiful goldens. You've got even almost, I don't know, what do you reckon, is that black opal? It's certainly bordering on the black opal. Do you see that where my finger is? Certainly bordering on black opal colourings. Can you see that? See the darkness? See that? Fantastic, fantastic quality. Every single one solitaires in their own individual right. Now, it is low in stock. I haven't got huge quantities, and I don't think I'm ever going to be able to say that because, again, this hasn't reached the grading system as of yet, but that's not to say that it isn't that beautiful, beautiful quality. Depth of play of colour, migration of that performance as well, how it travels internally, beautiful transparency, which means you're going to see that play of colour across the entirety of every single one of the gemstones and even down into the heart of it. But limited opportunities. Good luck to every single one of you. $54.95 would have been an amazing deal, but we're going lower. Did you say 19 of these are available? Are you kidding me? $39.95? That's a steal of a deal. I generally don't think we could buy these for that. 2008, Ethiopian opal was discovered. The reality is we're probably going to say goodbye to it in the next couple of years because the main seam is no longer in production. The main seam, no longer in production. There's a tiny location just to the west which is unearthed in Ethiopian opal, but it's very, very, very limited. When you've got performance of colour just like this, you know, I think we're probably going to say goodbye to Ethiopian opal. It's my guess, and it is a guess, of course, I can't tell for certain, but I think Ethiopian opal will probably deplete before tanzanite does. That's my estimation. It's making me think you know, I always say I would love to be there when, when people get it home and they see it in the natural light. There was a customer, a really lovely lady, sent me a message because she'd messaged in when she bought it. So it was just a single opal. And I said, I really wished I could have been there to see when she had seen it for the first time, because it was her first purchase of opal. And she messaged me to say how amazing it was. And so with that strand, when people get that home, I mean, I think it'd just blow you away, wouldn't it? It really is that impact quality. I mean, this is where you go, my goodness, I really have achieved something here. This is a massive achievement. Again, gemologists will agree, anything over 80% is regarded as an exceptional quality opal. I'm looking at 100% on many of these individual solitaires. I mean, it's the biggest one that you've got in the centre of your screen right now. That's over 80% play of colour. You know, if you follow the graduation again, they're all high percentages. 80% plus. Exceptional quality here. And I love the fact that you've got those variations of tones. Some of the white body colour, some have got that sort of more yellowish tone, some have got even bordering on. I'm not saying they are for certain, but the black opal colours, and it's natural, it's not dyed that way, which makes black opal commands the highest price point of opals in the world, known to be the most expensive and the most valued. Jill and Stephen, well done. Sharon, well done. Anne, well done. Pat, well done. Michelle, good luck. New buyers, you're there. I've got less than 20 of those available, and already lots of you still in the process of making your confirmations. Well done to each and every single one. Now, we've got a text message actually coming through from Dawn in London. I've got this strand and it's delicious. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. So you're already enjoying it right now. It is a real privilege, isn't it? An absolute privilege to be able to bring you such opportunities, especially at $39.95. But not for very much longer, I don't think. Moving on, because we're about to do some beautiful rose gold wire, 0.25, and you get 100 metres. We say rose gold. This to me is a blush.
Yes, it's like, yeah, it is, isn't it?
It's a lovely colour, isn't it? It's a little bit more pinkish than a rose gold, but a really delicate powder pink.
It works really nicely. I've used it before. So if you have like a silver colour structural wire, and then you work and so weave over with that colour, it sort of complements it. So I've made beautiful flowers with them, and you know, it is a lovely, lovely, pretty colour.
It's very pretty, isn't it? Yeah, it's quite rose quartz.
Yes.
Tone.
Yeah,
again, this will look incredible with that flat wire that you had earlier on.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Look lovely with that, but I don't think there's a colour that you couldn't use it with. It would work fantastic with black wire or white wire or silver wire or copper wire or bronze wire. And and you've got 100 metres of it here. Again, going back to what we were saying, Claire, is 0.25. You can either bead with it or kind of sew with it, can't you?
Yeah.
Or you can weave.
Yes, yeah, and you get very beautiful. You get, I think, more of a sheen. I feel that if you weave, doing a figure of 8 weave with the finer gauge like that. So it's very, very, very intricate. Yes.
So yes, you have to have more patience to do it because it's going to take that bit longer to obviously build up the weave itself. But the end result is just amazing, isn't it?
And like I said before, when you've got that quantity of it, you really know that you're going to really hone your skills because you're not being too precious, thinking I haven't really got enough wire.
Yeah.
You know, you can. Really properly.
That's a really good point, actually. And sorry, who did you say it was that said that this is a great wire to learn with?
Sammy.
Sammy believes Sammy.
Yeah.
I haven't worked with Sammy yet. Can you believe that? I've never worked with Sammy. Never worked with Sammy. So because this is quite soft and malleable, so I can understand where Sammy's coming from there.
Yeah, and I mean she does amazing. You know, the weaving that she does is absolutely fantastic. You know, so she's an expert.
An expert, without doubt. Lots of you there already. Multi-buy as soon as you possibly can because $9.95 for 100 metres of wire. Again, I can remember when we used to be doing 100 metres for sort of £20+. And that was, of all the different gauges, you know, it did tend to be more of a considered investment purchase. And hence why I used to be very, very, very precious with my wire. Loving this new colour. It's been on your screens a couple of times now, but still very, very limited. And it's called rose gold plated. So you have got your sterling silver over your copper. It starts with copper, you've got a copper core, then you've got your sterling silver, and then you've got the colour over the top. But it's more of a blush pink, I want to describe it as. Not so much rose gold.
Yeah, no, I would go with blush. Yeah,
yeah,
blush
like
pink.
it's an English rose.
Yes, yeah.
Quintessential, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, it is quite a quintessential colour. I'm picturing now thatched cottages, an afternoon tea, laid out on the lawn.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That would be
cucumber
quite nice,
sandwiches.
I love a cucumber sandwich.
And me. The crust cut off.
Yeah. Bit of salt and pepper though, you have to put a bit of salt and pepper. But then I like bread and butter with salt and pepper.
Yeah, bread and butter is lovely, isn't it?
Bread and butter full stop anyway. And I also love this beautiful wire. Amazing. Baby powder pinks. Moving on because we have... In 5 minutes time, as a star buy, we have more gorgeous pearls. Now, can I just say, I think the first strand, the only strand, not first, the only strand of pearls that I've actually had today sold out. So I believe so anyway. Oh, this is a champagne pearl though. Look at the colours that you're getting here. It's a slightly softer, creamier colour of pearls in your ovals. Oval flat coins. These are coming up in about 5 minutes' time, did you say, Dion? Yes. So not long to wait for those as a big star buy. Fabulous. Absolutely incredible. Before that, though... Oh, the purple colour. Oh, this with the pink. I have to bring the pink back in. Look at that for a combination. That's pretty, isn't it? A combination of colours. It's like an amethyst, isn't it, where you have the secondary hues.
I was just thinking, so if you put that with amethyst and your rose quartz, that'd be really lovely.
Incredible, isn't it? You're going to bring out the pinks, if you like, in your amethyst, or the blues in your rose quartz. This is your 0.6 millimetre gauge, and you're getting 50 metres on this spool. It's quite a deep, intense, plummy purple, isn't it?
So again, you could, depending on what your structural wire is, say if you've got, like, you know, the 1.5 earlier,
yeah,
you could weave on top of that with your 0.6, which would be a nice colour combination as well. You know, gizmo with it, do your rosary links, twist it together. I mean, brilliant. Twist all those colours together, or, you know, twist it with different colours. You've got the kit from either of the kits, with, you know, with the antique bronze or the silver. You get really, really different results then of how many of what combination you put, say, in your wire twister, of, you know, the difference of hue of colour that you get overall.
Yeah, and encouraging different hues and saturations out of gemstones as well. You can, you know, it's a well-known trick, and it's not a trick really. It's logical. We do the same here at JewelleryMaker, and I know you do in your designs. Is that, you know, emulate the colours that you want to intensify through a genuine gemstones in your threading material or in your wire, because it literally encourages everything. 50 metres in total. One of our newest colour, $9.95 would be fab, but that's not your price point. Get it as soon as you possibly can. 0.6, very malleable, you're very versatile. $6.95.
It go beautifully. You know, the lilac headbands that you had earlier.
Oh yes.
So you could twist. It's a little bit like, you know, the Wall of Fame entry that we had earlier as well. That, I mean, you could you know, twist, say, maybe 3 pieces of that wire, so you got a little bit more structure, and just do a basic flower shape. Yeah. And then put it on one of those headbands.
Why do a simple flower and attach it to the headband?
Yeah.
Easy as. Simple, easy, beautiful, isn't it? $6.95 though for 50 metres of your wire. It, you know, it's going a long way, isn't it? Now, time for the pearls, so don't delay. We did have a sellout earlier on, and I highly doubt that is going to be any different with this next star buy. Genuine cultured pearls, not synthetic, not laboratory created, not plastic, not glass, Mother Nature created. Yes, they're farmed. A cultured pearl is farmed, cultivated if you like, but a mollusk will be matured and then usually influenced with a tiny, tiny, tiny bead, not a large bead, because often that does damage the actual mollusk itself. A tiny bead, which then gradually over years, the mollusk itself will protect oneself from the actual, from the alien bead that has been inserted into its shell, and form an amazing gemstone. But sometimes that mollusk doesn't quite have the same motion of the ocean, which brings those perfect rounds. That mollusk might lap in different directions. I don't know what it might be. That mollusk might have something which has got a more obscure shape than a grain of sand, and they can form in these amazing shapes. So baroques, you sometimes see teardrop shapes, you sometimes see sort of rice bead shapes, you can see biwa, keshis, and beautiful irregular ovals like this. Now, I love the fact that these are that champagne, ivory tone, so really going to complement all the skin tones out there. It reminds me of, you know, sort of wedding dresses, which aren't quite crisp white. They want that they are embracing something which is
warmth,
a little bit more warm. Yeah, absolutely. We had, I believe it was a sellout. It was certainly as good as during the auction of coins like this, flat ovals like this at first thing this morning. I don't think this is going to be any different. The amount of pearlescence that you get across the surface of a cultured pearl like this, with all of those gorgeous crevices and textures, because this has got textures, isn't it? You can see how it's grown. But staggering, really, because a cultured pearl, and it does depend on the water temperatures, can form between basically a millimetre a year is the estimate. So on that basis, each and every single one of these gorgeous pearls could be up to 15 years old. Now you tell me that this strand is not worth a 3-figure price tag. I actually screenshotted a picture the other day, and again, a friend of mine must have been and again, previous work colleague, a friend of mine must have been around about London, and she took a picture of some cultured pearl stud earrings, not even the size like this, they were a lot smaller, and we were talking £550, £350, £650, and I'll upload it on my Facebook page because I screenshotted it. I was like, I'm going to share that with everybody at JewelleryMaker as well. You know that you can replicate you can make your own amazing designs, and you can bring it to, with genuine gemstones, but do so at a much more affordable price. Limited, haven't got a huge amount of these available. £9.95, drilled through the centre. So all you need is a head pin. That's all you need, and shepherd hook.
I was thinking they'd be lovely, you know, for hair combs, make beautiful flowers.
They would be amazing. Yeah. Again, going back to the bridal.
Yeah.
So earlier on we had the white coins, and they were definitely a crisp white, weren't they? Yeah. So for those brides that have maybe have a white dress, but maybe you've got that ivory dress or that champagne-y dress, you know, which is.
But you could have, if you managed to get both, you could have those as sort of like the outer petals with the larger white one as your centre.
That's amazing. It would be fantastic, wouldn't it? And you can layer these up as well. I was referring to the fact that I'm sure you're the same, Claire. I've got lots of pearl strands because we can. You know, I don't think you'd be able to buy, and I'm talking about all of us, by the way, jewellery makers, we can get genuine pearls. £9.95, you don't think you get glass or synthetic or plastic pearls for that price tag elsewhere. So why wouldn't you want to use the real deal or the real McCoy? Carol, Michelle, Rosalane, Glamorgan, Nyan, Anne, West Yorkshire, Joyce, Emma, Rachel, you've done it. Congratulations. I've got Yorkshire and Celia and Carmel on the phone lines. Catherine in Bedfordshire, thank you. Today's show has really cheered me up. Ah, that's lovely.
Yeah, that's nice to know.
Listen, I wasn't in a bad mood anyway, but it has been fun.
Yeah, it's cheered me up, so yeah.
It's been fun. I know what you mean, Catherine. I'm going to walk away with a real smile on my face today because we've had saucy serpents. Our lovely Claire with a shameless self-promotion. I'm joking, you know I'm joking.
I don't mind, it's all true.
We've had what? Covering of what? Sandbags. Yes, we've had sandbags. I've been crying. You are a joy, Claire. You really, really are. You brighten everyone's day. Thank you for joining us, Catherine, as well. It's been nice to have your company, and that is music to our ears, by the way, because if we can do that, then we've done our job at the end of the day. Don't you think?
Yeah.
£9.95. Well done. Stay where you are on those phone lines. Love these. They've just got that really elegant champagne-esque tone, so incredible, with their fabulously obscure formations, and that's what I love. That's what I absolutely love. These could be almost cameos if you put a silhouette in the centre. Don't you think?
Yes, you could, yeah. I'm just getting really beautiful pinks and greens and blues from over here as you move your hand. I love that strand.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. It really does have those. Maybe along with the ruby, if you manage to get the ruby strand earlier on, that'd be amazing. Look incredible with the tanzanite that you had earlier on. Yeah, the white pearls. Have you got those? What else have we had? We've had so much today.
The topaz, yeah, the mystic, the topaz. That would be
gorgeous.
My favourite strand.
Yeah.
Wow. Or the Appetite earlier on.
Yeah.
Ah, Margaret. Ah, bless you. We've had fun too, haven't
Aww.
we? It has been loads of fun. Fabulous. Well done. Stay where you are. Check out as soon as you possibly can. CC in Oklahoma. Claire is a jewel herself. Love her talent, style and personality.
Aw, thanks, Sissy.
You are a jewel.
Thank you.
You are a jewel.
Thanks.
You're a poppet, my mum would describe you.
Oh, I'm very happy to be a jewel and a poppet, thank you.
That's lovely. It's a nice expression, that, are you? Poppet. You are
like
a jewel.
Thanks.
Yeah, if you've missed out on any of Claire's tutorials, have a little look, because we will obviously be recording them to YouTube, so lots of inspiration. Check out as soon as you possibly can. I'll be back with you now on Saturday and Sunday, so I hope you can join me, because we've got the Steve Punk weekend. I've got lovely Mark as well. When are you in next, my lovely?
I'm next in on Monday afternoon.
Monday afternoon.
Yes.
When are we next together? Because that's really important.
It's probably been banned now.
Yeah, probably. We'll probably have a can you come upstairs, please? Have a lovely day, everyone, and I'll see you on Saturday. Take care.
I think labradorite, when you think about it, is as beautiful as a diamond, because it gives you, for me, more amazement than a diamond. You look at it and it does something really unexpected, like a lightning bolt.
Labradorite is one of those gemstones from JewelleryMaker that is always going to be a top seller. The labradorite that you get from JewelleryMaker has got extreme amounts of labradorescence. The colour saturation is just superb, and that's really indicative of the quality that we can get for you here at JewelleryMaker. It seems to reflect your moods as well. Whatever kind of mood you're in, whatever you put it with, it seems to bring out those gorgeous colours, so it really is a true chameleon gemstone.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
You can now book JewelleryMaker workshops online. Just head over to our JewelleryMaker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Sarah Elvin brings you her DVD, Friendship Bracelets. This fantastic DVD is filled with excellent techniques to create the perfect friendship bracelet. This includes the chevron style bracelet, the knitted style bracelet, and the crisscross bracelet. Friendships are forever, and so are bracelets. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Did you know that JewelleryMaker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies on more shopping.
If you have a question or a query for JewelleryMaker, then you can contact our call centre on 0800 644 655 and press option 2, or alternatively you can email help@jewellerymaker.com. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you all today. Good afternoon. How are you? It's Thursday afternoon. The weekend is tantalisingly close, isn't it? And I tell you what, we've got some real deals and treats today to get you in the mood for a crafty weekend. My name is Rebecca Redican. Feel free to call me Becky though. Really, it's only my mum who calls me Rebecca Redican if I've been told off. That doesn't happen. I'm an angel. We have got loads of goodies on for you today. The usual silly deals, the usual 925 sterling silver. Some of it plated with gold as well. We have got gemstones galore, and as a really special treat, today I am joined by a brand new guest designer who has worked in the jewellery biz for many, many, many years. She has created some stunning pieces for some very well-known names, and today she's joining us. I'm very happy to be introducing to you today our jewellery maker. It is the wonderful Hayley Kruger. Hello, Hayley.
How are you?
Really good. How are you?
Well, thank you. A little bit nervous.
Are you?
Yes, yes. Breathing.
Breathing. In through the nose and out through the mouth. Yes, that's it. Centralised. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. Very happy to be here.
Good. Tell us a little bit, for everyone out there who wants to meet you, a little bit about kind of your jewellery journey, please.
Oh, well, it's 10 years in professionally, 13 years in if you include studies and all of that. Although a lifetime of jewellery really. So I've been making beads and jewellery since I was a child, but when I got to a certain point in life I thought I've actually got to start getting serious about stuff. Did a degree and then went on and was fortunate to work for some major high street brands, designing for them. And I thought, I want to do my own thing now. So set up my own business, did collections, took it to Fashion Week, all sorts of exciting things. And now I'm teaching and still making bespoke commissions, and I still learn new stuff every day. So
I love that. I'll be honest, me and my entire team were nosying at your website last night, and we were all just like, whoa, look at that. Oh my gosh. Looking at all these names and looking at all these pieces you've got in your gallery. Where do you get your inspiration from?
I grew up in Southern Africa, so the original collections that you might have seen on the website are very much vibrant, colourful pieces inspired by growing up in Southern Africa. But I mean, where do you not find inspiration? Just coming up on the train today, I saw some air vents on a factory and thought, I have to do something with it.
Wow.
So there's wherever you go, there's inspiration.
From everywhere then. What is your main medium, or do you dabble in many?
I dabble in pretty much everything really. Whatever people want, I'll have a go at. But at the moment, my main thing that I'm really loving is precious metals, and of course genuine gemstones, but setting them and creating bespoke commissions. So,
yeah. So we've got more shows coming up with Hayley. You've got workshops coming up as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. We've got Hayley with us until 5 o'clock, so do feel free to text her in, okay? It's 60777, so you text with the word JM Studio. Any questions you might like. I normally throw a really random question into the pot right now, Hayley, so I hope you're prepared for this.
Oh dear.
You're not, obviously, because I've just thrown you into the spot now. If you were a genuine gemstone, which one would you be and why?
Ooh. Well, I'd have to say opal because it's my birthstone.
Oh my gosh, I knew there was a connection here. I'm an opal lover myself. I'm an opal lover.
And also just because it's multicoloured and I love colour, so let's go with the opal. And a peridot because I'm a green fan too. So.
Oh, I like that.
I could go on and on, really.
I love that. Opal and peridot, you are in the right place today, I tell you what. Do feel free to text her in, and you'll get to have a little nosy at her pieces really, really soon. And we'll be heading over to Hayley in around about 10 minutes or so. Before that, though, I want to give you some sneaky peeks of some of the treats we've got coming up for you today, if I may. I'm going to bring to you, first things first, I'm going to show you this. I'm not bringing it to you right now. I'm just giving you a little perusal for your own pleasure. 925 genuine spacer beads with gold plating over the top of those. Those are coming up for you very soon. Can't actually get over the price of those. I've also got a gemstone which I don't think we've ever seen before. I'm not sure we've ever seen these before. Ladies and gentlemen, it It looks similar to a sapphire. It's a completely different kettle of fish though. This is a genuine gemstone. This has got beautiful nautical tones and appeal. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your sapphire. Have you ever seen this genuine gemstone here before? I love it. It is a genuine gemstone. It is the real deal. It is created by Mother Nature. Dion is still just sat in the gallery because she can see blue. She's like, I'm not even leaving. I'm not even leaving. Hello, Dion. How are you? Look at her. Just, yes. Beautiful, beautiful, she's saying. This is an absolute stunner. That's going to be coming up for you a little bit later on in the show, in around about our second hour. Genuine gemstone, the real deal. I've got loads of treats coming up for you. Should we dive in? Should we get started? Go on then. How about we get started with white opal. Now, this opal is a bit of an unusual one. It's a bit of a different one. We bring you opal from pretty much all of the main locations. We bring you the likes of your Wellow opal. We bring you Australian Willow opal. We bring you likes of your Boulder opal as well. This one is a very unique and individual. It's not your jelly variety, which means you've got that opaque look to it, but you have got this beautiful, pure white, opaque body, which gives you luster unlike you would expect usually from an opal. Very pretty indeed for the likes of your bridal looks. Now it's really interesting because actually when we talk about the likes of your, you know, your Wellow opal, your jelly opal, that's what a lot of people will expect when they put the idea of opal in your mind. There is such a vast amount of opal out there. This is actually from Mexico, and this is completely and absolutely natural. We haven't dyed this or applied a coating to it to give it this colour. We've gone absolutely natural as Mother Nature intended, and what that gives you is a really pure body of colour. You don't get any areas where there's a little bit of windowing. You don't get any areas whereby it kind of looks a bit insipid. It's a beautiful, big, bold delight in a real unusual colour. If you think of any genuine gemstones, not that many will I be bringing to you in an opaque white tone unless they have been dried or treated in some way. One of the most precious gemstones in the world. I'm going to bring it to you at a sneaky treat deal today. You ready for this? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to roll the price down of this. Now, we are not a reverse auction site. We don't have to drop the prices. We bring you the best prices we can. But the fact of the matter is, I love opal. Hayley loves opal. So if we can drop it down to £12.95, then hey, absolutely, why not? Genuine, it's natural, it's the real deal. No treatments on there whatsoever. And it's so unusual to be able to add this to your collection. What other opals have you got that look like this? I mean, how great would this go with pearls? It would go exceptionally well with pearls, wouldn't it? It would look just phenomenal. Send a set alongside them. It'd be beautiful as well when you've got within there kind of quite a pure hue. It's not all kind of grey in areas, brown in areas. It is a beautiful, pure cream-like white that we've got running across this. Just remember, discount code that you've got at the top of your screen there won't last forever. It's only going to last until 8 o'clock, or else you will have to pay that original price. I do need to let you know though that the original price of this was great, but at £12.95, realistically that is an absolute deal and a half for a genuine gemstone. A gemstone which has been created, 20 chances on this now, a gemstone which has been created by Mother Nature, picking up these elements of silica-based substance in the crust of the earth where the water table raises and lowers naturally over time, picking up these elements of silicon-based substances, leaving trace elements over such a long time. And if you think about how this is made up and think about how kind of microscopic, in a sense, this is, all of the tiny little components that make this up, all of those little elements of the silica beads are so small, you would get around 40,000 of them on a grain of sugar. That's how delicate this is. That's how intricate the makeup of this beautiful genuine gemstone is. No, not a sugar cube, a grain. Yes, a grain, Director Ben. 14 of these ones left now. Get them whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Reduced price point there for you. Nice work to everyone. I'm going to throw in another quick one because we've got more people on the phone for that than we have quantity now, I'm being told. And we're going to go and get some inspiration then. Go on. Got for you, oh, abalone. Last 10 of these, last chance on these ones. I absolutely adore abalone shell. I think it's just stunning. I love how it gives you this iridescence, it gives you this aurora borealis of colour on the surface. I think our abalone is really good because I have myself been aware of that you can buy plenty of abalone online if you want to on auction sites, etc. But I am aware as well that you have to be quite careful when you see pictures online. A lot of abalone that I'm aware of when you purchase it online will be a one-sided abalone. That means that you'll get one side of iridescence, and then generally there'll either be a very neutral, non-polished back to it, so the top of the shell, or it will be resin within there. We don't do that because we know you're jewellery makers, and we know you want to be able to make sure that your pieces look great from every angle. In particular, if you're selling, you know what it's like when we all go and sell it at craft fairs. You will guarantee that people will be picking up your piece, having a full look around it. Well, we want to make sure that the quality stands on every side of this. So you'll be able to see that this isn't just one-sided. Both sides of this we have beautifully shining, beautifully iridescent, with that aurora borealis with the golds and the pinks. Look at the movement on that. Totally natural, ladies and gentlemen, these stones. Your price point today on them is just £11.95 for you today. And don't forget, this is a beautiful, wonderful shell we have here, and we do bring to you a really great variety of organics like this, but also of genuine gemstones. Always remember for me, if you are brand new, you'll be able to see that this doesn't have a carat weight up against it. The reason it doesn't have a carat weight is because it hasn't got the gemological structure of some of our gemstones, and that essentially means it's organic. So you won't see the likes of a carat weight next to things like this, or pearls when we bring those to you, or jet. So just to make you aware, it is absolutely beautiful. For the final few, £11.95. We haven't really got any of these left in our vault at the moment. Heart shape as well, 16mm. Okay, I'm going to dive on in to the kit now because, let's face it, we're a nosy lot here, and we all want to see exactly what Hayley's been making. Now, Hayley.
Yes.
It was your first kit delivery.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
Well, there's so much in there. It's like, where do you begin? And then once you get started, where do you stop?
Yes, yes.
So, I mean, I could have kept on going, but the beauty of this is that you've got gold and silver, so you could either do completely separate collections, as I've done, or you can mix metals as well, because of course that's very on trend at the moment. So I did a little collection there that's mixed gold and silver as well. And then of course there's the gems, so yeah, nice and juicy.
And you did get one of your favourite gems in here as well, didn't you?
Peridot.
Yes! Did that kind of make your face light up a little bit?
Yes. As you can see, I'm wearing green today as well. So green's one of my favourite colours. So I was very excited to see it. And with the gold, it really complements it well.
Really does, doesn't it? Gives it such a vibrancy, such a zest. Now, I've got to say that I, myself, am a peridot lover. Quite a new peridot lover, actually.
Yes.
But it is one of those gems that when you see good quality, you can't help but kind of fall in love, really.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I've got to say, I think the quality of this is fantastic. Totally eye clear over the vast majority of them. You've got a really beautiful kind of glow to this. The peridot itself, absolutely and completely natural. What you have with this genuine gemstone strand here is that vitality, that zesty, that brightness of the green. Peridot's an interesting one. You can get peridot from lots of different locations in the world. You can get, we bring to you Shanghai peridot that has the kind of golden tones behind it. We bring to you your USA peridot, which of course, you know, is known for its kind of purity of hue, with now and again flashes of blue behind it. And I love that you get that versatility with peridot. This one's definitely got more of those golden tones behind it, but it's still got a big impact of that green hue as well. Some peridots can be very heavily included. I remember we kind of went through a batch in the trade probably about a year ago now where it was so heavily included, people were kind of comparing it to the likes of pre-night. There was so many inclusions within there. This one though, really nice, eye clean. And when I mention eye clean, when I talk about eye clean, For anyone who is new, because I know we've got loads of new people tuning in all the time, it essentially means that if you were to hold it at around about a wrist length, that you wouldn't be able to see any inclusions within there, and this absolutely and completely is that. If you were to get a loop through this, if you were to get a loop to it under 10 times magnification, you might be able to see 1 or 2, but that for peridot is no mean feat, I have to say. Really stunning strand here. Carat weight on this, you're looking at 65 carats worth of genuine gemstone, and as you can see, you've got those plain rondelles, which have got a real nice graduation. Makes it a really versatile strand actually. You can do kind of bigger, bolder pieces, or you can do the more dainty sizes with the gentler ones at the end, which are around about a 4x2. I'm then going to add to the situation your citrine. Now, citrine for me, it comes in so many different guises. This is a really vintage colour. When you're thinking of citrine, you've probably got this lemon tone in your mind. Take a look at this one. It's almost touching upon the kind of champagne diamond colour. Do you know what I mean? It's not your usual lemon zest colour, is it? It's more of a vintage effect. It's more of a, almost like a whiskey zircon effect. It's got an amber-like hue to it. A really gentle tone with this one. In this, you have got your ovals. Your ovals. They were a 6x5 to an 11x6. I bet that was this kind of a colour tone you'd normally go for with peridot?
Well, it's almost a natural colour, so it's a good complement. So it tones it down where it needs to be toned down. So for those who think that it's a bright, crazy, zingy colour, you can then bring it down to more of a beigey hue if it's something that you could then use to highlight an outfit or something.
Love that. So a really versatile tone.
Very versatile,
this.
yeah.
Really beautiful.
Quite tropical as well.
Very tropical.
Which is all the rage this summer.
It really is, isn't it? The big bold prints and the colours and things. I'm going to bring the cubes on now. Now, Hayley, we don't bring cubes that often here at JewelleryMaker. What do you like about the cube shape? Is it something you tend to work with?
Well, I can't say that I do or don't, but what I loved about it is that when I was doing the designs with the collars, because they're quite bold and geometric and clean, then you bring in the cubes and it just adds to the design. Yes. So it gives it a real kind of modernist look. So it was a perfect complement to the silver, the edgy silver, and then the components that came with it as well. So it just worked really well.
So it works beautifully with that cleanness of the lines.
Yeah, it's fresh and exciting and clean, and it, as well as being pretty. So it can be either or. It can be something really soft and pretty, or it can be quite clean and edgy, particularly with the square cut.
Yeah, I love that. We're going to be bringing you those collars that we're talking about very shortly as well, so do make sure you stay in tune for that. We're going to go and mosey on over to Hayley in a short moment. So, let me reiterate, you're getting your rose quartz in those cubes, you've also got that stunning citrine, and you've got the pop of peridot. That's not the end of it, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to my genuine gemstones though. Look at this. Donut-shaped, big bold piece of your rose quartz. 50 mil on this one. Hayley, how was this to work with, please?
Well, when I heard I was getting that in the pack, I didn't actually read the numbers, the measurements, and then I received it. I thought, wow, that is a hefty piece of rose quartz.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, and it almost needs no sort of, it doesn't need to be with anything. You could just put a cord around it and it will do anything on its own. It'll have a statement on its own. But
definitely.
It's a beautiful, weighty piece of stone. Yeah, I loved receiving that.
We were gossiping about this outside before the show, and we were talking about how genuine gemstones feel and the weight of them.
Yeah.
Is this the type of thing that gives you that luxury
That's
feel?
pretty much it, yeah. When you were saying, you know, what materials do you work with? Do you work with genuine gemstones? And I said I love them because they're elemental. And that's exactly it. It feels like you're connected to the earth in some way. When you feel something like that, you know it's It's the real
The
deal.
real deal. Yeah. It really is. And a mammoth, mammoth piece there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's bring on some wire now, shall we? Really quickly, just to top all of this off. 40 metres worth in total. I'm going to start off with the silver, starting off with the thickest gauge we've got, which is a 1 millimetre. Real nice structural wire that you've got there, but still with a lot of malleability. You've also got your 0.4 in here, which is a beautiful weaving wire, 10 metres worth of that. And, will you believe it, soft core copper wire in the gold. Now, we had a time where we were bringing plenty of this to you, and then it just got so popular we sold out within a jiffy. So we've got it back for you today. Genuine, real copper wire in the 4 mil and in the 6 mil. Bye, workshop ladies. Bye-bye. They're on a bridal workshop today, and there's a lovely lady making all of her bridesmaids pieces, which is nice. You've got 0.6 and your 0.4 mil on those ones. A real nice softness, gentleness, fluidity to the wire, but also lovely and sturdy as well once you hammer it and work hard on it. So, a big amount of treats you've got in here. This is Spring Has Sprung, and we're going to put a spring in your step when you see the price. Now, I'm absolutely blown away with what we're going to do. It's going down now. We're going to roll this down in price, and we are going to give you the opportunity to own all of these pieces for a one-off price of just £25.95 for you today. Now, that is for 3 strands of genuine gemstones. These are the real deal. They're not synthetic, they're not fake, they're not made in a lab in 20 minutes. They're made by Mother Nature over hundreds of thousands of years. I've got 3 strands, I've got that mammoth donut. Don't forget as well, when I bring you pieces that are one individual piece, you've instantly got inherent value there for big individual pieces. The way I always describe it is, you could relatively easy go and buy a 2-carat diamond ring split into 10 diamonds, and you could quite easily get that for, you know, a couple of £100. But if you bought a pure 2-carat diamond ring with just 1 gemstone, you'd be looking at thousands. So it's inherent value. It's big, bold pieces bring you the inherent value, and you've got a lot of your rose quartz in here, totally real deal natural. You've also got all of that wire, don't forget, which is including that soft core. If you've never worked with it before, oh my goodness, it feels luxurious, it feels different. I have worked with hard wire before, and I got a little bit stressed, I'll be honest. Yeah, just a little bit, you know, in a casual, cool, you know, kind of, oh, my hands hurt, and I bought so much of it, kind of, you know, super cash, you know. I just had a chocolate bar and it was okay. But, you know, in one of those ways, the soft wire is just like luxury. It feels beautiful, it feels soft. Get your hands on these ones whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because otherwise we'll be taking that price back up for you at 8 o'clock. We've had loads of text messages in for you already, Hayley. Do keep those ones coming in. No matter kind of, you know, jewellery related or not, I say, why not? Why not? We want to find out about it. It's the first show. If we can't be nosy now, when can we? Linda says, so excited, looking forward to learning some fab cab ideas from your lovely new designer. We have got those cabs coming up for you a little bit later on. Do keep your eyes peeled for those. Lindsay saying, welcome Hayley to the wonderful world of JewelleryMaker. Looking forward to your demos.
Thank you. Excuse the spectacles. I can't see anything if I'm making without them on. So.
They are absolutely stunning glasses though.
Thanks.
They're just colour popping all over the place, Hayley.
Well,
are you quite a colourful person?
I do like a bit of colour, yes.
Yeah, I'm afraid of a bit of colour. Leanne is saying, welcome to the JM family, Hayley. Looking forward to seeing your designs. Should we have a nosy at them now? Shall we? Go on then. Tell us a little bit about your inspiration with this as a collection, Hayley.
Well, it's obviously starting with the materials that you get, which are pretty phenomenal. So the theme was Spring Has Sprung. And then, of course, the colours as well were pretty much a go-to place to start. So I will be doing a colours workshop in a few months' time. So I'd already been inspired by using the gems as a focal point on the colours. So it was a natural place to go next. And then we've got the tassel colour, which on its own is pretty stunning, actually. but I couldn't resist dismantling that and creating more and more pieces out of that. So that's what I'm going to be doing today in the demo, is using that, breaking it down, and then also adding some wire components to it as well.
So this is that tassel collar we're talking about, which is beautiful and double-sided. These are the ones that we're going to be working with today. And you can see that you've kind of looked at it as it is and gone, oh yeah, that's nice, but you've taken it apart. And
well, I'm a jewellery maker, right?
Yes, absolutely.
As well as a buyer, but yeah. So yes, so that's really, it's as I said before, it's kind of endless. I could have kept on going, but time was against me. So
as always,
yes.
As always, you've got a mammoth amount of pieces that you've created here. When you create for yourself, what kind of pieces do you tend to go for? Are you big, bold, colour?
It really varies, actually. I mean, the jewellery that I've made in the past has always been bold and colourful.
Yeah.
But I seem to be going more and more delicate. I don't know whether it's an age thing or or if it's the material. I don't know what it is, but I can't say I'm one or the other. I like everything.
You like it all?
Yeah, it goes with the mood. So,
yes, definitely. Yeah. And when you wear your own jewellery, is it very much dependent on kind of, do you do jewellery first and then work out your outfit, or do you do outfit and jazz it up with jewellery?
It's a bit of both. Yeah. It's a bit of both. And also, again, it's about how I'm feeling in the day. Sometimes if I'm feeling pretty pleased with myself, I'm like, yes, I need a big piece of jewellery to go with that. Or if I'm feeling pretty, I need a pick-me-up, then maybe it's a bit of jewellery that's going to do that too.
Yes.
So, you know, you can't live without jewellery, can you?
Definitely. It kind of changes your mood, actually, doesn't it?
Totally.
Completely.
Yeah.
Can I ask you what type of crafter you are, in the sense of, do you have organised boxes that's kind of all, you know, colour coordinated and all kind of size coordinated, or are you a bit of a random creative?
Well, I giggled there because, yes, I am organised, but that lasts for about 5 minutes because it's tidy the workshop, get started on the next thing, and it's a mess within 5 minutes. And then, of course, it's a last-minute dash out the door, come back in again, and got to tidy again. So I'd like to say I'm tidy, but I'm actually not.
But you're not. Oh, I'm glad that makes me feel so much better. Now, we are going to be diving on into our creative kind of elements in a moment. I'm going to bring you these collars on now so that we have all the components essentially we need to get ourselves on our way. So, first things first, I'm going to show you all of these collars, and they do come together. I think these are just fantastic.
They're stunning.
I just love them.
Stunning on their own, yeah.
They really are, aren't they? Let me bring these pieces to you first off. All fully necklaces, all fully formed, ready to wear if you so wish. What we have here for you is the collar elements with the tassels. Now, I think it's amazing that we've managed to work not only with the brass to give a really unique high shine effect on one side, but then also to give that stunning amount of texture and individual luster on the bag, but also that this is genuine gold plate. Okay, it's not gold colour, it's not gold emulsion, it is genuine gold plate. That's more gold, real genuine gold over the top of this than the likes of your flash. So you've got a really high-end precious look with these, which just gives you a stunning lustre. As you can see, it's kind of formed in your dome shape, but then you also have that chain attached to it. You've got that lovely oval link chain with a really big sturdy lobster claw clasp on that side as well. These are what we're going to be using as our individual components shortly. And don't forget, you can use it as it is and actually, you know, attach things to it if you so wish, but we're going to be showing you how to use those individual pieces to really make this kit go far. I've then got for you the collars themselves. I think these are just fab.
Yeah, they really are, yes. There's so much you can do with those. You can drill them, I used a glue gun to get the big rose quartz on there. You can wrap things around them, and wear them on their own. Brilliant.
They're really funky. If you like the things like your polymer clay, you can attach things like that to it. You can use resin with these, enamels with these. I just think they're so much fun to be able to kind of use. They remind me of a little bit sort of Debbie Harry, kind of, you know, when she went through the big metallics phases. It's that kind of look, which
80s.
Totally, yeah. But we're seeing even more of these mixed metals, like Dolce & Gabbana working with mixed metals time and time again, and other big names that are out there as well. So we've got this lovely collar. It's lovely against the décolletage because it's got that natural curve to it. And again, it does have your Rolo chain attached to this and the lobster claw clasp. I'll be honest, I have actually got a set of these ones at home. And I have taken the clasp off. I've taken that chain off and used it. Well, I've used a little bit of it, a charm bracelet, and then I've used others for kind of shoe dangles. You know what I'm like. Because for me, I don't really need to have the clasp on there. But it's always great to have it for added security. But if you're a bit of a thrifty one like me, you can use that for loads of other pieces. I've also got the silver in here as well, which again, real nice brightness to it, real lovely luster. If you love genuine sterling silver, I've got some coming up for you in a little bit, so keep your eyes peeled. And again, you've got the lobster claw clasp attached to that with a Rolo link chain again. So let me reiterate, 3 different necklace bases here, if you will. You've got the one with the gorgeous tassels and you've got the base collars as well. Your price point today for all 3 of them is going to roll down. Now, we wouldn't normally have to roll the price of these down because already sort of, you know, £30 for these is a decent enough price, but we do roll it down because it's part of our kit. So you're getting all 3 for £17.95 today to get your hands on all 3 of them, which realistically, for something that is for jewellery making, for something that is super sturdy, is a really good price. Well-known store where you go in and use a card to purchase anything. Do you know the one I mean? You know the one where they go, do you have that our special card? And you have to give them it over before you can purchase anything. Do you know the one I mean? Rhymes with tattle flan. That's not even a word, I know. Yeah, there. I saw a neckline piece similar to this and actually thought, oh, okay, £6 it was, and I thought that's really, really good. Went up to have a feel of it, and actually it did have a metallic look to it, but it was made of plastic. So you wouldn't have been able to make jewellery with that. You wouldn't be able to drill it or to be able to age it, etc. So I think these are a stunning price. Get them whilst you have the opportunity. Last few of these, and we're going to get some inspiration from the lovely Hayley now to find out exactly what she's been up to. So Hayley,
yes,
what element are we going to be looking at first, please?
Well, I'm going to get you hopefully to make the necklace, the second one along. So using the tassel elements from the collar, but then also including a bit of citrine, and then some of this amazing copper wire, because when I received the kit, of course I have worked with copper wire before, but I was amazed at how what good quality this copper wire is and how easy it is to use. So trying to get everything in the kit into one piece. Fab. And so that's what we're going to be doing.
Brilliant, fantastic. So let's get started, Hayley.
All right, so first things first, let's dismantle this baby. It's quite easy to do. If you just get your round nose pliers and then curl it back on the end, you can take the chain off. And I will be using that chain too on my new necklace. So sliding some of these off. Now you do have different sizes, so depending on how much of a statement you want your piece to be, you can decide whether you want the slightly shorter ones or the bigger ones.
Okay.
I think we'll just go for the ones on the end because they're right there. There we go. And that way you can lay out your components just to be sure that that's what you want. I'm going to take the chain off at the same time on the other side, just so that it's good to go when I need it.
Ah, yes, because that's what you've used to kind of finish the piece off, isn't it?
Yeah, so you might as well maximise all the pieces that you're buying in the kit. And then next up, what we're going to do is we're going to start to make these little wirework components using this 1mm thick wire. So you need 3 pieces of wire, well, which is essentially 2 pieces, one cut, folded in half. I'm going to cut 20 centimetres of that wire, and then I'll cut another 20 centimetres. Now, it's probably a bit too much, but as is often said, rather have too much than too little, because I don't want to run out. These components, you can decide whether you want them to be shortish or longish, and I'll tell you when you can just make that decision. But for the moment, we're going to be working on a slightly longish one. So taking your wire, we're going to fold it in half, but we're going to fold it around our round nose pliers. in the middle. The size of the loop that I want will determine where I put it on the pliers. So that means that if I want a teeny tiny loop, I go right to the front of the nose, but if I want a slightly bigger loop, I go further up.
Okay.
In this case, I'm just going to go in the middle because it's easier for me to remember that. Fold it around the nose of the pliers, and I just cross it over just so that I get a nice completed loop. And then I'm going to take some flat pliers and fold it so that I've got a little bit of a bend in the wire. So it's just nice and clean there because I'm bringing the two wires together, so I'm going to do the same on the other side. If you find it a bit difficult to hold on to, get another pair of pliers, probably flats, and then you can squeeze it together. So there's my first section, and that's the bit that runs down the middle.
Okay.
Okay, you can massage it just to get it straighter, and then I'm going to manipulate my second piece, so same thing, getting it a bit straighter. And this is the bit that's going to be wrapped. So to help it wrap, I'm going to get a bit of a tail on it first, create a right angle bend, and that's going to help me to hold the two pieces of wire together whilst I'm working them. Holding that loop and the tail in between the pliers, I'm then going to start to wrap. Okay, so depending on what hand is your main hand, you can hold your pliers in the dominant hand, but I tend to want to swap over at a certain point because my wrapping will be more neatly done in my more dominant hand. So, right, now I'm going to start to wrap as tightly and neatly as I can. Okay. This is the point where you decide how long you want your component to be. So in this case, the ones that I've pre-made are pretty short, but I'm going to keep on going for this one because this is going to be the one that's down in the middle, so it's more of a focal point. If you find that your wire is being a little bit unruly and it's not scrunching up, what you can do is you can take the flat edge of a plier and just nudge it along slightly and then keep on going.
Squidge it in a bit.
Squidge it in, good word. And then just keep on going. It does tend to harden up as you're wrapping it, and it gets a bit trickier to wrap. So very often that's a point where you can decide if you want to stop wrapping it.
Yeah.
But keep going for as long as you're able to do it.
It's as long as you want the piece to be.
That's exactly it, yes. Okay.
I have got some more wire coming up for you in a moment as well. If you maybe want to do this in an alternate colour, you've got that opportunity in just a few minutes.
Oh, that would be lush. Okay, so I think I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to use this tail just to neaten up the top section here. Sometimes when you start wrapping, it slips down slightly. So you could finish up the wrapping at the top with the tail and then just trim it off. And then just to make that a bit safer, get that squished down and rolled around so that it's nice and secure. And then going back down to the bottom section, we're going to use each of these bottom bits to create the loops.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one is the outer one. Place your plier right up against the coil and then wrap the wire around the nose of your pliers. Again, depending on what size loop you want will determine where you wrap it on the pliers. So in this case, I've gone about a third of the way up. I've just got to remember to do that on each one. And using my cutter, I'm going to trim into there. Don't worry at this stage whether they're neat or not. I'm going to neaten them up once I've done all three.
Okay.
And then I will do the same thing on the other side. So a third of the way up the pliers. Wrap it around the nose. Trim. And then I'll do the lower one. Now the lower one, I actually do want to get a little bit of a bend in the plier there. So get a little right angle, well not quite a right angle bend, a little tweak in the wire. And then once you've got that, then you can get your plier into position to wherever you want, whatever size loop you want. You could actually have a slightly bigger loop if you wanted it to be more of a feature, but in this case we'll just stay at the 1/3 of the way up mark. There you go, trim it off. And now we can neaten up. So you can either use your round nose pliers or your flat snipes to help you do that. Nudge the loops into position. There you go. Okay. So that's how to make one of those little wire components. So what we can then do is we can lay it out and decide how we want it to be, whether it's that way round, and then decide on where we want our dangles to be as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So that gives you this kind of, if I hold that one up so you can see it, that's kind of the finished effect you've got. It's almost touching on the kind of fleur-de-lis effect.
It is a little bit like that, yeah.
Really beautiful component there. And of course you could use this for so many different things, couldn't you?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to talk about a bit later, is it could be, for example, I've used it in some earrings, but you could actually use it as a bracelet. You can continuously connect them
that's
together.
A lovely idea.
You could, I mean, it's endless really. Yeah. You could even use it as a little toggle or a button.
I think that's an adorable idea. I'm going to bring you very quickly, just before we carry on with the demonstration, some more wire for you to get your hands on. We're going to start off with the silver patterned wire. Now, you've actually got a textured wire, kind of twisted wire in your second kit, haven't you?
Yes.
And we're going to be talking more about that a little bit later on. But if you've never seen this before, it kind of does what it says on the tin. It is a wire which has got a pattern kind of placed upon it. Now, this is created by a machinery which essentially takes that copper within the machine and adds an even texture to it. You can of course texture your wire, in particular when it's a 1.5mm like this. You can of course texture your wire with the likes of your hammer, your texturing styles. However, with this one you get a real beautiful even effect, which of course you can't always guarantee with kind of your textured hammered heads. You can see the prices coming in and we are rolling it down. This is your Moroccan pattern that we have across this. Your price point today for 1.5mm is just £12.95. Now this is a really sturdy wire. It's one of the thickest wires we do at the 1.5mm, and you have got 10 metres worth of it here, and you can see that beautiful pattern detail which gives a really interesting lustre, kind of affects the way in which the light interacts with this, so you don't just get a pop, a sheen of that light back to the eye. You get it much more of a kind of rustic feel almost. Really beautiful effect to that. £12.95 for you on that one today. And if you do want to get your hands on an alternate colour, which I promised you as well, I have got some coming up for you here. I'm going to start off with the bronze wire because it's lovely to be able to make components like this and maybe add different warmths to them. Of course, we've been working with the silver wire originally. This one, of course, is going to give you a totally different depth because it's got more of that rich, more of that autumnal look to it. You've got the bronze colouring on here, giving you a lovely kind of antique effect. And this is your 0.8 wire, so slightly lesser than the one Hayley was just working with by just a few points of a mil. It's really wonderful and malleable again, real lovely feel to it. You'll be able to see that it's quite a forgiving wire as too. If you are brand spanking new, and when I first started out, I tell you what, my wire was kinking all over the show. But with this, it's so forgiving. Literally, just by kind of adding the natural heat from your hands, you can get a beautiful smoothness back to it. Big amount on this spool. Don't let the size of the spool put you on the wrong path. We used to do the really large spools for the likes of this, but save the environment one spool at a time. We're using less of the plastic now, but keeping the same amount of metal on. This is actually a 50-metre spool, okay? 50 metres we've got on this. So a big amount on here to work with. For 50 metres worth of 0.8 wire, your price point is rolling down. That's the price that it should be, but we're here, we're having a little bit of a cheeky day. 50 metres, not 10, not 15, 50 metres of 0.8, your price point today. £9.95 for a massive 50 metres worth of this. That's going to keep you going and going and going. If you're making the likes of rings, if you're making binders, if you're doing clasps, these are going to be perfect for that. And of course, don't forget, you can work hard on it as well, because you have got that gorgeous copper core in there. And essentially what we mean by work hard in it, you can use it in loads of different ways. Wire whacker, even if it's just to do with kind of naturally working it with your hands, if you want to hammer it, it essentially changes the internal composition of the copper of that wire, so it can make it really rigid, really sturdy. So it kind of covers a lot of bases, this, and that is just £9.95. That price point that we've just dropped for you will roll back up at 8 o'clock, so make sure you're getting it in and out of your baskets as quick as you can. And if you do want to make an order today, you can do it in many ways. Get us on the app. You can download us free on your phone, did you know? You can also call us, our free phone number, 0800 644 655. That's even free phone off your mobiles nowadays. And JewelleryMaker.com, you can get us as well. So do feel free to add that to your basket at £9.95. And don't forget, postage and packaging, you only have to pay it once. You're right there, Michael. You're right there, Michael. I thought you were kicking the bucket, but he's kicking the stool. He is, bless him. Yeah, it's £2.95 from midnight till midnight. That's postage and packaging if you buy one product or if you buy 101. So do feel free to treat yourself to that. Once your basket's opened, you don't have to repay that postage and packaging at all. £9.95 for you. Nice work, everyone. And I've got another gauge coming up for you in a different colour in a moment or two. Okay, I'm back with you, Hayley.
Excellent.
Where are we going to next?
So we're going to start to assemble the piece together. So what we've got is our 3 little components, and I'm actually going to turn it that way around. And here, I know you do these lovely chunky jump rings, so I'm going to take advantage of those to bring in the gold just to marry it all together.
Fab.
So using some of those chunky jump rings, quite like that, chunky jump ring, I'm going to open them by using 2 pliers, by pushing them forwards rather than pulling them open, which is the way it should be done, connecting them together. So I'll nearly close it up before connecting. Connect it to the middle one, then we close it up. Now you want to get a good join, even though we're using a nice thick wire, you want to make sure that it does stay together. So bring it together and give it a little wiggle. Squish it into place. Okie doke, and then another chunky jump ring through the middle component and then on the outer one, and another little wiggle. Alright, so now we've got our basis for our necklace. Okie doke. We're going to decide on, well, we're going to create little bead droplets to put onto there. So on the necklace that I've got over there, I've actually only put 2 on the bit down at the bottom. So I prepared one here, and it's very much the same technique that a lot of the designers have been using that I've been watching. It's the wire wrap bit, because we're going to be needing a very fine head pin for that, and we've got these delicate little ball pins because they fit really nicely through this lovely delicate bit of citrine here. So I'm going to pop that through, and then we're going to do a little wrapped top. Now usually a wrapped top loop is to secure something on permanently, but we don't have to worry too much about forgetting to do that this time, because we can actually open up these loops afterwards, so we're cheating a little bit there.
I like that, because the amount of times I've done it and forgotten to attach it.
Always. Anyway, so just a little mention on how to do the wrap top loop. People do it differently, and there's no right way or wrong way, but this is the way I've found works best for me. So I leave a couple of millimeters above the bead, and do a little tweak. I then take the long tail of the wire over the nose of the pliers, and then I just adjust the nose slightly out away from me, create a little crossover, and then I start to wrap, and then I wrap the wire around, so hopefully I get as neat a wrap as I possibly can, but that is touch and go sometimes. Okay, that will do for now, I believe. There we go, and just trim off any excess. Always got to be cautious that you actually don't trim off the loop that you've just made as well, and then neaten that down so it doesn't catch on to any clothing. So I've got 2 little dangly bits good to go. Okie doke. I've decided that I'm going to change that drop for something slightly bigger, because it feels like it needs more of a feature, so I'm going to bring the bigger one in instead. All right. Now to assemble the whole lot together, it's literally just that. It's just connecting all the loops. So here we have the loops that we created earlier, and we can open them up by pushing them forward. There you go. Sliding in your component, deciding whether you want the shiny side or the textured side. I'm quite keen on the textured side.
It's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous. What I should mention is that you need to make sure that your loops are big enough to accommodate these little dangly bits, but thankfully they are in this case. Same thing on the other side. Open it up by pushing it forward slightly. There we go. Sliding that one on. Just a little bit more. I hope this one is big enough. We'll make it fit. There we go.
Beautiful.
And then the last one on the bottom.
Eve's messaging saying, this is such a great demo, giving me so much inspiration. Thank you so much, and welcome to JewelleryMaker.
Thank you, Eve.
You're love. Do feel free to keep those texts coming in, 60777.
Okie doke. So I will attach the little the gems in a moment, but just so that I can get a better feel for the whole piece, I'm going to attach the chain. Now the beauty of this chain is that it's actually got the jump rings on it already, it's got the clasps on it already, so there's not a lot much to do. You don't have to measure up or anything. So just opening up your jump rings. Now, traditionally, if you buy a necklace in the shop, the clasp is on the right-hand side because the majority of the population is right-handed. But of course, if you are left-handed...
I never thought of that, and I'm a lefty.
Are you?
I am, yes.
Have you been struggling all this time?
All of this time, and now? Wow, I've never even thought about that.
So they are a little bit biased to the righties, I'm afraid, but now you can actually create your own...
Oh, that is clever, isn't it?
Ergonomic, that's it.
Don't forget, I have got Star Buy coming up for you in around about 4 minutes. Maybe about 3, maybe 4. And it is some precious metals, so do stay tuned.
Okie doke, so we're nearly there.
Fab.
Nearly there. The beauty about this is that you could actually keep on going. So if I wanted to make more of those components, I could actually do more going up the necklace. It could be a bracelet. You could have more coming down. It could be more of a lariat style. You could do anything you want. So the last 2 bits are just the little bits of gems attached in to the last bottom loops. I can't quite decide whether the feel of this necklace is oriental, because it kind of has a Japanesey feel.
What do you mean?
Or if it's really kind of sci-fi.
It is kind of modern because, and kind of sci-fi because it is so structured, but I do know what you mean about the kind of Japanese feel about it as well.
It's like a samurai type thing going on.
Isn't that just stunning? I'm going to have to whack this up to my neckline, sorry, just so I can imagine what mine will look like when I get home and make one. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? Isn't that elegant? I love that textured side and how it kind of interacts with that mixed metals look. Hayley, you're an absolute love. Thank you so much for showing us that. You've made and created so much for us here. And don't forget, we will be taking pictures of these and we'll put them all up on Facebook, okay? So you can have a little look at what time, Director Ben, will that be happening approximately? Approximately 5:17. 10 minutes earlier than yesterday. You're planning on doing some work, are you? So that will be coming up for you. So don't forget to have a look on the Facebook page, which is JewelleryMaker. If you type in JewelleryMaker at Facebook, you'll be able to see our logo, and they will be on here. Hayley, thank you so much.
Pleasure, thank you.
Our next demonstration is going to be in about an hour with you. What are we expecting from that?
Well, you mentioned the textured wire earlier, and by the way, that looks a bit like snake chains. I can't wait to get my hands on that. But we're going to be using coppered, twisted textured wire. So that's going to be the main focal point, and we've got some beautiful tanzanite beads, and so the copper and the blues and purples lush.
They do just work. Honestly, I can't wait for you to see these pieces as well. We've got loads more coming up for you. Right here, right now though, just before we head on over to break, let's have a stop by. Sterling silver is a precious metal which we love and adore, and you actually created a ring within this piece, Hayley, which has got this gorgeous kind of bubble effect dropping from it. Do you think you'd be able to do something like that with this ring I have here, which has got these 8 individual loops at the top, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is genuine sterling silver.
Ooh, absolutely. So we could absolutely add all kinds of shapes and sizes to that. How many loops are on that? Is it 4?
You've got 8, yes, so you've got 4 on each side. So can you see how there's like a kind of a little split between the sides?
Gosh, that is really pretty. That's quite substantial actually, because usually you only get about 4, sometimes even 3 of those. So you could add a really interesting mix of colours, or some of the lovely head pins that you have with all the different shapes. They could really be mixed in with the beads, tonals, citrines with the peridots, of course.
That look lovely.
Yeah.
Do you work with sterling? Well, I know the answer to this.
Yes,
I'm playing devil. I'm devil's advocate. Do you work with sterling silver and precious metals, Hayley?
I do indeed. Yes, that's my favourite thing to do, is work with precious metals. And
why do you love them so much?
Well, it's that thing we mentioned earlier, it's elemental. It's like the first time I sat at a workbench and I hammered metal and then sold it, I felt like I was, I'd found my calling. It was, I'd arrived at home, and it's that connection with nature. And,
So the precious metal for you is something quite kind of connective, really.
Totally, absolutely.
But quite high priced, let's face it.
Yes,
Quite
but
high
silver,
priced.
you can really design things in a way that doesn't have to be over the toply priced. So the beauty, and also now what you can do is mix in just a highlight of gold with silver, and it gives the illusion of being more luxurious.
More than it is. This is a luxury amount here because you've got 1.4 grams worth of precious metal in this, okay? So it's a decent weight that we've got in precious metal within this ring. It is, for me, kind of an everyday wearability because it is adjustable, so it is kind of one size fits all. It's got those loops in there, which of course, you could do kind of the bubble style ring. I wonder if you got the right size, you could almost give the illusion of a prong set effect with these, just looping the gems in between there would be really pretty. Now, 925 sterling silver is a precious metal. It is a metal that we love and adore. It's one of our most loved metals because something that this metal does that platinum doesn't do, that titanium doesn't do, that gold doesn't do, is give a massive amount of light back to the eye. It's the highest in reflection of all precious metals that are out there. It gives around about 95% of the light that hits it back into your eye. So it gives this luminosity, it gives this luxurious look and appeal, and quite rightly so because it is a luxury metal. 92.5% silver we've got in here. The 7.5% ore is added for many different reasons, but kind of to help with the structure of it, to help with the workability of it, amongst other things. It is a beautiful ring that I've got here. Like I say, one size fits all. You can kind of let your imagination go wild with something like this. This is going to be one of those things that reminds me of my mother. My mum used to say about certain things, you couldn't make it for that. And I genuinely believe that that is the case for this. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for it? 925 sterling silver, ladies and gentlemen. The arrows are in. We're taking the price down on this ring. £4. 95 pence.
That's ridiculous.
What do you think about that?
That's ridiculous. You actually couldn't get it for that price in a supplier.
No.
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 Oh dear, I think I'm going to be doing more shopping here than I'm going to be doing working here. That's an amazing price,
That is, and it is genuine sterling silver. The quality of our sterling silver is genuinely very, very good. It keeps its shine for a really, really long amount of time. Don't forget, when you get delivered things like this, when you get them in the little bags, we often give you a little black panel of what just looks like paper to be thrown away. Don't throw it away. Anti-tarnish sheets we throw in with our sterling silver. So do make sure you look after those to keep that eye shine. But it is a great quality precious metal that we've got here, and at £4.95. I mean, you couldn't get popcorn medium size at a cinema for that, could you? And that'll last you how long? Well, with me, generally before the trailers have finished, to be honest. But that price point is sensational, it really is. And I want to point out as well, it's not a flimsy band we've got on this at all. It's not like, you know, you can see those rings that look gorgeous on the top and then you look around the side and it's almost like a hairline fracture of silver. Do you know what I mean? Like someone's drawn it on with one of those metallic pens. It's not like that. Look how sturdy this is, because we've got that opening in the centre, which means we've had to run those two bands alongside. Look at that. It's a mammoth amount that we've got along the side of this. It really is substantial. At £4.95, it is just a deal and a half. It really is. Now, we are at the 2 o'clock hour right now, so we are going to head on over to a break. Do come back with us, because I have got some more 925 coming up straight after the break. I've also got loads more inspiration from our wonderful guest designer, Hayley. We'll be back in just a few snippets.
Aquamarine is known as the gem of the sea. Its beautiful blue hues represents the stunning colours of the ocean. It's a member of the beryl family and is closely related to emeralds and morganites. Brazil has been a major supplier for aquamarine. Nowadays we find some beautiful pieces from Zambia, Nigeria, Madagascar and Mozambique.
You can now book JewelleryMaker workshops online. Just head over to our JewelleryMaker website and click on the workshop link. We have a wide range of workshops from beginner to intermediate, covering a variety of mediums. Once you have found a workshop you'd like to attend, simply click on the Book Now button. Fill in the required fields and then press Continue. This will take you through to the payment page. If you have any questions, you can contact our workshop coordinator Wendy at any time by emailing workshop@jewellerymaker.com. We look forward to seeing you. Get interactive with JewelleryMaker by liking our Facebook page and join over 55,000 like-minded people. Join guest designer Mark Smith for our introduction to paracord DVD. This DVD will talk you through the various steps on melting and splicing, the paracord jig, back-to-back bracelets, non-clip bracelets and snake knot bracelets. Get the inspiration and help you need to create your very own handmade jewellery. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Good afternoon, lovely ladies and gentlemen. Hey, hi there. How are you today? It's wonderful to be with you. This is JewelleryMaker. My name's Becky, and today I've been joined by a brand new guest designer who's already given us loads of inspiration and is going to give us some more very soon. Today I'm joined by Hayley Kruger.
Hello,
Hi, Hayley.
hello, Becky. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Have you relaxed into it now?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
There's still a little bit of an edge there, but I think I'm feeling at home.
Yeah, oh good, I'm glad. Now we're going to be going over to your kit in around about sort of 50 minutes.
Okay.
What are we expecting in this one?
Well, with this kit, the exciting thing for me was the wire, which I hadn't actually worked with before. And there's so much potential with that wire. So it's going to be all about creating components and findings with the wire, because it's pretty sturdy stuff actually. And the colour's just gorgeous. So it's little charms, it's ear hooks, it's clasps, etc., etc., and things to attach beads to. So yeah.
Loads of kind of lovely components.
Yes, it's a bit charmy and componenty, the next one.
Charming and componenty. I love that description. So we've got that coming up for you really shortly. I'm bringing to you something a little bit special now though. I'm going to bring to you some 925 again, because we love 925 here, don't we? And I'm going to bring it to you in the form of a magnetic clasp. Ooh. Now, what I have here is your lobster claw clasp attached to there. It is 925. I've also got that lovely magnet detail in the barrel form, and of course I've got there the extender chain for you as well. If you did want to just use this as a magnetic clasp, then of course you absolutely could just take this section off and maybe even leave the extender. But if you were to do that, you of course would have two clasps in one here, really, wouldn't you? You can though keep that lobster claw clasp on. If you just want to attach it maybe to a necklace that you already have, then you could of course do that also. You've got a really strong magnet on this. If I show you, some magnets can be really flimsy. Some magnets don't, oh, I can't even keep them apart. Some magnets don't really kind of show their worth, but with this one, well, you can see how strong that is already, but you'll be able to see, wow, it's super duper strong. Now, why is that important? Well, if you are going to be working with high-end gemstones, like the ones I've got coming up for you in a little bit, the last thing you want to do is be worried that, you know, one kind of swoosh of the hair and your necklace goes ka-chung and fries off. You don't want that to happen, which can happen if you've got a really kind of rubbishy magnet. But with this, you can see how durable and strong that is. I mean, you can see already that is magnetic. That is pulling that in all shades of directions. So you know that your pieces, your neckline pieces or your bracelet pieces, of course, are going to be really nice, strong and secure in place. Now, we are going to be giving you a treat of a price on this one. Your price point today has rolled down to just £7.95. It is genuine sterling silver. You've got over 2 grams worth of your precious metal in there. You've got that wonder, and just to let you know, that weight is purely on the sterling silver. It's not with the magnet included. So you've got just over 2 grams worth of that precious metal within here, and that includes the likes of your extender and your toggle clasp as well. We haven't cut off your multi-purchase options on this, so do feel free to multi-buy on this whilst you have the opportunity to do so. It's lovely to see a magnetic clasp, because great, again, if you work with kids or if you have your own kids or you have dexterity problems, then of course you know you've got the added security there, but you don't have to fiddle with the likes of your toggle clasp or your lobster claw clasp, in particular on a bracelet. You know, when you you pop on a bracelet and it feels so lovely and luxurious, and then at the end of the night you're trying to take it off like kind of one-handed and it looks really strange. You don't have to worry about that, because you've got the sturdiness. It will literally just kind of come apart, and it's beautifully organised and in place there for you. £7.95 for you on this one. Get it whilst you can, because you can see the strength of that. When you're being beaten by a magnet, it says you need to go to the gym more, doesn't it, really? Do you know what I mean? It's literally, I cannot control this. Come on. Oh, no. It's really sturdy, ladies and gentlemen. £7.95. And you can see it just close up back together perfectly every single time as well. £7.95. Well done, everyone. Okay. Now, I've got loads of high-end gemstones that are going to go alongside this, including the likes of my tanzanite that's coming up in the kit, and also my safrini, which is coming up really, really soon for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I love and adore this gemstone. It's going to come up for you really soon. We're giving it as a challenge as well, coming up for you really shortly. Don't go anywhere. I mean, literally a handful of minutes, however many that is. £7.95 for you. Up next, I'm bringing to you some pearls. I would love to know, because I think pearls is one of those organics that people have quite an opinion on. I would love to know, Hayley, pearls.
Yes.
Discuss.
Well, it's eternal beauty, isn't it? People, it's classic. I actually have, some days, we're talking earlier about me, what jewellery do I wear? And some days you just don't feel like a big chunky jewel. Simple pair of stud pearls. You feel like you're sort of made for the day. So you can't go wrong. It's weddings, it's the things that get passed down through a family.
Definitely.
So I've always got a stock of pearls.
Do you always go for the plain rounds, or do you have kind of different shapes and textures?
No, I go for all sorts of shapes, and I actually prefer the kind of flawed ones, the slightly irregular ones, because they're a bit more unique, aren't they? They've each got their own little story. So, yeah.
They really do, don't they? And I adore that about them. I love these ones. When I look at these, I see pearls and then I see petals. They look like dried petals from kind of wedding bridal bouquets. And what you have here is a really wonderful amount of pearlescence on these, and they are genuine, okay? We don't currently do synthetics or glass pearls. We only do the real deal pearls from a mollusk, and that's exactly what you've got here. A really lovely amount of texture here, a wonderful flat surface to these, which means look at the pearlescence on those. Can you see pinks and purples? It's just phenomenal, and that's under this light source. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've now got 12 available. You've got to check out those baskets as quickly as you can. Your price point, genuine, real deal freshwater pearls. £9.95 for you today on these genuine, real deal freshwater pearls. And the thing is, when you buy the likes online, a lot of the time what they'll do is they'll give you a set amount of pearls. We don't do that, we give you a set length. If I just get this to touch at the back of my neck, you'll be able to see that for me is a perfect necklace length. For £9.95. Look out, you can tell these are real. You can tell these are the real deal, can't you? You know that these have been made by Mother Nature and not been whipped up in a lab within, 20 minutes. You can tell this is Mother Nature. And you've got some luxury sizing elements and diameters here. 9mm you've got in elements and areas on this, which means you've got something which has taken a long amount of time for that mollusk to create. The mollusk that creates these, when I keep saying mollusk, what is it? Okay, it's a hinged shell, essentially, that kind of works in a way of looking after itself by using a filtration system through the opening and closing of it. And what you essentially get is an irritant will be entered into that mollusk, and it will use something called nacre to protect itself. So that's what this is. It's layers and layers and layers of nacre building up over time. Okay, 4 opportunities left on this one. You've got to get your hands in it whilst you can, because at £9.95 for the real deal, unique individual pieces, this is a very special price. It'll go great with the likes of your biwa as well, wouldn't it, and your cashews. £9.95 for you today on that one. A really gorgeous look and effect. Absolutely love those. Okay, how do you feel now about opal? I like this strand a lot. Would you like to come over here and have a nosy, Hayley? Yeah, because Hayley's an opal girl just like me. Let me just show you out of the light.
Oh, wow. Look at that one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of variety in that, isn't there?
What do you love about opal that's like this?
Well, it's colourful. It's that you're never going to get the same colours in each bead. So that one's really vibrant. It's got everything in it. Then you've got a really lovely, subtle, almost ambery colour in that one. And they just, oh, that's pretty as well. That's almost like a little disco ball. And
isn't it interesting that it's like this? Because I'm exactly the same, Hayley. I look at it and go, oh, and look at that one. Oh, and look at that one. Oh, and look at that one. Do you use that in your creativity then, to use different pieces for different things?
I think that's probably how people always ask, what's the inspiration? But actually, it's down to a component.
Yes.
You find a bead, you find a component, and that starts from there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So opal always an inspiration for you?
Yes.
Me too, me too. I absolutely love and adore this strand, and I think you can tell that Hayley does as well. You can see all of these different looks, all of these different elements, all of those different colours within this. One way to tell if you've got decent quality opal is by holding it totally and absolutely still and seeing if you can still see a big amount of colours. You can, can't you? If I move it again to another angle, you can absolutely and completely see the quality of this. Now, this is a graded opal that we have here. It's from the Wellow location, which is a mine that we are coming from. We're coming to the very, very end of our source with this, sadly, because the Wellow mine itself is around about 1 meters deep into the side of a cliff, essentially. The miners abseiled down the side of the cliff to get into the mining area for this. And because of that, it's one, here you go, there's a picture of it. You can see that's the mine itself where we get this exact strand from. And you might be able to see just at the cliff side, there is a 1 meter deep trail. That's where it is, just down that cliff edge. Now, we've looked a few meters above that. We've looked a few meters below that seam. We've looked on the other side of that huge rock, and there is nowhere to be found any more of the opal like this, of this quality. So essentially that seam is only a certain amount long, and we're really down to the last kind of few elements of it, really. And that means we're expecting that the mine for this opal will be closing in around about 2, maybe 3 years. So when that does happen, obviously prices are going to go through the roof, but thankfully we're not at the end yet, so we can still bring you great prices on AA grade opal like this for this price. £34.95 for you to get your hands on real deal natural opal. It has been graded. You've got your double grade A there. It's got so many of those different colours, hasn't it? You can see some of the rarest colours of your opalescence in here as well, including the likes of your pinks and those red colours. Don't forget, that's a natural effect. You know, I was talking before about all those tiny silica based beads that come up in that opal. That's a natural appearance. You get that because basically it's tiny, tiny silica beads inside, and what happens is the light hits those tiny microscopic silica beads and bends around it and then does this prism effect of colour, and that's what you've got in here. And you've got some of the rarest colours of opalescence in here. Rarest colours of pure opalescence in Pinfire, generally working out to be those red and pink tones, and you have absolutely got it here. Generally, the way in which the light bends around those elements doesn't give you that colour, so a great deal there for you. £24.95 for you today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to bring you a gemstone that I personally have never ever been able to bring you here at Jewellery Maker before. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say welcome to this gemstone for our star buy. This is one of those fine gemstones. This is one of those kind of really unique and individual opportunities that we get, because we don't get to see this gemstone very often at all. I'm not even sure if all of you will have seen this at Jewellery Maker before, or ever on the market. It really is a connoisseur's choice. I absolutely adore the hues within this. I adore that kind of nautical-esque effect that you have within there, and the way in which this has been stranded. This is a really unique and individual gemstone that is often kind of compared to the likes of your sapphire, partly because the name itself, sapphirine, is very similar to that of sapphire, and also the kind of colourings you can get within it can be quite similar as well. It's a totally different kettle of fish though, and to many, much rarer occurrence actually, because the way in which this forms is within a metamorphic rock style, and it forms within these tiny, tiny, tiny little veins, and you get these elements kind of breaking within there, and you get within this, within that metamorphic rock, a very high grade other gems bring in there. It's not the likes of your quartz kind of filaments that we find in these little veins. It's formed in the same sort of regions that you would expect your spinel, the same sort of place you would expect your kyanite. It's that kind of different rock, and in these individual veins that you will find more neighbouring this than the likes of your everyday quartzes. Now, because of that, they are formed in these very fine locations, these very fine rocks, which makes it extremely difficult to get out of the ground. So the mining process for this is pretty tricky, to be honest. It's not one of those gems that's kind of just very, very simple to get. what we have here for you, ladies and gentlemen, is something which, again, is very different in its makeup to that of sapphire. What you have with this is a very small amount of silicate. You have a lot of your magnesium making this up, and you have elements of the aluminium in here as well, which gives it this natural colouring. And it is natural colouring. We haven't added any dyes to this. We haven't filled this. We haven't irradiated this. Totally and absolutely natural colourings on this. And it is purely kind of to the build-up. I always think of it like cocktail. You know, if you have a cocktail, you go out with the ladies, you go to a bar and you have a cocktail, and they kind of create this beautiful, you know, they get the tall glass out, they get the tumbler, they add all these different elements to it, and it comes one colour. And then just right at the end, they might add a little splash of, say, grenadine within there, and it just gives you this bright red tone that kind of melts throughout it. It's almost like that, but Mother Nature. And she adds these individual elements of the likes of your magnesium and your aluminium, which gives this really gentle, touching upon a mixture between cobalt and periwinkle, I would say, with the blue of this. Almost a denim, isn't it? And you know how wearable denim is. It's almost that kind of hue that we've got here. Now, with this is an Indian location in which we've got this. There's a few different places in the world where you can get it, but it's the Indian location. It's one of the smallest mining areas for this, very artisanal to get your hands on this one. And like I say, formed in those very tricky kind of elements and very tricky manners. You have a very wearable gemstone here. For me, I love making. I love the aspect of making something. That's kind of how I chill out and how I get my head together, is by the actual crafting process. But let's face it, at the end of the day, I want to craft something that I can use, that I can wear, that I can look at and adore. And this is one of those gemstones you can definitely wear because it's really high up there on the Mo scale. 7.5 you've got on this. So something that easily you can wear every single day, and you don't have to worry that it's going to scratch or scuff or get knocked. Plenty of you already checking your baskets out on this, and we're going to give you the opportunity to own it now. Very, very unique structure from very high grade metamorphic rocks. Get your hands on your sapphire whilst you can. Your price point today on this, £14.95 for you to get your hands on something really unique and individual. I'm going to put this on my wrist so you can see this colour. Don't forget for me, I was talking to you the other day about blue being one of the most popular colours in the world. In fact, studies shown recently in 10 countries within the world, you've got the top #1 colour is that blue hue, time and time again. From the likes of Britain being around 33% of people say blue's their favourite colour, to Indonesia being the lowest, but still even around 22% of people saying that blue is their favourite colour. And I love blue myself too. I want you all to be able to own a really individual blue gemstone that maybe you've not had the chance to own before. How do I do that? Well, I talked to my producer before the show and go, I like this gemstone, I want everyone to own this gemstone. Can we make everyone own this gemstone, please? Come on, please. And then he goes, you want me to drop the price, don't you? And I go, oh yeah. We are going to take the price down on this. Now, I have to forewarn you, this is a launch premier price point offer. I can't guarantee this price ever again. I've taken it down for you today. It's a one-off, unique opportunity. Your price has rolled down for you. A real sneaky bit of a treat there. But don't forget that that price point will go back up at 8 o'clock. And I do need to sort of forewarn you that it is premier price point, and that means I do not have to guarantee that price point again. The original price was great anyway, but I wanted to make it really affordable. And I don't know about you, but I can see things on screen and look at things on screen and go, oh yeah, that looks a certain way, but then I want to get it home to be able to really kind of you know, get my full view of it. And I think you can use that with this. Don't forget, 30-day money-back guarantee. If you don't fall in love with it, you send it back. There's no questionnaires, there's no darts, there's no IQ tests. Send it back, no questions, no quibbles. We'll put that money back into your account for you. So, you know, you may as well, hadn't you, treat yourself to this. It's no risk. It's no risk at all. Even ringing our number to order it is free off your mobile phones and off your landlines. So it's no risk purchasing for me, it really is. £11.95 to get your hands on this sapphire. Now, I'm having the opportunity to give this to our guest designer as her first ever challenge. How do you feel about this, please?
Well, Obviously, I'm slightly nervous by the challenge, but it's a beautiful array of colours. It's soft, they're pretty, they're delicate, they look expensive. So I think we can lush it up and make it look really, really jazzy.
Lush it up. Oh,
Yeah.
I like that.
But it's quite seaside as well. So it's, again, it's summer and holidays and all those things.
Oh, well, you're going to have a lot of fun with this. I'm going to hand it on over to you now, and you can get started.
Excellent.
You can help yourself to absolutely anything that's around, anything that's in the hallway, you know, help yourself to it.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll be back to you at around about 10 to 5.
Okay.
So you had a bit of time.
We can do that.
You can do that, we can do that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, well done to everyone who got that. Just to let you know, over 20 in baskets, so do check those out when you have the opportunity. Coming up in 20 minutes, gold. How much? What? Are you for serious? 20 pieces of these at that price point? Wowzers, bowsers. I'm going to have to warn people again on that one, aren't I? All right, that's coming up for you in a bit. That's worth sticking around for. Definitely. Okay, we're going to be bringing you some more treats right here, right now. And we're going to start off with last of stock opportunity on Tanzanite. Now, I have loads of Tanzanite coming up in your kit.
Yes, you do.
How do you feel about Tanzanite, please?
Well, having grown up in Africa, I always feel a bit more connected to those gemstones that come from Africa.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's limited is really an appealing thing. And also, my mum gave me a Tanzanite when I left South Africa.
Oh.
So it's very sentimental to me. So yes, I feel very connected. So I was very excited to work with it.
With your first kit as well.
Yeah.
How wonderful to be able to work with it. I've got a strand of Tanzanite here for you, ladies and gentlemen. A really unique and individual gem, found completely randomly, found completely by accident. Essentially, what happened was they had heard from kind of a local tribe that there was a gemstone to be found and that it was a beautiful, rich red gemstone, and they went off searching for it. And when they went on their kind of search for it, very sadly, the terrain was a little bit treacherous, and the driver that they'd hired said, I'm not going any further. The terrain here is horrendous, and I wouldn't be 100% sure we'd be able to get there, let alone get back. So he said, I have got someone who'll be able to help, but I'm going to turn around. Are you coming with me? And essentially the miners said, no, we may as well just set up here. Let's just have a little look here. So they got dropped off. I'm talking miles away from where they were meant to be. They got dropped off in this location, hauled out their equipment, waiting for someone else to come and give them a lift in a couple of days' time, and they started digging. And they randomly found this gemstone, which was to become one of the most profound, one of the most quickest, I would say, as well, notable gemstones. And they found it in such a random manner that to be able to bring it to the likes of the market via Sotheby's, by the likes of Tiffany's, by the likes of Chanel, and these big names looking into it, really going into detail with it, is one of those gems that has had such a, well, it's been the making of it, really. It really has. One of the newer gemstones to the market, and sadly one that is said to be going very soon. 4 opportunities left now. Your price point. £19.95. I know, that's why it's been so popular. That's why I've now only got 4 of these left, because a lot of you were already checking out on that. £19.95 is the price point on that. It really is just a beautiful look. It's got that gorgeous violetish colour. Okay, everybody, it looks like we're over-allocated now, because there's more people with it in their baskets than I have quantity. So do make sure you're treating yourself to this whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because not a massive amount of them left at all. £19.95. Well done to everyone. Final 2 of those ones. Bring it to you now. A clasp with some amethyst included within it. This is a really beautiful box clasp. Let me just show it to you in full force first. Amethyst attached to it. That is stunning, isn't it? Look at the amount of amethyst you've got in that. Absolutely bejeweled, completely and totally encrusted. I love this this clasp. Let me show you, box clasp you've got here. So you've got the element at the base that opens. So this is the bottom that you have here. So you've got the bottom element here, which is your clasp section, and then you obviously insert it into the box detail. And what you get is a really nice open backwork to this. I love the back of this even. You've got a real nice open backwork to this, which means you get that amethyst shining through. And then obviously you have all of those brilliant clasp amethysts within there as well. It's a really, really, really sturdy clasp that we have here. It really has got kind of do you want to hear it? Do you want to hear the clasp? This is how sturdy it is. Did you hear that then? That is how sturdy it is. That little you just heard then is it locking into place, and that means that's going nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. So all of your pieces that you strand onto this are going to be staying exactly where they need to be. I love the idea of just using this as a pendant. I did one for my mum, quite similar actually. Using this section here as an interchangeable dropper from the pendant, so she could wear it just very, very simplistically like this, or you could just use it as a dropper to add the dropper on for a little bit of an extra zhuzh. Get your hands on it whilst you have the opportunity to do so. Price point today is rolling down. So don't forget a big amount of precious metal here. You've got 2.8 grams worth of precious metal. You've got all of those gorgeous amethyst within there too. £17.95 we have given you to you today. It is a very special deal at a very special price, and at the 95 it's got the value there as well with amethyst. Amethyst for me it's my birthstone amethyst. Amethyst for me is one of those gemstones that I find absolutely alluring. I absolutely love and adore it. And actually when I did the colour research the other day, I found that number 1 colour in the UK was blue, and number 3 was purple, which I thought was absolutely amazing. I wouldn't have guessed it would be that high. Get it whilst you have the opportunity to do so at £17.95 for you today. Well done, absolutely everybody who's getting their hands on this today. Okay, bringing to you, I put that in totally the wrong place. Wrong. Okay, how do you feel about getting your hands on some moonstone? Rounds. Look at that. Really pretty colour there. That's really stunning. I think that's just stunning. I really like moonstone. There's something about moonstone that is so beautiful and bright. It's got a really stunning effect and look and body to it. This moonstone you've got here, the 10mm perfect rounds. And because you've got these perfect rounds, you're getting a real nice amount of your surface area without too much distraction from facets. Because you've got that beautiful surface, you've got the opportunity for this light to really band around this, which is just absolutely eye-catching. What do you like about moonstone, please, Hayley?
I'll bet to the opal. So it's got a similar feel to the opal. It's got that iridescence. It's luminous. And you can mix it with loads of other colours. It's a good highlighter.
That is a great point to make. It is a perfect highlighter for things. So what types of gems would you mix with this, or would you go for it?
Oh, you could go with anything. Black and white, so your onyxes and darker stones. Nice contrast there. Or even with some sparkly crystals for bridal.
Love that idea.
Very good. If you want to make it a bit more zingy, let's bring in some bright colours. Have some fuchsias and some green.
Love that idea. Adding a bit of zing to it. For me, it's kind of like a blank canvas.
Totally is,
Isn't it?
Yeah.
you've got the base there that you can then work around, and you can kind of add whatever appeal you fancy with this. Of course, beautiful for your monochrome looks as well. Your price point today for your rainbow moonstone is going to go to the lowest ever price point. We're taking this down. It's never been this price before, okay? It's never ever been this low in price. We're going to beat all the price you've seen it at before. £11.95 for you today on this one. It is an absolutely exceptional deal. It is just fantastic to be able to bring that wonderful strand at the lowest ever price point. These are by no means measly pieces. They're big, they're bright, they're bold. They've got so much kind of light that just trickles underneath the surface. I think that is a great deal. It really is. Even at the kind of £20 mark, it was good. But bringing it to you today at that price is something very, very special indeed. So do treat yourself to it whilst you have the opportunity. And, you know, you can see, I'm going to show you actually how it can go with such a range of colours. What if I get this really deep toned, sort of, we're looking at about, what, an 80% ruby here. About that. That makes it look a little bit vintage rose garden for some reason, I think. Like a frosty morning. But then what about if we get it with a big, bold, bright, kind of gamma point gemstone? Woo! Look at that. Works as well. Even though you've got totally different tones, even though you've got a completely different hue, you still have got something very workable there. That's refreshing, isn't it? Oh my gosh, Ben, Director Ben has said something absolutely right. Yeah, it really does. What does this remind you of, ladies and gentlemen? Anything? Anything? Does it remind you of anything? Something you might find in your bathroom? In a tube? Freshens your breath naturally, you know what I mean? Thank you for that, Director Ben. You're right, really creative genius. But that is a really good point to make, because it's quite funny to think when you see certain colours together, you think of different things, and that's, I suppose, the fun of creativity, really, isn't it? £11.95 on that for you. Well done, everyone. That price drop won't last for too long either. Did anybody watch myself and Gemma Crow yesterday?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I forget that people are, you know, watching. Now, Gem worked yesterday with a gorgeous box chain, and she managed to create these really outstanding wrapped pieces with shell. And I've got for you here a shell strand. Leopard print oval here for you. And these are the types of ones that she worked with. Oh, look at that. That iridescence that only mother of pearl can give you. That is beautiful, isn't it? Now, if you missed watching the lovely Gem Crow and I yesterday, then you can absolutely watch it back at your leisure at JewelleryMaker YouTube. If you go on YouTube and you type in JewelleryMaker, you'll be able to find a list of all of the shows on there, and they're in date order, and you'll be able to find it. Just click on that and you'll be able to have a little look at what she made. But if you did watch it, you will know that she encased box chain around these and really very, very simply just kind of looped them into place, gave her a beautiful look and effect. You have here that mother of pearl effect with that beautiful leopard print, pops of those really tan tones and that really beautiful red within there. Your price point today on this one, £6.95 for you today on this collection. A very special price, a very special deal for you. A really beautiful appeal. Well done to all of you who are getting your hands on this. Just to let you know as well, double-sided, as you can see. So it's going to give you a really sensational look and effect with this one. How do you feel now about getting your hands on something that's like a total bargain that we haven't seen in ages? Fancy it? All right, let's start by. I think it's quite a good idea. Sorry, I've got hyperextendable elbows, and I just realised that I'd kind of done a bit of a hyperextend there. It doesn't look the best, does it? It's a bit creepy, doesn't it? All right. It's all right. I'm not broken. I'm fine.
And this proves it. Weird. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was saying to you yesterday, actually, because I had something very similar on. I was saying how whenever you get a presenter who sits here, he says, check out your baskets, make sure you're checking out your baskets, seriously, check out your baskets. It's because our producer's telling us to say that. Why do they tell us to say that? It's so that they can get a really good idea of kind of quantity that we have left over, so that they can get a good idea of how much longer they will need to spend on that product, etc. So whenever we say, make sure you're checking out your baskets, because we're being told to say that by our producers. I, however, am the one who's going to tell you to get in on the phone lines. Don't ring in just now. I'm going to give you a countdown, okay? I'm going to give you a countdown in a moment. But this is me giving you telephone bidders and television watchers the heads up. Because essentially, as soon as we bring those graphics in, web bidders are going to see the product, see the price, and it takes 2 clicks and they're checked out and done. Telephone bidders, I want you to have a great opportunity here. You know what I'm like. I love my genuine gemstones. I love crafting. I don't sit here and and bump something up. You know, I wouldn't bring you a totally opaque strand and go, oh, the clarity on this is amazing, because I wouldn't want to lie to you. I'm not that kind of person. And the fact of the matter is you just send it back, so what would be the point anyway? I am completely open and out there and honest with you about all of our products. And I'm being out there and honest when I'm saying, as a crafter who loves beautiful metals, who loves beautiful trees, I know you're going to love and adore this. So I'm going to give you all telephone bidders the opportunity to get on the phone now, okay? Pick up your phone, dial it in. Some of you will be on speed dial, I'm sure, but it's 0800 644 655. Press option number 1. You'll get through to our call centre. They're only a few doors down. They're really helpful indeed. That's your forewarning. The graphics come on in 3, 2, 1. Your graphics are coming in right here, right now. This means we all have that opportunity to give us a treat. Come on, web bidders, you can now see the price. You can see the deal we're doing here. Let me show you exactly what it is. It's beautiful, genuine, a 925 sterling silver enveloped in pure 22 carat golds, ladies and gentlemen, we've got on top of this. That is one of the purer qualities of gold that we bring to you, and it's one of the most luxurious. There's loads and loads and loads of you already treating yourself to this. I did give you a forewarning, telephone bidders, and I hope you're coming through now, because you'll be kicking yourself, because these are going to sell out within, I would say, a minute and a half. You can see you've got those beautiful facets on here. Can you see that wonderful facet work? All of those beautiful elements on there, which is just giving such a kind of high shine effect and a high shine look. I've got a decent enough quantity of these, but nowhere near as many as we would like. Web bidders are absolutely, I've got them almost gone now. Web bidders have absolutely taken this to the core. This is genuine 925 sterling silver. It's got genuine gold over the top of it. You're getting 20 pieces of these here, as you can see, and look, a really decent sized drill hole on here, which of course really important for all of us crafters. I don't know how we've managed to do this, I don't know why we're doing it, but we are. 20 pieces of gold plated 925, your price point today. £4.95.
No way.
For genuine 925 with gold plating over the top. What do you think of that?
That's absolutely crazy, actually. Yeah. You couldn't get that in any supplier.
That is a bit silly, really, isn't it? To be honest. For the gram weight you've got on this, you've got a mammoth amount of it. It's genuine gold over the top of this. It's a bit silly, that, isn't it, really?
Silly, but grateful.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. There's so many of you getting this. Telephone bidders, you are now coming in even faster than ever, but I tell you what, you're missing out. 15 left, that's it. I'm over allocated, which means I've got more people waiting on the phone lines for it than I have quantity, so sorry, that is going to go, and I did try and forewarn you. You know, I don't bump these things up for no reason, I really don't. You've not got a long time left on those at all. In fact, I'm about to sell out. I'm in my single figures now. Well done to everybody. And sorry if you missed out, they've sold out. £4.95, well done to you. Great deal there. How do you feel about a bit of a bundle now? This is a bit of a bundle to be able to bring to you now. If you don't know what a bundle is, it's when we bring you a collaboration of pieces together. And in this instance, we've gone for 2 strands of genuine gemstones. Take a look at that. What do you think of that pairing? That is special, isn't it? Love those blue hues. They are a very, very different hue of blue. But the lights in here make them look to me like they're the same colour. Do you think so, Michael? On
screen, yeah.
They look like the same colour?
Where I can see now, it's different.
They are two very, very, very different hues, ladies and gentlemen. But sorry, same hue, different tones. You've got one here that's looking at around about, I would say, the 60%, and one that's looking more like a 40%. This is a totally and absolutely different look and a totally different colouring that we've got with these two. I wonder if my Torch of Truth might help. Come here, Torch
ones
of
are
Truth.
a bit more tealy, aren't they?
You're right, a little bit more tealy. Really stunning. It's just the lights in here. The lights in here obviously intensify certain colours and takes them down. A really lovely pairing here in two different sizes. You've got the 9mm and the 8mm on these ones today. Price points coming in. For 2 strands of genuine gemstones, £6.95 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. It really is a phenomenal price point for these 2 strands. They are a slightly different tone, but very much the same hue. Almost like a sea blue you've got there, really delicate. I can't get over kind of the price point we've gone to on that. It really is very, very special. When you're out of focus, you can kind of see the difference. Okay, apparently, same what director says, this is something technical. Yeah. You can sort of see the difference in colour there. Do not adjust your TV sets. We're doing this on purpose. And then they match. £6.95 for you today. That, ladies and gentlemen, is science that Ben's showing you here. I think that is a great deal for the 2 different sizes that we've got here. It makes it really versatile, like we said, because it means that you can do the likes of your graduated pieces really beautifully. And also, let's face it, it's going to go great with the colour of the copper wire that we've got coming up as part of the kit. That'd go really nicely. Okay, I've got to move on now. I'm being told we're bringing you some shell, are we? Double trouble. These are stunning. Coral is mammoth in the kind of colour world at the moment. And this, I think, is a really elegant, gentle kind of nod to coral. If you follow the likes of Pantone. Pantone essentially are kind of a colour authority, I think they call themselves. And they're looked a lot at, people look a lot of them for the likes of your fashion wear, the likes of your homeware as well. And basically they come up with a selection of palettes each year that they think are going to be popular, that they think are going to be used in these designs, and more often than not they are used time and time again. This year we're very much looking at the more muted colours. As opposed to last year when we were looking at the darker, deeper, richer tones. We were looking more at the masalas was the colour of last year. This year, first year ever, we've gone for 2 colours of Pantone, and that is your rose quartz and your serenity. This is very similar to that rose quartz colour that we have in here, but it's got that very much muted colour that we've seen throughout the Pantone colour palettes throughout this year, that is set to continue. Really lovely pairing here in that blossom tone. It's got a lovely kind of nod towards the Japanese cherry blossom kind of colour, hasn't it? Very pretty. 10mm rounds on these ones. You have that shell pearl, which means they're really lovely. Smooth, soft, perfectly round. Your price point today. £5.95 for both strands, ladies and gentlemen. They're really, really, really lengthy strands, as you can see. You're looking at around about the 40cm mark on each one. £5.95 means they're working out about, what, £2.90 something each, which realistically is phenomenal. Really is. I've got 42cm worth approximately on my strand, so just a really phenomenal deal. It truly, truly is. Just a great deal. And to be able to bring you that colour, would be a really impressive effect. Let me show you it with other colours too. Like the likes of your ametrine will be pretty there. Really pretty, wouldn't it? That's a bit delicate, isn't it? Delicate blush. And some of your more big bold tones would go really great as well. Do feel free to text us in. Don't forget 60777. So you text through a JM Studio. What have you been up to? What are you doing? What are you looking forward to? Have you got any questions for Hayley to really sort of plonk her on the spot? Because she's doing very well at the moment, isn't she? Very well. Do feel free to ask her any questions. If you want to find out a little bit more about her creativity, then do feel free to text us in. We'll have a little look at those now-ish in a bit. £5.95 for you here today. Okay, really quickly, got to move on to a birthstone kit. Oh, this is really delicate and pretty. I adore this. I adore this. Why? Because it's a really simple make. I like something that now and again I need to really get my teeth into something and make something really tricky, really kind of something that takes a lot of time, effort and energy. Sometimes I just want to whip something up that I think looks beautiful, and I've just made it now. I've just made a piece now, because in this birthstone kit you get, sorry I don't want to hit my mic, you get this stunning heart in 925 with the chain, with a genuine blue topaz within it. Isn't that beautiful? It's genuine sterling silver. Let me show you around this as well. If I make, you get a clasp as well to go on it in your jump rings. Let me show you around this as well, because another thing I love about it is you can wear this as you want. You'll be able to see you've got that lattice work effect at the base of this, which means you can have it quirky on the angle like I did. If you wanted to strand it from here to here, it would sit kind of beautifully upright. If you stranded it from here to here, it would be quirky on its side. You could do it here to here, which of course would make it sit that way. You can have it, well, I suppose you could have it upside down if you really wanted to. Why not? Why not? Looks kind of pretty. But you can wear this in any kind of way, in any sort of design that you choose. And it's simply by threading that 925 chain through at whatever angle you want and creating a really beautiful look. You do get the clasp included, and yes, that is a genuine mammoth blue topaz on there. Now, when we're looking at sterling silver, one of the main things that we will be looking at is the amount of precious metal that we have within there. This is a big amount of precious metal. I mean mammoth. Gram weight wise, you've got 6.05 grams. So you've got just over 6 grams worth of precious metal in this whole thing. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, on this is rolling down. Imagine this is a gift. Now, even if you're not, you know, you're not a topaz baby, it doesn't matter. This is a gift, is beautiful. It's over 6 grams worth of precious metal. £12.95 for you today on this. And you can wear it however you like I say, with all those lattices at the bottom. You can have it so it goes perfectly across, so it sits beautifully straight. I quite like it on the quirky angle. I'll show it you like that again. I like it on the quirky angle. You can have it on the other kind of axis if you wanted to as well. I just think it sits beautifully, it looks wonderful. You get the 925 chain, you get that beautiful topaz set within there, you get that mammoth amount of your sterling silver with the clasp as well. I think if I walked into a shop and saw this for £40, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that seems like a really acceptable price. What a great gift for someone. If you knew it was genuine sterling silver, you knew it was 6 grams worth of sterling silver, you knew it was genuine topaz within there. Doesn't matter that I'm an amethyst baby, I'd be purchasing this just because I love the look of it. It's got that beautiful heart-shaped element to it, which of course is very, very popular and always has been. Really just a stunning look and design. What do you think of this piece, please?
Well, that's, as you said, a complete piece. So you could go into any high street shop and pay over the odds for that, and you've got it at an amazing price. And that's something you could keep for a special occasion.
Yeah.
Christmas or what have you.
Yeah. It's actually...
You could buy a few and...
Christmas gifts for the gift cupboard.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's my mother's trick. That's what she does.
Oh, is it?
Stocks up for the year.
Oh, I stock up.
Do you?
Yeah, I have a gift under the bed, in fact. I moved out of the drawer a long time ago. There's so much stuff there. The whole of my underneath of my bed is like gifts for people. Yeah. It's not a puppy, no, Ben. £12.95 for you. Honestly, the weight of it, you can feel the weight in that, and like I say, over 6 grams worth of sterling silver in this, with that chain, with all of the individual components as well. So really pretty. Look, an effect you're going to get with this. Really quickly, we're going to head on over to a break in a moment, but before that, I'm bringing you some chalcedony. Come over here, chalcedony. Oh, individually carved. I think these are so pretty. Take a little look. I'll show you the back of them first. We haven't carved both sides of this, so you can make it really workable. The back of this is genuine chalcedony. It's got 925 around it. So do you see this element here? Do you see this element here? You've got that really delicate 95. Look, that's the 95 going around the edge here. Can you see that? And then you've got on this side, you're plain chalcedony, but wait till I flip it, because the other side's been individually carved. Look at those. Aren't they beautiful? Flowers. Flowers on this. Really wonderful design that really affects that light in a magnificent manner. I think that's just so elegant. You can, of course, use it on either side to give that dramatic kind of look and movement and effect of light, which can really bring your pieces together. I like the idea of just something simple like this on a piece of chain, because I think it does a lot of the work for you. But you can go big, bold and wild with these as well, because you've got that precious metal all around that outside section. You can see it kind of framing it there, because you've got all of that precious metal. It would be beautiful just on a sterling silver piece of chain, but if you wanted to go absolutely wild with this and add fabrics and add jump rings and add clasps and add chains and layers and layers and layers of different gemstones to it, then you absolutely could as well. I love the idea of these with kind of tanzanite spaces in between. Your price point today, ladies and gentlemen, is actually rolling down. Plenty of you already checking out at that original price point. But today, rolled it down for you. You get all of that 925. You get a big, bold piece of chalcedony, which we don't get to see so often at all anymore. You get all of that for just £24.95 today. A real bit of a spectacular deal, but just to make you aware that that price point won't stick around forever, as always. So it is really important that you're getting your hands on treats like this when you have the opportunity to do so, because the price point does change. So if you're watching on the repeat, hello future people. If you are watching on the repeat, then do make sure you're checking out ASAP in particular, because this, we will be going back up to the original price soon. £24.95 on that one. After the break, I don't even know what it is. Satin finish. Oh, I like these a lot. Satin finish spacers. Again, one of those price points that you're not going to believe. Stay tuned. These are coming up with more creativity from Hayley very soon. I'll see you on the other side of this highly informative break.
Did you know when you book on a JewelleryMaker workshop, you are given exclusive access to our JewelleryMaker shop? You can browse through special items and offers, be privy to selected discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Shop whilst you learn and grab yourself some amazing offers. For more information on workshops and available dates, contact our call centre.
Peridot is a member of the olivine family. This spring green gemstone is also the birthstone for August. It's a really interesting gemstone in the fact that when the light rays are split between this gemstone, you can see the resulting effect by eye. You often see doubling of back facets within this gemstone due to the high birefringence. One identifying feature of this gemstone is it often contains chromite inclusions. These chromite inclusions interfere with the structure of the gemstone and create wonderful lily pad inclusions within the stone itself.
Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
There are 4 easy ways to stay in touch with JewelleryMaker. You can like our Facebook page and join a community of over 54,000 people. You can follow us on Twitter and tweet us your messages and opinions, send photos of your designs and enter our Wall of Fame competition. Or if you need any help or advice, you can email our friendly help team. Make sure to get involved and stay up to date with JewelleryMaker. JewelleryMaker have an extensive range of DVDs for all abilities. Each of our mediums has an introductory DVD to help you get started. If you're already an experienced jewellery maker, we have a collection of projects and more advanced DVDs to take your designs to the next level. We are always filming new DVDs with our specialist guest designers, so visit our website for more information.
Hello everybody, welcome all to JewelleryMaker. Wonderful to be with you today. My name is Rebecca Redicombe, but you can call me Becky, and today I am joined by my wonderful team, of course, but I'm also joined by my wonderful guest designer. It is her first day with us. It's her first day in a new school, and she's been very well behaved. She's a bit of a teacher's pet, if I'm honest. Today I'm joined by the wonderful Hayley.
Hello.
Hi Hayley, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Were you a teacher's pet at school, Hayley?
I wasn't a naughty girl.
No.
No, but I was a bit of a chatterbox.
Oh.
Yes.
Were you one of those who it was always written in the report about you talking too much?
Yes. Enthusiastic is what they call it.
Oh,
engages well with her friends. Could concentrate more.
That's good, yes. Oh, I got that one a lot as well. Yeah, absolutely. Now, you have made loads and loads and loads of pieces again for this one. Quite delicate, some of these pieces.
Yes, yeah.
Not at all.
They're all delicate, yeah. Totally inspired by the wire that we're going to get, because I had not worked with such lovely wire before. And so it kind of led me on to making all the components out of the wire. So that's what the focus is going to be on today.
So we're going to be looking at how to use these elements to create components that will work as mechanisms, but also as kind of designer flourishes, which of course we always want and love. Okay, before that I am bringing to you my star buy, and this star buy is going to go off with an absolute bang, because they have got this stunning satin effect and look. And yes, they are real deal precious metal. I'm going to give this, what's the quantity? 104. I'm going to give this 73 seconds before it sells out. That's my guess. That's my guess. Ladies and gentlemen, take a little look at these. They are just stunning. 925 sterling silver satin effect. I would love to know what you think of these, Hayley.
Well, you could use them on anything. And mixed with your rose gold as well, mixed plating, as we were talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Absolutely worked brilliantly. And because they're actually quite substantial.
They really are. Big pieces.
You could actually you only need a few of those with some big chunky bits of gem.
Oh, I love that.
And it would just be a simple, clean statement piece.
And as well, because it is 925 silver in these big pieces, they can kind of stand up to these chunky gems with value, can't they?
Good quality. And it will be weighty as well.
Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. The drill hole size on these is mammoth as well. And I think sometimes, I don't know if this is just me, but I think sometimes that when we bring to you findings like this,
if you've got a small drill hole, it's kind of sad for those people who maybe like to work with chunky threads.
Yes.
Things like your leathers and your soft cords. You can kind of feel like they're kept out of it a little bit, the precious metals. But with this, you're going to have no problem, are you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Really large drill hole in there. You'll be able to get your 1 mil setting cord through, your 2 mil. If I have a little look at the drill hole size on these, drill hole size, you're looking at just over 3 mil by the looks of things. So really easy to work with. You're getting 3 of them in total. Do you know what they remind me a lot of? The very simple charms you can get in the well-known charm bracelets. You know, the very simple ones you get that start at sort of £30 a pop. You know, those ones. Very, very simple, but that's what it reminds me of. These aren't £30 each. They're not even £10 each, ladies and gentlemen. Today, your price point, £4.95 for all 3 of them today. The graphics are in, there's your price point, and yes, as you can tell, we are extremely, extremely busy on this today. Like I say, this is going to be gone within the next minute. It really, truly is, because so many of you treat yourself to these, and we haven't limited your multi-purchasing on this opportunity either, so you can buy 1 as many as you are, or you can buy 3 and 5 like other people are. So do feel free to multi-purchase on this, because we are giving you the opportunity to work with these. I like the idea of these, one of these very simply in the centre of maybe even just a stretchy bracelet to add a little bit of kind of beauty and appeal and luxury. Because a stretchy bracelet, I think when we think stretchy bracelet, we think, oh, you know, it's a stretchy bracelet, it's an everyday wear. But it doesn't have to be. We do really great quality elastic, which will last and last and last. And you can add a little bit of a zhuzh with sterling silver and with your precious gemstones. The likes of, you know, your jadeite and the likes of tanzanite as well. You can work alongside that. It's just perfect. It really is. Well done. They're about to sell out. £4.95. So many of them in baskets. So many of you on the phone. £4.95. We're coming to the end of our sterling silver selection, so I would suggest if you see what you like, do pick it whilst you have the opportunity to do so, because people are just loving it at the moment, and we're selling out and we're getting to the end of our amount that we have in the vault. So get your hands on it whilst you can. In particular, it's got that lovely satin effect which disperses that light in a really gentle manner, and it gives you, do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when you get the moonlight that kind of skims the light over an ocean or over a river, and you get that kind of skimming of light. It looks like that. It's really pretty indeed. I know it did sound a bit romantic, didn't it? Didn't it? What can I say from Chester? The moon skims on the River Dee like no other. £4.95 for you today on that one. Really great deal. Well done to you all. Okay, kit o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you the opportunity to own your kit now. Now, what we do, if you haven't joined us before, is we create a kit for our guest designers to work with. We then send it off to our guest designer and say, go wild. You can do whatever you like, just use within the constraints of the kit. And today, we did that to the lovely Hayley, and you've managed to make loads.
Yeah, and I could have kept on going, but they were so delicate that it felt like it was a really neat little collection when I had done. So I love the fact that it's got different themes and different feelings to it. It's kind of opulent, yet delicate. I love the tanzanite. I like the silver with the copper. I love the feeling that it's a little bit ethnic.
Yeah, get you. It has got that feel, definitely.
Yeah.
Because of the kind of movement of the pieces as well. Kind of give it that feel.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And I think it's the wire that kind of set that tone. So I was really enjoying working with that wire.
I adore what you've done with these pieces. They're really pretty indeed. Now, we're going to start off probably by talking about the wire. I couldn't decide where to start then, because it's one of those where it's like, well, I could start here, but do I save the best till last? Well, which is the best? Oh, I don't know. Okay, let's just go for the wire. I'm going to start off with the wire. First things first, it's in this really blush tone. Described as your rose gold colour, but it's a really blush kind of colouring to it. Very pretty indeed. You get mammoth amounts of it, I have to say. First things first, 100 metres worth on this spool. 0.25. Personally, one of my favourite gauges to work with your structural wire, because I'm a bit heavy-handed when it comes to wire work, which is strange because when I'm doing things like crocheting, I'm complete opposite. But with wire working, quite heavy-handed. So for me, a 0.25 is always nice to work with the likes of your 1mm as bases if you're doing a nice weave, because it means you don't get that natural dragging of the sturdier wires, even if you are a bit heavy-handed like myself. So 0.25 we've got here, and that's a 100-metre spool. So you'll be able to see if I flip that over, just how much you're getting there. It's a mammoth amount on that spool. 100 metres. I've then got in the same colour for you the 0.4mm, again a great weaving wire, great to attach pieces onto, perfect for the likes of your tiara twist and your headband pieces. If you're doing fascinators or bridal pieces, perfect for that because it has got a real nice structure to it, nice malleability, so there is still that opportunity for it to kind of bounce and move as you walk and strut, as it were. 0.4 there. And then finally, this one we're really going to talk about, it is your 0.8, and this is that textured twisted wire, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more later. But essentially what we used to do when we brought you twisted wire is we'd get 2 pieces of wire and we twist them together, and that would mean that you would get, say we twisted 2, I don't know, 0.4s together, we'd twist them together and it would feel like a 0.8, but they would be 2 separate pieces of wire. This isn't that. This is a wire that isn't that has been twisted within itself, so you get a really lovely kind of movement to it, this lovely flashing of light, but you also don't get kind of a cut-off point on it, where it kind of splits into 2 forks off. So a really lovely wire that, and we'll talk about it with Hayley and more in a moment. 0.8 for you there. I'm then going to bring to you fluorite. Now, I think fluorite is one of those highly underestimated gemstones. I love and adore fluorite. I think it's absolutely magical. The fact of the matter is that this gemstone, very much like its name, when you think fluorite, you're thinking fluorescence. It does fluoresce. And what does that mean? It means essentially, they've done loads of studies on it, and essentially a professor did some studies on it that basically changed the light sources on it and looked into the heart and soul under very high amounts of magnification to see what happens within the gemstone under different light sources. And fluorite under UV light, the tiny elements within there actually begin to vibrate under UV light. Obviously this is microscopic, don't think you're going to look into it and just see these kind of little elements like hey, just like so grooving in there. It's microscopic. But they essentially do, they start to move, they start to vibrate, and they kind of clatter into each other, and that releases an energy essentially, and it gives a glow. They literally glow when you wear these in UV lights. And the thing I love about that is when you're to wear this out, if you're out walking the dog or you're out in the picnic, or fingers crossed you're out in the next few months catching some rays because it's going to be very stunning, then it's going to just illuminate the décolletage. You're going to get this kind of lit up effect, which is just going to give you a beautiful femininity and a beautiful brightness. I just think it's an amazing gemstone. I love that Mother Nature works and creates things like this. We, even with technology and with science and with labs, haven't been able to recreate that look. So it's just something that Mother Nature does epically well. These ones are your 3 mils and they're 15 carats worth on there. And yes, they are faceted. Faceting a surface like that is no mean feat, I can tell you. And then we've got the tanzanite. So you were saying that tanzanites are kind of close to your heart,
yes,
gemstone.
it is, yeah.
When you see tanzanite, what kind of feeling does it give to you?
Well, because it's got such a deep colour, it's somewhere, and this is going to sound really airy-fairy, but it's somewhere between the sky and the sea, isn't it? So it's really deep, and it's got a kind of a Mother Earth connection somehow, yeah.
No, I totally get that. I completely get that. When you work with tanzanite, is the rarity factor always at the back of your mind?
Yeah, I'm pretty amazed that you can buy strands of tanzanite actually because of the rarity. And I'm absolutely delighted as well that we are using every little bit of that tanzanite because it is so rare. Otherwise it would be such a sad thing that we would be letting it go. So it's really, really really pleasing thing to be able to do.
Yeah, because we've obviously got the nuggets in here, which are kind of the elements that are maybe when they form, when we find them, they're too small. They can be elements that have been left in the cobbing process and in the faceting process. So we're using every single element. The fact of the matter is, we have to nowadays, because you lot know what you like and you lot love your tanzanite. And the fact of the matter is, it is getting rarer and rarer and rarer. We did a documentary about a year and a half ago on ITV, and we talked a lot about the likes of your tanzanite and how the tanzanite is just selling out dramatically. And then very shortly after that, we went to the Hong Kong show, which we go to every year to do a lot of our buy-in. Went to the Hong Kong show, and we saw that the prices had gone up within the space of literally a few months by 900%. Then we were even more amazed when less than 6 months later we go back again and the prices had gone up by more like 1,200% in the space of literally just a few months, and that was sort of last year. The fact of the matter is, the situation with tanzanite has never been great. It's only a one locational gemstone, it's found only in one place in the earth, but it's getting harder and harder for us to get our hands on it here, because we have our best connections with the tanzanite mine owner of Mine D. Now, as you'll know, there is one location in the world, but we've separated them out into blocks. There's 4 individual blocks, and we have a very good connection with the miners from Mine D. In fact, you'll have seen on our adverts us actually at the mine itself, and you know, we do have great connections, and obviously have done kind of charity work and things like that in that area. We have great connections there, and we have essentially been told that tanzanite Mine D, the block D at the moment, isn't taking that much AAA grade. That's the high grade tanzanite out of the ground, which is kind of the one that brings in the money, really. So essentially, they're still spending the same amount for miners, for the huge pieces of machinery, for the likes of your diesel and everything else, but they're not finding that top grade tanzanite, so they're not making as much money as they would like. In fact, are starting to lose money. If that does continue to happen, then obviously they will have to close down, like some tanzanite mines have already. A really stunning gemstone, very, very captivating. Of course, a birthstone for December. Of course, a gemstone that has lots of connotations with luxury and uniqueness, because it is luxury and it is unique. To be able to bring you those 2 strands of the affinity necklace, which quite clearly could just be popped upon around the neckline, as it is, without a clasp, you can add a clasp on, and of course with those rondelles, you've got a very high-end look there. Your price point today, for 120 meters worth of wire, for a double strand of your tanzanite rondelles, and for that gorgeous fluorite in the 3mm. Your price point. Now, okay, bear in mind for me the amount of gemstones, the amount of carat weight you've got on this tanzanite. You have got in total 180 carats of tanzanite. 170 carats worth of your tanzanite in total. That is one of the rarest gemstones in the world. In fact, it is officially in the top 10 rarest gemstones in the world. Bear in mind, top 10 rarest gemstones in the world on the planet, the list that's on there, you'll find it on my presenter Facebook page, I think. I put it on a while ago. But diamond, no type of diamond even comes into that. No type of diamond is even in that top 10. That's how extremely rare we're talking about here. I've got for you here some of the rarest pieces of jewellery in the world, most rarest gemstones in the world, and I've got 170 carats worth of it. The fact of the matter is, at almost £51, you are getting yourself a deal. But we are going to take this down. This is the type of treat that we bring to you, because not only do we give you all these amazing pieces, we give you inspiration as well. And we've just given you almost £22 off the price of this. That is £28.95 for you today on this, to get all of that wire, all of that tanzanite. I mean, the quality of the tanzanite is beautiful. I've got your really, really beautiful kind of lavender. Yeah, it is. It's that kind of purplish blue that you'd expect. Really stunning tone to that. I'm even getting elements of pinks in the background of these ones as well. Really just a stunning selection of gems. It truly, truly is. What do you think of that price, please, Hayley?
Absolutely astonished, quite frankly. I mean, I used quite a lot of those the chips on the bracelet, and I still got a massive pile left over.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a bit of a special deal, really, isn't it? It really is a bit of a special treat and a special deal. And don't forget, you can use these in the likes of your Tree of Lives. We did if you've seen the huge kind of wire work tree that we have behind the guest designer, you know, we use chips and nuggets on that to be able to create kind of bonsai design and styles. A really special price point on this, it truly is. Around £22 saving on that for all of that wire and all of those treats in there. And we're going to be bringing you some more 925 in a little while, so do stay tuned. You might have noticed them in the kit. They're coming up in another part. But I would say, if you want to get your hands on this kit, it's an absolutely mammoth saving we've done on it. I mean, it's huge. So do make sure that you are checking those out as soon as you possibly can. I've just stepped on over here to the lovely Hayley. Hello, Hayley. Isn't that funny how people do that? Hello. Hello. How are you, my love? I'm
good, thank you.
How's your day going?
So far, so good.
Good.
Fingers crossed.
No, you're doing brilliantly. We've had loads of texts for you, and don't forget you can continue with those texts. 60777. Start your text with word JM Studio to get in touch with all of us here today if you've got any questions for Hayley. This is a bit of a gorgeous wearable collection, really, isn't it?
Yes, exactly that. It's accessible, it's pretty, and because we are using tanzanite and it's precious, I didn't want to make it gaudy, and I didn't want to make it sort of too in your face. I wanted to complement the colour of the stone. So, so that's why we've got some delicate pieces, and also using this fantastic wire, it works really beautifully. Like you said, it brings out the pinky tones and the lilacs.
Really does, doesn't it? Yeah. Gives a stunning kind of element of colour within there, to really kind of strengthen that hue. Now, the fact of the matter is that you do have a lot of tanzanite in here, but also you were taken by the wire, weren't you?
Oh, I sure was.
Why do you love it so much, please?
Because it's a 0.8mm wire.
Yeah.
But because of the twisted nature of it, it actually feels sturdier.
Yeah.
So you can make some really interesting components, i.e. findings and attachments, and they seem to hold their place.
Yes.
Obviously the colour's just divine as well. And so it was a real pleasure to work with.
Oh good, I'm glad you had fun with it. Do you quite like the way it sort of interacts with the light? Because it gives obviously a different look and appeal to your usual flat wires, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's got a bit of a vintagey feel to it.
Ah, yeah, you're right actually.
Yeah.
It really
but
does.
you could make it, give it a nautical look as well, obviously, with a twist. But yeah, lots of potential.
Definitely agree with that. Loads of potential within that. We have made loads of pieces, as you can see here. What was you kind of inspired with for this? Or was it just the gemstones and you thought, I really want to show those off?
Yes, absolutely. The tanzanite comes, and you look at tanzanite and you just go, wow, the colour.
Yeah.
And then I actually cheated a bit, and I'm sure I'm not the first designer to do this.
We'll see.
But those tassels are so vibrant, I thought I can't let those go by, because they bring out the purpley lilacs as well. So they had to go in, and next to the copper tones or the rosy tones, it just gave it a bit more zing. It's a bit more ethnic.
It does give it a zhuzh, doesn't it? A bit of a zing. You're completely right. And we will let you live for that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. It's your first day. You'd be rude not to. No, I love how you've done that. And it's like we were saying, we were talking about using all of the tanzanite that we have. Why not use all of the strands?
Absolutely, yeah. Somebody's gone to the effort to actually make that. Yeah. You're not going to throw that in the bin.
No, get it used. I really love them. I think it gives a gorgeous look and effect. And tassels and fabric movement is really big this season as well, isn't it? Really is big. In particular with fabrics with shine and sheen, we're seeing a lot of silk out there and a lot of really beautiful kind of movable fabrics at the moment, so that kind of ties in perfectly with it as well. We're going to be really looking at individual components today, aren't we?
And we are indeed. So I've made different components for each of the designs. So we've got a teardrop made from the wire, we've got a half moon for beads to hang off, we've got ear hooks, we've got a ring, we've got bangles, we've got clasps for the bangles, and a little charm as well, and also spacers. So we're going to break down all of those items and actually show you how to make them.
Fantastic. Perfect. Right, let's get started then.
Okie doke. So, first things first, it's kind of like going back to basics, but you can never underestimate the value of knowing how to make your own findings. So I'm going to start off with the earring hooks.
Okay.
And then that will be a nice progression onto other things.
Do you often make your own findings in your own?
Absolutely. When you're a designer, of course it's convenient to buy things, and sometimes you come across such good bargains you can't help but not to. But then when you want a bit of identity as a designer, creating your own findings helps you to do that. So it's a bit of a statement as to your own image, your own brand.
I see. Oh, I like that as an idea. You said you went to university and you studied.
Yes.
What were you studying?
I studied silversmithing and jewellery. Yes.
And I suppose with that you learn a lot about making the basic components.
Absolutely. So we did silversmithing, and it was a case of making everything from scratch, from absolutely melting down the metal itself, to refining it, to turning it into wire, into sheet, and then making your own materials out of that. So,
so when you do get the opportunity to make it yourself, you tend to do that.
Absolutely. The truth is, it's very time consuming.
Yes, of course.
Which has knock-on effects. But yes, it's very rewarding because it's literally made from scratch.
Fantastic. So we're going to make our elements from scratch now.
All right.
Okay.
So, ear hooks. So knowing how much to cut is really a matter of how big you want your ear hook to be. But we're going to do some fairly small ear hooks.
Okay.
Because we want them to be discreet. So we could cut about what's that? About 5. That's probably about 10 centimeters or a bit more. But it's more than I need, to be honest. So half of that will be sufficient. Okay. But that's for 2. So doing a little loop on the end. I'm working not at the very tip of the plier, but more towards about 3 mil up. And I'm going to be using the curve of the wire, but not for the loop. So in this case, we're going to roll the loop away from the curve.
Okay.
Twisting my wrist all the way around until it touches on the other side. If you're not able to do it all the way around, that's absolutely fine. Pop it in there, and then you can nudge it closed, and then you've got a nice, neat little loop. Now this is when we're going to use the curve of the wire that's come off the reel. So if I take my wire and I place it at the broadest part of my round nose pliers, so that's actually right at the top there. Be cautious not to go into the square part of the jaws. Another thing to note is how many mil we've left between the loop and the plier, because that will determine how big your ear hooks are going to be, but also how consistent your ear hooks are going to be in size. So here I've left approximately 5 mil. And then I'm just going to take the long tail end of the wire, bend it round until it touches on the other side. So it touches the loop. And I've created a little shepherd's crook, more or less.
Fab.
Now, an earring hook actually needs to slide neatly into your ear. And to do that, we create a little bend in the wire, like that, just to make it a little bit smoother going. You don't want it to be too sharp a bend, otherwise it's going to be a bit challenging to get into the ear. But it just helps it to slip in. And then we trim off any excess, leaving just a couple of mil there too. And that's my earring hook. I might trim a little bit more of that off.
Do you have any tips for getting them even?
Yes, I do actually. And that can be a little bit hit and miss. So there's 2 things. It's knowing where you've worked on your plier.
Okay.
So you could mark it with a marker pen. Or I'll show you once again. So let's say, for example, I've got an earring hook there.
Yeah.
What I should say as well, I don't have it to hand, but when you cut your wire, that's pretty rough. So if you are going to add it into your ear, take a little needle file or a bit of sandpaper and just file that down before you put it in your ear, because it could be painful.
Good tip.
Okay, so to show you how to get another matching size, I'm going to just start the first bit off by creating the loop in the same place that I did on the last one. And then I'm going to place my hook onto my pliers.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Oh, hello.
And then I'm going to work up against that. So placing...
Oh, that is clever.
Placing that in there right up against the hook that's already there. Now, because the pliers are slightly tapered, they don't always grab exactly where you want it to be, but you can get the basic size.
You take your time to guide it round.
Exactly, and now you can...
That is clever.
Yeah, there we go.
Isn't it?
That's it, and then let that one drop. And now you've got it.
That is so clever, so you work it alongside it.
Yeah, and hopefully they're more or less the same size.
They are, yeah, absolutely.
The difference is just that's pulled open slightly, so you can just nudge it closed.
Nudge it closed.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Oh, great tip. I love that one.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than a wonky earring, is there?
Yes, but if they are slightly different, don't worry. People are looking at the lovely gems and not the earring hooks.
Of course,
so, yeah.
of course.
All right, so that's our earring hooks done. Next up is a nice follow-on from that is your S hook or your S clasp. Now this is the most traditional clasp that you'll see. If you go into the British Museum, look at Mayan jewellery, Egyptian jewellery, these are the clasps that they use. So we haven't actually progressed that much, but we're going to try and make one of these. And now that we've done the earring hooks, it's going to seem pretty easy. So cut off a similar amount of wire, do a little loop on the end, and again placing my wire in between my pliers at the broadest part. I don't want these hooks to be too big, or if you do, it's more of a statement hook, but in this case I want to keep it a bit delicate. So that means I've left no gap between the loop, i.e. I haven't left a gap like that because it would make the hook really big. So going right up against the loop that's already there, and I'm up at the broadest part of the plier, and then I'm going to wrap that round so it touches.
Okay.
Okay, so that's essentially like a little earring hook. Turn it the opposite way around. So now that shepherd's crook is sitting on top of the pliers, and I'm going to take the tail and wrap it in the opposite direction, making sure I don't get it caught on the square part of the pliers. So it touches on the other side or even overlaps a little bit. It gives it a nice bit of tension, and it means that it will be work hardened when you use it. Trimming off the excess tail, and then just to complete it, I'm going to make another little loop to close it up. Just a note that when you're attaching this to a piece of jewellery, you're not attaching it to the little loops. It's actually the ends that you're attaching it to. So the chain bits will be coming off from there.
I get you.
Yeah, and you put your jump ring there and it slides onto your jump ring.
I see, so you're using that movement of it then?
Yes, you've got to bend it open and closed.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I love that. Isn't that a really gorgeous design? We've had loads of people texting in. We'll squeeze one in quickly now. Christine saying, Hayley, you are doing a sterling job.
Oh, thank you.
Running the gauntlet on challenge on your first appearance. Well done.
You haven't gotten there yet.
With such beautiful jewellery, says
Thank you.
Christine. You. Now, I've got, because we were talking about precious metal, I've got some sterling silver over here, and you obviously got sent these pieces.
Yes, I did.
Now, obviously for someone who essentially has worked with silver right from its kind of liquid form and all the different elements of it, how do you feel when you see pieces that are kind of done and dusted and finished like this?
Well, they finish very well, so they're a pleasure to work with. And to get a polish like that, not an easy job.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a process of sanding, and you've got to go through several sandpapers to get there. Plus, then you've got to go through your different polishes. So it's not a quick and easy process. So it's a very good finish on that.
So something that actually would take you quite a lot of time, even just to get the polish.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
And I imagine the kind of to get something as delicate and intricate as say this heart would take a bit of time as well, wouldn't it, Hayley?
It would rather, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So you'd either be cutting it out by hand, or you would be carving it out of wax so that you could have it cast. So it's a very, very precise and delicate process. So so quite happy just to have somebody else do it for me, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as you can see, you'll be able to see that juxtaposition between the high shine of this and the darkness of it. That's because these have been oxidised. So we've added Hold on there. We've added that beautiful element there to give you a real nice juxtaposition, and it kind of almost picks out and highlights the elements a little bit. That one looking a little bit like a sort of filigree frame, isn't it, really?
It is, yeah.
Really beautiful effect on that, and gives it a real nice vintage look as well. You're getting all 3 components within this today, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to be bringing them to you at one price point. I'm absolutely amazed that I'm able to make all 3 under £30 actually, because, you know, £10 each for the amount of work for that beautiful effect. And I've got to say, the design feature of these, you know, it's not just a simple round or a simple space, you know, there's a lot of time and effort that's gone into creating these. So I think to bring these to you for under 30 is great. £25.85 is the price you'd pay if you went online right now. But this is part of a kit, and therefore we're giving you a discount code. The discount code is PMGC51, all 3 for £17.95 today to get your hands on this beautiful effect. I think for the amount you're getting here, for that detail, for that workmanship, £17.95, good price.
Pretty good price.
Really,
yeah.
isn't it? And if you did want to multi-purchase on these, because you wanted to do the likes of earrings, then you could. But actually, quite similar in sizes, some of these, in dimensions and in balance. So if you did want to do kind of a quirky, odd set of earrings.
Asymmetrics, very on trend at the moment.
Oh, I'm just loving them at the minute. Really am. Yeah, if you wanted to do something like that, then you absolutely could with these as well. £17.95 for you there. So do check those ones out whilst you can. And just to make you aware, because I know everyone loves to ask, it does state that it's £95 on each and every one of them. I'll just show you it here, just so people know that it is the real deal. You know, so you don't give these as a gift and you don't have to sit there and go, by the way, that is real £925, because you sound like you're showing off a little bit about your gift. Dropped it. Yeah, it just states it on each one so people all know. Get them ones whilst you can. Well done to absolutely everyone. Okay, so I'm back with you, Hayley.
Excellent. So next up, we can do a little charm. Quick and easy. And I love doing this one because people are always amazed that this works can be done so easily. So grab quite a decent length of wire, and again, the more you cut, the bigger one you can make.
Okay.
Round nose pliers once again.
So you're looking at about sort of 15 to 20 centimetres worth there.
Yeah, I think that's probably more than I need, but let's just see how we get on with it.
Better to be safe than sorry.
Absolutely. So using the very tip of the pliers, I'm going to create another little loop, gently twisting it around. Okay, and then I'm going to swap over with my flat pliers and flattening out that loop, and then I'm going to twist sideways. So I'm going to start to twist around like that. And that's just keeping it all flat as I'm twisting, because sometimes it can go out of shape. But also it's that pinch and roll motion that's creating it. So some people would prefer to bend the wire, or I tend to prefer to twist the pliers in my hand. So keep on going. If you wanted little delicate charms, you could stop there. If you wanted to keep on going, just keep on twisting. So I'll stop there for now for the purposes of demonstrations. And then we want to do a little loop on the top. So you could just do a little kink in the wire so it's a nice neat end. Trim off a bit of, or you could get your round nose pliers, do the loop around the top. So we're going backwards to get the loop all the way around, and then trim off the excess. To cut that excess, I actually just put the cutters just inside where I've made the loop, and that way it's just in the perfect position. You can adjust it if you need to with your flat pliers. So there's a neat little charm.
That is just dainty.
You could actually twist the loop on the top of the charm in any direction, because sometimes you might need to thread it on in a different direction. So if you just get your flat pliers and twist it in that direction,
really
it can slide on when you're constructing. So
it can be either or direction, as you can see
yes.
here. You can have it flattened or sitting up so it sits. Do you make quite a few kind of charm bracelets and things like that? Charm designs? for earrings?
Yes, I have done in the past because they're particularly a summer thing, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are.
And all these friendship bracelets that have been around.
Yeah.
So lots of quirky little charms with the little corded friendship bracelets.
Yeah.
They've been very popular.
Big sellers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
because it's strange this time of year. I think jewellery tends to get a bit more dainty.
Absolutely.
And a bit more.
Well, it's also quite festival, so you can layer it up and make it
definitely
quite bohemian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, some of those silver charms would work really well for those kinds of things.
Oh, I love that idea. Maybe kind of the flower as like a centre.
Yeah. One that goes over
piece.
them.
Yeah, one that goes down the centre as well. Oh my gosh, I can't wait for festival season to start. I'm so excited. Well done to everyone who got their hands on the charms, by the way. I'm really quickly going to give you the opportunity to get your hands on some wire, because it'd be really nice to be able to make some charms out of this as well. Because it has got that high shine effect and that different, it's going to give you a completely and absolutely different look, isn't it? Now, I'm bringing this one to you right now. You'll be able to see again, it's one of our larger spools, and it is your 0.8 that we've got here. 50 metres worth here, and it's in that really rich colouring, beautiful kind of autumnal tone, but because there's that high shine effect to it too, it can be quite spring-like as well. You've got 50 metres worth, as we said. Your 0.8 going to be great for doing the likes of the clasp that lovely Hayley's just shown us, and of course your earring wires are great for it too. Your price point today for 50 metres, that's 50, is rolling down today. Now, it's 50 metres worth of wire, and don't forget, copper is getting more and more and more expensive. That's one of the main reasons they ask you to, like, you know, send in your phone so that they can pick all the bits out. But £7.95 for you today for 50 metres. Is that a good price?
I was going to swear there. Yes, it's a very good price.
That's how good it is, ladies and gentlemen. I think that is a great deal. It really is. 50 metres worth for it. It's just... It is special.
I would get it and just keep it on stock, because you never know. It's the kind of thing that you can add to any kind of design.
Yeah.
And having it in stock in your own workshop.
Yeah. And you know you've got it.
Yeah. Grab it.
And it's quite an easy piece to store as well, because I am a messy crafter. That's just how my mind works. And I kind of have things in boxes and boxes and boxes. But I do know a lot of people who, because of the way we kind of have our reels like this, a lot of people will on their workbenches just have essentially a straight you know, pole or a handle to the likes of a mop, and just have them stacked up on top of each other, or even stacking sideways, so you can use them like you would when you go into a haberdashery and they have the ribbons, very much like that. So you can just use what you need as and when you need it, and you don't have to worry about kind of carting it around and everything else. £7.95 for 50 metres, a great deal there for you, I think it's safe to say. Okay, more inspiration.
Alrighty.
Off with Hayley now.
So the next thing I'm going to show you is actually a ring.
I love this.
So do I.
I tried it on whilst you were talking. I just had to. Beautiful.
It's so simple and easy. It's actually quite silly for me to even show it to you, but there's so much that you can do with it, because well, I'll show you how to make it, but then you can add beads to it, you can add dingle-dangles to it, you can stack them up, and these stacking simple little rings. You could even glue in a little gem on each side.
Love
so
that
there's
idea.
lots of potential.
Love
And
that
as you
idea.
work with it, it hardens, so it becomes nice and sturdy.
Fantastic.
Okie doke. So, another bit of wire.
So is this one that beginners, complete and absolute beginners,
Totally.
can
I
make?
mean, I don't... I would say even non-jewellery makers could make it,
Yeah.
which is almost a little bit, I'm sort of, sounds like I'm insulting people, but you know, it's really that kind of thing that you can sit and do make lots of them in front of the telly, and make them for your friends as little keepsakes or gifts or
Love that idea.
kind of thing, yeah. So another bit of wire and the faithful loop. In this instance, what we're going to do is, instead of making the loop going against the wire curve, we're actually going to do it sideways. So wire in between the pliers, and instead of going round, down or against the curve, we're going sideways. So have your hand upright and twist it all the way around. You can, if you want to, straighten out that loop. Gives it more of a serpent's head perhaps. And then we're going to get onto our mandrel. But if you don't have a mandrel to hand, you can use a marker pen or anything. Now, because this is not a closed ring,
Yeah.
you don't need to worry too much about what size you are because you can just stretch it out. So actually you want to make it a bit smaller rather than bigger. And on the mandrel I'm going to work lower down because I'd rather start it off being too small and stretch it out than have it too big and try to work it around. So I've got it on the mandrel. I'm pinching it with my thumb.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to wrap really tightly. Try and keep it quite close together actually. It'll bounce out once you're done. And try and keep your wire nice and straight because you don't want any kinks in it. And do as many as you can. But the aim is to end up with the loops opposite each other or near enough.
Perfect.
Okay, so that was a lucky cut, actually.
Oh, I'm glad that you said lucky. I thought you would just be like, I always get it this perfect. It's always this perfect.
No, it was lucky.
Fluky.
Yeah,
good.
Exactly. So I'm going to sideways loop and outwards from where the coil is.
Okay.
Again, there we go. Sideways loop. And there we go.
And then kinking that
and
back
then a little
again.
kink, yeah. So on this one, we could actually add a little drop. Here's one I made earlier. And actually what would work very nicely would be the little spiral. So to open that up, we've got our loop, pull it forward.
A bit like you would a jump ring.
Exactly like a jump ring. And I'm actually going to use the one that I've looped sideways. Slot that in. You know what? Why not add two? Let's layer it up.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. Make sure it stays in and hold it firmly on the one wire because otherwise it bends out of shape.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't that cute?
That's super cute.
Yeah. My hands are really not the right hands for modelling.
Don't worry, I'm here for you. Look at that. That is so cutesy.
Yeah, I love that.
Perfect for festivals, perfect for just quick little gifts.
Absolutely.
Actually, a great way to get someone involved in jewellery making.
I was going to say it's quite good for kids as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Fits perfectly as well. Really, really beautiful way to create that ring. And again, great for beginners, as we said. We've got so many texts in. We'll try and fly in as many as we can. Julie says, hi, Becky, Hayley and team. Lovely designs. And thank you for your useful demos.
Thank you.
That's Julie. A little love. Don't forget, if you want to send a text, feel free. 60777, start your text with the word JM Studio, and you'll be able to get in touch with us that way. Now, we have, I can see you've set up some kind of extra little coils and treats and clasps here for us. What component are we going to look at next up?
Well, I'm torn between two.
Okay.
Being new to JewelleryMaker, there's lots of tools that I haven't come across, and I was allowed to rummage. And I also saw somebody using this the other day, and I thought, I've been doing these by hand on my round nose pliers, and you get this amazing, what is this called?
Wax Y-comb.
I just want it for the name.
Yeah, made by a gentleman called Gary Wagstaff. Wags Y-comb. That's pretty good, isn't it?
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I know. For the name alone.
Excellent.
So you've been getting your hands all over the Wags Y-comb today, have you?
Indeed.
Yeah.
I've been enjoying the wag. Yeah.
Good.
So
makes it sound like you're talking about a footballer's wife, to be honest. I've been enjoying the Wags. Their fashion sense is just spectacular.
So here we go. So you've got a little hole on the top of this tapered tool. Slide, sorry, I should have said, bend a piece of wire at a 90-degree angle, slide that in, and then twist. So you're just twisting your hand, and you're twisting really tightly, neatly.
So this is like the first time you've used this tool today,
This is the first time I've used this tool, and
look,
I'm loving
you look like a pro. How are you?
To be honest, anybody could look like a pro. It's so easy to use.
How
I might have to purchase
How did you do
one.
it before, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, I will absolutely show you. So let me just finish this off. Because of the wire that goes through the hole, you've got to snip it.
Yeah.
So
you've got the added security there, haven't you?
Yeah.
Don't forget, if you want the Wags Y-comb, how about you go on our website? We don't just have one. I'm about to blow your mind now. We've got 3. 3 different sizes.
Oh my goodness.
Different sizes. Some of them are really fat and taper down really slowly. Some of them taper down really quickly and they're really slender and slim. So have a little nosy. We'll have some on our website.
Right, well that's where I'll be going next. Okay, so there you go. You've got a nice cone spacer.
Yeah.
Or you could use it on the end of some beads. So I'm loving that. But if you don't have one of those...
How have you been fiddling around with it all this time?
I've been fiddling around with my round nose pliers. We've got a tapered tool.
Yeah.
Pretty useful. And just starting at the top.
Yes.
Sorry, at the bottom.
Okay.
And pinch your wire in between the pliers. Obviously, depending on the size of the spacer that you need, depends on where you go or how long you cut your wire. But I'm just using a bit of scrap, pinching the wire, and I'm just going to start to wrap. Now you've got to adjust your hands on the pliers so that you can move it round, but just keep on going. So I'm opening, pinching, and twisting at the same time. So you keep on going, and the longer the bit of wire, the more the tapered cone becomes obvious. When you get to the end, it does become a little bit uncomfortable on the finger. So just take a flat plier and squish it down.
That last bit.
Yeah, but don't do that when it's off the tool, because you'll just squish the whole thing down completely. So I'm loving that.
Yeah,
I would actually have cut a
cone.
longer piece of wire, because then you would really see the cone shape.
You could do the whole thing. You can do the honestly, get yourself on the website. You're going to be in Wags Wycombe heaven this evening. You really are.
If you wanted to do spaces that weren't cone shaped.
Yeah. Which is what we've used on the end of this,
right.
isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So cut yourself a nice length of wire, and it's really easy. Instead of going up the tool, what you're doing is you're going in the opposite direction. So you're actually going to pinch the wire, and instead of going down to the narrower part, you're twisting the wire up to the broader part. But what that's doing is you're not actually making a broader spacer. The bit that you've worked on is actually working its way down to the narrower part of the tool. So you just have the same sized spacer all the way along. So you create a tube. There you go.
That's easy.
Yeah, super easy. I almost feel like I'm cheating there.
No, it's easy enough.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that would take a bit of time and a bit of practice.
Yeah. And then, last but not least, we can make our own toggles.
Fantastic.
So it's a little bit fiddlier, but good fun. And because of the wire, they're really substantial and sturdy. So you want a bit more for this. Okay. And I'll do the T-bar first.
Okay.
So starting in the middle of my wire and using my flat pliers, I will just create a bend so that I can flatten that down. Okay, and you need to squish it with your hands first, and then if you want to squish it even more with a flat plier, you can do. But be cautious that you don't bend it out of shape or overlap it. Okie doke. Now, it's at this point that you decide how long you want your toggle to be. So using your flat pliers, you bring them into the tool. Do you want your toggle to be that long on one side or that long? So we create a little right angle bend. There you go. Okay. Same thing on the other side. Now, if you're quite precise, you would get your ruler out and you'd measure, but I'm a little less
specific.
Yeah, I just
go with it.
I just wing
I'm
it.
the same.
But our fingers are pretty useful tools as well. So I can put my thumb there and I go, well, that's about a thumb length.
Yeah.
And I'll do the same on the other side. And then I do a right angle bend it over, squish it down, and then write it a bit more with the inside of the flats. Okie doke. And then the same thing again here. I want to get another right angle bend in there.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, so there you've got your T. We can perfect it once it's all assembled.
Okay.
Now it's all about the loop. So get my round nose pliers in there. bend this back a fraction.
Okay.
And then taking one of the ends, bending it round the nose of the plier until we create a crossover, and you can start to wrap it round. Now I would suggest taking your pliers out, or you can grab your flat pliers and pinching them together, and then you can start to wrap that around there.
Okay.
There you go. Trying to keep it as neat as possible. Easier said than done sometimes.
Always.
You could grab another pair of pliers actually, and that can help you to make it a bit more firmly finished. Okie doke. And then we just trim off any excess.
Making sure you really get in there. Don't forget, we have a lot of cutters online. These ones we've got here are from our basic toolkit, but you can also get the likes of your Xeron cutters. We have the flush cutters on there as well, in kind of numerous different brands. So do have a little look, because as you kind of start to expand your knowledge, you can very much expand your tool base as well. So do feel free to do that.
You never stop collecting tools.
Yeah.
Okie doke. There you go. So there's your toggle. Now the loop is a lot easier. You can find something rounded, so you could either have a round mandrel or a jump ring maker, or what have you, and just get another piece of wire, another fairly generous length, and we're just going to wrap that around the tool.
Okay.
Once you've got the crossover, you're actually going to twist it there. So
that's securing it.
Yes, it's securing it. You could use your pliers to help you do that as well. There you go. Then, pretty much as we did the loop on the T-bar, with your round nose pliers, place them just where the twist is. You can do a little bend and a loop, taking it round. And now we're going to do the wrap to secure it into place. So pinching that with your flat pliers and wrap round down there. If you want a neater loop, a wrap rather, grab another pair of flats, and that can help you to get the wrap into position. There we go, and then just trim off any excess. This one here can potentially pop out, so you could actually wrap that as well, but it depends on how much bulk you want on your actual finding itself. So I'm just going to trim off the excess there. Try and get as close as you can. Always watch your eyes when you're cutting the wire. You don't want to ping it into your face. There you go, and there's your toggle.
And that's how you can create one of your clasps.
Yep.
How fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you for showing us all those elements, because like you say, it is a kind of an important aspect of jewellery making, being able to make each component, isn't it?
Yeah, it means that you've actually made the entire piece.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much
You're
for
very
showing us
welcome.
that. Don't forget, we will be taking pictures of all of these pieces. I'm just adorning myself with more and more, you may have noticed. But just look how beautiful the elements that we've been shown work. They work even just down to the fact that the charms mimicked in the bracelet and in the ring. It ties it all together, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah.
And that's the type of thing you couldn't really do going to lots of different stores and shops.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to find that.
Yeah.
Beautiful, isn't it? Myself and Hayley are going to be back after a break, and we're going to be having a nosy at your challenge.
Yeah, got to get cracking.
Don't worry, you've got a bit of time. You're going to have approximately 56 minutes.
Oh, that's okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, good. We'll be back to have a little look at that in a moment or two. After the break, I'm going to be waxing lyrical about our deal of the day and more bargains. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant Introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Did you know that JewelleryMaker's phone number is free from a UK landline? Now you can spend those extra pennies